Chapter 19 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Vulgarity. The Duke and Duchess, with their children and personal servants, reached Gatherum Castle the day before the first crowd of visitors was expected. It was on a lovely autumn afternoon, and the Duke, who had endeavored to make himself pleasant during the journey, had suggested that as soon as the heat would allow them, they would saunter about the grounds and see what was being done. They could dine late, at 8:30 or 9, so that they might be walking from 7 to 8. But the Duchess, when she reached the castle, declined to fall into this arrangement. The journey had been hot and dusty, and she was a little cross. They reached the place about 5, and then she declared that she would have a cup of tea and lie down. She was too tired to walk, and the sun, she said, was still scorchingly hot. He then asked that the children might go with him, but the 2 little girls were weary and travel-worn, and the 2 boys, the elder of whom was home from Eton, and the younger from some minor Eton, were already out about the place after their own pleasures. So the Duke started for his walk alone. The Duchess certainly did not wish to have to inspect the works in conjunction with her husband. She knew how much there was that she ought still to do herself, how many things that she herself ought to see. But she could neither do anything nor see anything to any purpose under his wing. As to lying down, that she knew to be quite out of the question. She had already found out that the life which she had adopted was one of incessant work. But she was neither weak nor idle. She was quite prepared to work, if only she might work after her own fashion, and with companions chosen by herself. Had not her husband been so perverse, she would have travelled down with Mrs. Finn, whose coming was now postponed for 2 days, and Locock would have been with her. The Duke had given directions which had made it necessary that Locock's coming should be postponed for a day, and this was another grievance. She was put out a good deal, and began to speculate whether her husband was doing it on purpose to torment her. Nevertheless, as soon as she knew that he was out of the way, she went to her work. She could not go out among the tents and lawns and conservatories, as she would probably meet him. But she gave orders as to bedchambers, saw to the adornments of the reception rooms, had an eye to the banners and martial trophies suspended in the vast hall, and the busts and statues which adorned the corners, looking in on the plate which was being prepared for the great dining-room, and superintended the moving about of chairs, sofas, and tables generally. "You may take it as certain, Mrs. Pritchard," she said to the housekeeper, "that there will never be less than 40 for the next 2 months. 40 to sleep, my lady?" To Pritchard the Duchess had for many years been Lady Glencora, and she perhaps understood that her mistress liked the old appellation. "Yes, 40 to sleep, and 40 to eat, and 40 to drink. But that's nothing. 40 to push through 24 hours every day. Do you think you've got everything that you want?" "It depends, my lady, how long each of 'em stays. 1 night, no, say 2 nights on an average. That makes shifting the beds very often, doesn't it, my lady? Send up to Puttock's for sheets to-morrow. Why wasn't that thought of before?" "It was, my lady, and I think we shall do. We've got the steam washery put up." "Towels," suggested the Duchess. "Oh yes, my lady. Puttock's did send a great many things. A whole wagon load there was come from the station. But the tablecloths ain't, none of 'em, long enough for the big table." The Duchess's face fell. "Of course there must be 2. On them very long tables, my lady, there always is 2." Why didn't you tell me, so that I could have had them made? It's impossible that one brain should think of it all. Are you sure you've got enough hands in the kitchen?" "Well, my lady, we couldn't do with more, and they ain't an atom of use, only just in the way, if you don't know something about 'em. I suppose Mr. Millapoy will be down soon." This name, which Mrs. Pritchard called Millipoy, indicated a French cook who was as yet unknown at the castle. "He'll be here to-night." "I wish he could have been here a day or two sooner, my lady, so as just to see about him." "And how should we have got our dinner in town?" "He won't make any difficulties. The confectioner did come." "Yes, my lady, and to tell the truth out at once, he was that drunk last night that, oh dear, we didn't know what to do with him." "I don't mind that before the affair begins. I don't suppose he'll get tipsy while he has to work for all these people. You've plenty of eggs." These questions went on so rapidly that in addition to the asking of them, the Duchess was able to go through all the rooms before she dressed for dinner, and in every room she saw something to speak of, noting either perfection or imperfection. In the meantime the Duke had gone out alone. It was still hot, but he had made up his mind that he would enjoy his first holiday out of town by walking about his own grounds, and he would not allow the heat to interrupt him. He went out through the vast hall and the huge front door, which was so huge and so grand that it was very seldom used, but it was now open by chance, owing to some incident of this festival time, and he passed through it and stood upon the grand terrace, with the well-known and much lauded portico overhead. Up to the terrace, though it was very high, there ran a road constructed upon arches, so that grand guests could drive almost into the house. The Duke, who was never grand himself, as he stood there looking at the far-stretching view before him, could not remember that he had ever but once before placed himself on that spot. Of what use had been the portico and the marbles and the huge pile of stone? Of what use the enormous hall just behind him, cutting the house in two, declaring aloud by its own aspect and proportions that it had been built altogether for show, and in no degree for use or comfort? And now, as he stood there, he could already see that men were at work about the place, that ground had been moved here, and grass laid down there, and a new gravel road constructed in another place. Was it not possible that his friend should be entertained without all these changes in the gardens? Then he perceived the tents, and descending from the terrace and turning to the left towards the end of the house, he came upon a new conservatory. The exotics with which it was to be filled were at this moment being brought in on great barrows. He stood for a moment and looked, but said not a word to the men. They gazed at him, but evidently did not know him. How should they know him? Him who was so seldom there, and who, when there, never showed himself about the place. Then he went farther afield from the house, and came across more and more men. A great ha-ha fence had been made, enclosing on three sides a large flat and turfed parallelogram of ground, taken out of the park, and open at one end to the gardens, containing, as he thought, about an acre. "What are you doing this for?" he said to one of the labourers. The man stared at him, and at first seemed hardly inclined to make him an answer. "It be for the quality to shoot their bows and arrows," he said at last, as he continued the easy task of patting with his spade the completed work. He evidently regarded this stranger as an intruder who was not entitled to ask questions, even if he were permitted to wander about the grounds. From one place he went on to another and found changes and new erections and some device for throwing away money everywhere. It angered him to think that there was so little of simplicity left in the world that a man could not entertain his friends without such a fuss as this. His mind applied itself frequently to the consideration of the money, not that he grudged the loss of it, but the spending of it in such a cause. And then perhaps there occurred to him an idea that all this should not have been done without a word of consent from himself. Had she come to him with some scheme for changing everything about the place, making him think that the alterations were a matter of taste or of mere personal pleasure, he would probably have given his assent at once, thinking nothing of the money. But all this was sheer display. Then he walked up and saw the flag waving over the castle, indicating that he, the Lord Lieutenant of the county, was present there on his own soil. That was right. That was as it should be, because the flag was waving in compliance with an acknowledged ordinance. Of all that property belonged to his rank and station, he could be very proud, and would allow no diminution of that outward respect to which they were entitled. Were they to be trenched on by his fault in his person, the rights of others to their enjoyment would be endangered, and the benefits accruing to his country from established marks of reverence would be imperilled. But here was an assumed and preposterous grandeur that was as much within the reach of some rich swindler or of some prosperous haberdasher as of himself, having, too, a look of raw newness about it, which was very distasteful to him. And then, too, he knew that nothing of all this would have been done unless he had become prime minister. Why on earth should a man's grounds be knocked about because he becomes prime minister? He walked on, arguing this within his own bosom, till he had worked himself almost up to anger. It was clear that he must henceforth take more things into his own hands, or he would be made to be absurd before the world. Indifference he knew he could bear. Harsh criticism he thought he could endure. But to ridicule he was aware that he was pervious. Suppose the papers were to say to him that he built a new conservatory and made an archery ground for the sake of maintaining the coalition. When he got back to the house, he found his wife alone in the small room in which they intended to dine. After all her labors, she was now reclining for the few minutes her husband's absence might allow her, knowing that after dinner there were a score of letters for her to write. "I don't think," said she, "I was ever so tired in my life. It isn't such a very long journey after all. But it's a very big house, and I've been, I think, into every room since I have been here, and I've moved most of the furniture in the drawing rooms with my own hand, and I've counted the pounds of butter and inspected the sheets and tablecloths. Was that necessary, Glencora? If I had gone to bed instead, the world, I suppose, would have gone on, and Sir Orlando Drought would still have led the House of Commons. But things should be looked after, I suppose. There are people to do it. You are like Martha, troubling yourself with many things. I always felt that Martha was very ill-used. If there were no Marthas, there would never be anything fit to eat. But it's odd how sure a wife is to be scolded. If I did nothing at all, that wouldn't please a busy, hard-working man like you. I don't know that I have scolded, not as yet. Are you going to begin? Not to scold, my dear. Looking back, can you remember that I ever scolded you? I can remember a great many times when you ought. But to tell you the truth, I don't like all that you have done here. I cannot see that it was necessary. People make changes in their gardens without necessity sometimes. But these changes are made because of your guests. Had they been made to gratify your own taste, I would have said nothing, although even in that case I think you might have told me what you propose to do." "What, when you are so burdened with work that you do not know how to turn?" "I am never so burdened that I cannot turn to you. But, as you know, that is not what I complain of. If it were done for you, though it were the wildest vagary, I would learn to like it. But it distresses me to think that what might have been good enough for our friends before should be thought to be insufficient because of the office I hold. There is I was almost going to say vulgarity about it, which distresses me." "Vulgarity!" she exclaimed, jumping up from her sofa. "I retract the word. I would not for the world say anything that should annoy you. But pray do not go on with it." Then again he left her. Vulgarity! There was no other word in the language so hard to bear as that. He had, indeed, been careful to say that he did not accuse her of vulgarity, but nevertheless the accusation had been made. Could you call your friend a liar more plainly than by saying to him that you would not say that he lied? They dined together, the two boys also dining with them, but very little was said at dinner. The horrid word was clinging to the ladies' ears, and the remembrance of having uttered the word was heavy on the man's conscience. He had told himself very plainly that the thing was vulgar, but he had not meant to use the word. When uttered, it came even upon himself as a surprise, but it had been uttered, and let what apology there may be, a word uttered cannot be retracted. As he looked across the table at his wife, he saw that the word had been taken in deep dudgeon. She escaped to the writing of her letters, she said, almost before the meal was done. Vulgarity! She uttered the word aloud to herself as she sat herself down in the little room upstairs, which she had assigned to herself for her own use. But though she was very angry with him, she did not, even in her own mind, contradict him. Perhaps it was vulgar, but why shouldn't she be vulgar if she could most surely get what she wanted by vulgarity? What was the meaning of the word vulgarity? Of course she was prepared to do things, was daily doing things, which would have been odious to her had not her husband been a public man. She submitted without unwillingness to constant contact with disagreeable people. She lavished her smiles, so she now said to herself, on butchers and tinkers. What she said, what she read, what she wrote, what she did, whither she went, to whom she was kind and to whom unkind, was it not all said and done and arranged with reference to his and her own popularity? When a man wants to be prime minister, he has to submit to vulgarity, and must give up his ambition if the task be too disagreeable to him. The Duchess thought that had been understood, at any rate, ever since the days of Coriolanus. The old Duke kept out of it, she said to herself, and chose to live in the other way. He had his choice. He wants it to be done, and when I do it for him, because he can't do it for himself, he calls it by an ugly name. Then it occurred to her that the world tells lies every day, telling on the whole much more lies than truth, but that the world has wisely agreed that the world shall not be accused of lying. One doesn't venture to express open disbelief even of one's wife, and with the world at large a word spoken, whether lie or not, is presumed to be true, of course, because spoken. Jones has said it, and therefore Smith, who has known the lie to be a lie, has asserted his assured belief, lying again. But in this way The world is able to live pleasantly. How was she to live pleasantly if her husband accused her of vulgarity? Of course it was all vulgar, but why should he tell her so? She did not do it from any pleasure that she got from it. The letters remained long unwritten, and then there came a moment in which she resolved that they should not be written. The work was very hard, and what good would come from it? Why should she make her hands dirty, so that even her husband accused her of vulgarity? Would it not be better to give it all up, and be a great woman, une grande dame of another kind, difficult of access, sparing of her favors, aristocratic to the backbone, a very duchess of duchesses? The rôle would be one very easy to play. It required rank, money, and a little manner, and these she possessed. The old Duke had done it with ease, without the slightest trouble to himself, and had been treated almost like a god because he had secluded himself. She could make the change even yet. And as her husband told her that she was vulgar, she thought she would make it. But at last, before she had abandoned her desk and paper, there came to her another thought. Nothing to her was so distasteful as failure. She had known that there would be difficulties, and had assured herself that she would be firm and brave in overcoming them. Was not this accusation of vulgarity simply one of the difficulties which she had to overcome? Was her courage already gone from her? Was she so weak that a single word should knock her over, and a word evidently repented of as soon as uttered? Vulgar. Well, let her be vulgar as long as she gained her object. There had been no penalty of everlasting punishment denounced against vulgarity. And then a higher idea touched her, not without effect, an idea which she could not analyze, but which was hardly on that account the less effective. She did believe thoroughly in her husband, to the extent of thinking him the fittest man in all the country to be its prime minister. His fame was dear to her. Her nature was loyal, and though she might perhaps in her younger days have been able to lean upon him with a more loving heart had he been other than he was, brighter, more gay, given to pleasures, and fond of trifles, still she could recognize merits with which her sympathy was imperfect. It was good that he should be England's prime minister, and therefore she would do all she could to keep him in that place. The vulgarity was a necessary essential. He might not acknowledge this, might even, if the choice were left to him, refuse to be prime minister on such terms, but she need not, therefore, give way. Having in this way thought it all out, she took up her pen and completed the batch of letters before she allowed herself to go to bed. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Sir Orlando's Policy. When the guests began to arrive, our friend the Duchess had apparently got through her little difficulties, for she received them with that open, genial hospitality which is so delightful as coming evidently from the heart. There had not been another word between her and her husband as to the manner in which the thing was to be done, and she had determined that the offensive word should pass altogether out of her memory. The first comer was Mrs. Finn, who came indeed rather as an assistant hostess than as a mere guest, and to her the Duchess uttered a few half-playful hints as to her troubles. "Considering the time, haven't we done marvels? Because it does look nice, doesn't it? There are no dirt heaps about, and it's all as green as though it had been there since the Conquest." He doesn't like it because it looks new, and we've got 45 bedrooms made up. The servants are all turned out over the stables somewhere, quite comfortable, I assure you. Indeed, they like it. And by knocking down the ends of 2 passages, we've brought everything together. And the rooms are all numbered just like an inn. It was the only way. And I keep one book myself, and Locock has another. I have everybody's room, and where it is, and how long the tenant is to be allowed to occupy it. And here's the way everybody is to take everybody down to dinner for the next fortnight. Of course, that must be altered, but it is easier when we have a sort of settled basis, and I have some private notes as to who should flirt with whom. You'd better not let that lie about. Nobody could understand a word of it if they had it. A, B always means XYZ, and this is the code of the Gatherum archery ground. I never drew a bow in my life, not a real bow in the flesh, that is, my dear, and yet I've made 'em all out, and had them printed. The way to make a thing go down is to give it some special importance, and I've gone through the bill of fare for the first week with Millapoy, who is a perfect gentleman, perfect. Then she gave a little sigh as she remembered that word from her husband, which had so wounded her. I used to think that Plantagenet worked hard when he was doing his decimal coinage, but I don't think he ever stuck to it as I have done. What does the Duke say to it all? Ah, well, upon the whole, he behaves like an angel. He behaves so well that half my time I think I'll shut it all up and have done with it, for his sake. And then the other half, I'm determined to go on with it, also for his sake. He has not been displeased? Ask no questions, my dear, and you'll hear no stories. You haven't been married twice without knowing that women can't have everything smooth. He only said one word. It was rather hard to bear, but it has passed away. That afternoon there was quite a crowd. Among the first comers were Mr. and Mrs. Roby and Mr. and Mrs. Rattler, and there were Sir Orlando and Lady Drought, Lord Ramsden and Sir Timothy Beeswax. These gentlemen with their wives represented, for the time, the ministry of which the Duke was the head, and had been asked in order that their fealty and submission might be thus riveted. There were also there Mr. and Mrs. Boffin, and Lord Thrift and his daughter Angelica, who had belonged to former ministries, one on the Liberal and the other on the Conservative side, and who were now among the Duke's guests, in order that they and others might see how wide the Duke wished to open his hands. And there was our friend Ferdinand Lopez, who had certainly made the best use of his opportunities in securing for himself so great a social advantage as an invitation to Gatherum Castle. How could any father, who was simply a barrister, refuse to receive as his son-in-law a man who had been a guest at the Duke of Omnium's country house? And then there were certain people from the neighbourhood, Frank Gresham of Greshamsbury, and his wife and daughter, the master of the hounds in those parts, a rich squire of old blood, and head of the family to which one of the aspirant prime ministers of the day belonged, and Lord Chiltern, another master of foxhounds 2 counties off, and also an old friend of ours, had been asked to meet him, and had brought his wife. And there was Lady Rosina de Courcy, an old maid, the sister of the present Earl de Courcy, who lived not far off, and had been accustomed to come to Gatherum Castle on state occasions for the last 30 years, the only relic in those parts of a family which had lived there for many years in great pride of place, for her elder brother, the Earl, was a ruined man, and her younger brothers were living with their wives abroad, and her sisters had married, rather lowly in the world, and her mother now was dead, and Lady Rosina lived alone in a little cottage outside the old park palings, and still held fast within her bosom all the old pride of the De Courcys. And then there were Captain Gunner and Major Pountney, two middle-aged young men, presumably belonging to the army, whom the Duchess had lately enlisted among her followers as being useful in their way. They could eat their dinners without being shy, dance on occasions, though very unwillingly, talk a little, and run on messages, and they knew the peerage by heart, and could tell the details of every unfortunate marriage for the last 20 years. Each thought himself, especially since his last promotion, to be indispensably necessary to the formation of London society, and was comfortable in a conviction that he had thoroughly succeeded in life by acquiring the privilege of sitting down to dinner 3 times a week with peers and peeresses. The list of guests has by no means been made as complete here as it was to be found in the county newspapers and in the Morning Post of the time, but enough of names has been given to show of what nature was the party. The Duchess has got rather a rough lot to begin with, said the Major to the Captain. Oh yes, I knew that. She wanted me to be useful, so of course I came. I shall stay here this week, and then be back in September. Up to this moment, Captain Gunner had not received any invitation for September, but then there was no reason why he should not do so. I've been getting up that archery code with her, said Pountney, and I was pledged to come down and set it going. That little Gresham girl isn't a bad-looking thing. Rather flabby, said Captain Gunner. Very nice colour. She'll have plenty of money, you know. There's a brother, said the captain. Oh yes, there's a brother who will have the Greshamsbury property, but she's to have her mother's money. That's a very odd story about all that, you know. Then the Major told the story, and told every particular of it wrongly. A man might do worse than look there, said the Major. A man might have done worse, because Miss Gresham was a very nice girl, but of course the Major was all wrong about the money. Well, now you've tried it, what do you think about it? This question was put by Sir Timothy to Sir Orlando as they sat in a corner of the archery ground under the shelter of a tent, looking on while Major Pountney taught Mrs. Boffin how to fix an arrow to her bowstring. It was quite understood that Sir Timothy was inimical to the coalition, though he still belonged to it, and that he would assist in breaking it up if only there were a fair chance of his belonging to the party which would remain in power. Sir Timothy had been badly treated, and did not forget it. Now Sir Orlando had also of late shown some symptoms of a disturbed ambition. He was the leader of the House of Commons, and it had become an almost recognized law of the Constitution that the leader of the House of Commons should be the first minister of the Crown. It was at least understood by many that such was Sir Orlando's reading of the laws of the Constitution. "We've got along, you know," said Sir Orlando. Yes, we've got along. Can you imagine any possible concatenation of circumstances in which we should not get along? There's always too much good sense in the House for an absolute collapse. But are you contented? I won't say I'm not, said the cautious baronet. I didn't look for very great things from a coalition, and I didn't look for very great things from the Duke. It seems to me that the one achievement to which we've all looked has been the reaching the end of the session in safety. We've done that, certainly. It is a great thing to do, Sir Timothy. Of course, the main work of Parliament is to raise supplies, and when that has been done with ease, when all the money wanted has been voted without a breakdown, of course ministers are very glad to get rid of the Parliament. It is as much a matter of course that a minister should dislike Parliament now as that a Stuart king should have done so 250 years ago. To get a session over and done with is an achievement and a delight. No ministry can go on long on that far niente principle, and no minister who accedes to it will remain long in any ministry. Sir Timothy, in saying this, might be alluding to the Duke, or the reference might be to Sir Orlando himself. Of course, I'm not in the cabinet, and am not entitled to say a word, but I think that if I were in the cabinet, and if I were anxious, which I confess I'm not, for a continuation of the present state of things, I should endeavour to obtain from the Duke some idea of his policy for the next session. Sir Orlando was a man of certain parts. He could speak volubly, and yet slowly, so that reporters and others could hear him. He was patient, both in the House and in his office, and had the great gift of doing what he was told by men who understood things better than he did himself. He never went very far astray in his official business, because he always obeyed the clerks and followed precedents. He had been a useful man, and would still have remained so had he not been lifted a little too high. Had he been only one in the ruck on the Treasury bench, he would have been useful to the end. But special honour and special place had been assigned to him, and therefore he desired still bigger things. The Duke's mediocrity of talent and of energy and of general governing power had been so often mentioned of late in Sir Orlando's hearing, that Sir Orlando had gradually come to think that he was the Duke's equal in the cabinet, and that perhaps it behoved him to lead the Duke. At the commencement of their joint operations he had held the Duke in some awe, and perhaps something of that feeling in reference to the Duke personally still restrained him. The Dukes of Omnium had always been big people, but still it might be his duty to say a word to the Duke. Sir Orlando assured himself that if ever convinced of the propriety of doing so, he could say a word even to the Duke of Omnium. I am confident that we should not go on quite as we are at present, said Sir Timothy, as he closed the conversation. Where did they pick him up? Said the Major to the captain, pointing with his head to Ferdinand Lopez, who was shooting with Angelica Thrift and Mr. Boffin and one of the Duke's private secretaries. The Duchess found him somewhere. He's one of those fabulously rich fellows out of the city who make £100,000 at a blow. They say his people were grandees of Spain. Does anybody know him? Asked the Major. Everybody soon will know him, answered the captain. I think I heard that he's going to stand for some place in the Duke's interests. He don't look like the kind of fellow I like, but he's got money, and he comes here, and he's good-looking, and therefore he'll be a success. In answer to this, the Major only grunted. The Major was a year or two older than the captain, and therefore less willing even than his friend to admit the claims of newcomers to social honours. Just at this moment the Duchess walked across the ground up to the shooters, accompanied by Mrs. Finn and Lady Chiltern. She had not been seen in the gardens before that day, and of course a little concourse was made round her. The Major and the captain, who had been driven away by the success of Ferdinand Lopez, returned with their sweetest smiles. Mr. Boffin put down his treatise on the nature of franchises, which he was studying in order that he might lead an opposition against the ministry next session, and even Sir Timothy Beeswax, who had done his work with Sir Orlando, joined the throng. Now I do hope, said the Duchess, that you are all shooting by the new code, that is, and is to be, the Gatherum Archery Code, and I shall break my heart if anybody rebels. There are one or two men, said Major Pountney very gravely, who won't take the trouble to understand it. Mr. Lopez, said the Duchess, pointing with her finger at our friend, are you that rebel? I fear I did suggest, began Mr. Lopez. I will have no suggestions, nothing but obedience. Here are Sir Timothy Beeswax and Mr. Boffin, and Sir Orlando Drought is not far off, and here is Mr. Rattler, than whom no authority on such a subject can be better. Ask them whether in other matters suggestions are wanted." "Of course not," said Major Pountney. "Now, Mr. Lopez, will you or will you not be guided by a strict and close interpretation of the Gatherum Code? Because, if not, I'm afraid we shall feel constrained to accept your resignation." "I won't resign, and I will obey," said Lopez. "A good ministerial reply," said the Duchess. "I don't doubt but that in time you'll ascend to high office and become a pillar of the Gatherum Constitution. How does he shoot, Miss Thrift?" "He will shoot very well indeed, Duchess, if he goes on and practises," said Angelica, whose life for the last 7 years had been devoted to archery. Major Pountney retired far away into the park, a full quarter of a mile off, and smoked a cigar under a tree. Was it for this that he had absolutely given up a month to drawing out this code of rules, going backwards and forwards 2 or 3 times to the printers in his desire to carry out the Duchess's wishes? "Women are so damned ungrateful," he said aloud in his solitude, as he turned himself on the hard ground, "and some men are so damned lucky." This fellow Lopez had absolutely been allowed to make a good score off his own intractable disobedience. The Duchess's little joke about the ministers generally, and the advantages of submission on their part to their chief, was thought by some who heard it not to have been made in good taste. The joke was just such a joke as the Duchess would be sure to make, meaning very little, but still not altogether pointless. It was levelled rather at her husband than at her husband's colleagues who were present, and was so understood by those who really knew her, as did Mrs. Finn and Mr. Warburton, the private secretary. But Sir Orlando and Sir Timothy and Mr. Rattler, who were all within hearing, thought that the Duchess had intended to allude to the servile nature of their position, and Mr. Boffin, who heard it, rejoiced within himself, comforting himself with the reflection that his withers were unwrung, and thinking with what pleasure he might carry the anecdote into the farthest corners of the clubs. Poor Duchess! 'Tis pitiful to think that after such Herculean labours she should injure the cause by one slight unconsidered word, more perhaps than she had advanced it by all her energy. During this time the Duke was at the castle, but he showed himself seldom to his guests, so acting, as the reader will I hope understand, from no sense of the importance of his own personal presence, but influenced by a conviction that a public man should not waste his time. He breakfasted in his own room, because he could thus eat his breakfast in 10 minutes. He read all the papers in solitude, because he was thus enabled to give his mind to their contents. Life had always been too serious to him to be wasted. Every afternoon he walked for the sake of exercise, and would have accepted any companion if any companion had especially offered himself. But he went off by some side door, finding the side door to be convenient, and therefore, when seen by others, was supposed to desire to remain unseen. "I had no idea there was so much pride about the Duke," Mr. Boffin said to his old colleague, Sir Orlando. "Is it pride?" asked Orlando. "It may be shyness," said the wise Boffin. "The two things are so alike you can never tell the difference. But the man who is cursed by either should hardly be a prime minister." It was on the day after this that Sir Orlando thought that the moment had come in which it was his duty to say that salutary word to the Duke, which it was clearly necessary that some colleague should say, and which no colleague could have so good a right to say as he who was the leader of the House of Commons. He understood clearly that though they were gathered together then at Gatherum Castle for festive purposes, yet that no time was unfit for the discussion of state matters. Does not all the world know that when in autumn the Bismarcks of the world, or they who are bigger than Bismarcks, meet at this or that delicious haunt of salubrity, the affairs of the world are then settled in little conclaves, with greater ease, rapidity, and certainty than in large parliaments or the dull chambers of public offices. Emperor meets emperor, and king meets king, and as they wander among rural glades in fraternal intimacy, wars are arranged, and swelling territories are enjoyed in anticipation. Sir Orlando hitherto had known all this, but had hardly as yet enjoyed it. He had been long in office, but these sweet confidences can, of their very nature, belong only to a very few. But now the time had manifestly come. It was Sunday afternoon, and Sir Orlando caught the Duke in the very act of leaving the house for his walk. There was no archery, and many of the inmates of the castle were asleep. There had been a question as to the propriety of Sabbath archery, in discussing which reference had been made to Laud's Book of Sports, and the growing idea that the National Gallery should be opened on the Lord's Day. But the Duchess would not have the archery. "We are just the people who shouldn't prejudge the question," said the Duchess. The Duchess, with various ladies, with the Pountneys and Gunners and other obedient male followers, had been to church. None of the ministers had, of course, been able to leave the swollen pouches which are always sent out from London on Saturday night, probably, we cannot but think, as arranged excuses for such defalcation, and had passed their mornings comfortably dozing over new novels. The Duke, always right in his purpose, but generally wrong in his practice, had stayed at home working all the morning, thereby scandalizing the strict, and had gone to church alone in the afternoon, thereby offending the social. The church was close to the house, and he had gone back to change his coat and hat and to get his stick. But as he was stealing out of the little side gate, Sir Orlando was down upon him. "If your Grace is going for a walk, and will admit of company, I shall be delighted to attend you," said Sir Orlando. The Duke professed himself to be well pleased, and in truth was pleased. He would be glad to increase his personal intimacy with his colleagues, if it might be done pleasantly. They had gone nearly a mile across the park, watching the stately movements of the herds of deer, and talking of this and that trifle, before Sir Orlando could bring about an opportunity for uttering his word. At last he did it somewhat abruptly. "I think upon the whole we did pretty well last session," he said, standing still under an old oak tree. "Pretty well," re-echoed the Duke. "And I suppose we have not much to be afraid of next session." "I am afraid of nothing," said the Duke. "But—" Then Sir Orlando hesitated. The Duke, however, said not a word to help him on. Sir Orlando thought that the Duke looked more ducal than he had ever seen him look before. Sir Orlando remembered the old Duke, and suddenly found that the uncle and nephew were very like each other. But it does not become the leader of the House of Commons to be afraid of any one. "Don't you think," continued Sir Orlando, "that we should try and arrange among ourselves something of a policy? I am not quite sure that a ministry without a distinct course of action before it can long enjoy the confidence of the country. Take the last half-century. There have been various policies commanding more or less of general assent. Free trade." Here Sir Orlando gave a kindly wave of his hand, showing that on behalf of his companion he was willing to place at the head of the list a policy which had not always commanded his own assent. Continued reform in Parliament, to which I have with my whole heart given my poor assistance." The Duke remembered how the bathers' clothes were stolen, and that Sir Orlando had been one of the most nimble-fingered of the thieves. No popery, Irish grievances, the ballot, retrenchment, efficiency of the public service, all have had their time. Things to be done offer themselves, I suppose, because they are in themselves desirable, not because it is desirable to have something to do. Just so, no doubt, but still, if you will think of it, no ministry can endure without a policy. During the latter part of the last session it was understood that we had to get ourselves in harness together, and nothing more was expected from us. But I think we should be prepared with a distinct policy for the coming year. I fear that nothing can be done in Ireland. Mr. Finn has ideas. Ah, yes. Well, your Grace, Mr. Finn is a very clever young man, certainly, but I don't think we can support ourselves by his plan of Irish reform. Sir Orlando had been a little carried away by his own eloquence and the Duke's tameness, and had interrupted the Duke. The Duke again looked ducal, but on this occasion Sir Orlando did not observe his countenance. For myself, I think, I am in favour of increased armaments. I have been applying my mind to the subject, and I think I see that the people of this country do not object to a slightly rising scale of estimates in that direction. Of course there is the county suffrage." "I will think of what you have been saying," said the Duke. "As to the county suffrage, I will think it over," said the Duke. "You see that oak? That is the largest tree we have here at Gatherum, and I doubt whether there be a larger one in this part of England." The Duke's voice and words were not uncourteous, but there was something in them which hindered Sir Orlando from referring again on that occasion to county suffrages or increased armaments. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duchess's New Swan. When the party had been about a week collected at Gatherum Castle, Ferdinand Lopez had manifestly become the favourite of the Duchess for the time, and had, at her instance, promised to remain there for some further days. He had hardly spoken to the Duke since he had been in the house, but then but few of that motley assembly did talk much with the Duke. Gunner and Pountney had gone away, the captain having declared his dislike of the upstart Portuguese to be so strong that he could not stay in the same house with him any longer, and the Major, who was of stronger mind, having resolved that he would put the intruder down. "It is horrible to think what power money has in these days," said the captain. The captain had shaken the dust of Gatherum altogether from his feet, but the Major had so arranged that a bed was to be found for him again in October, for another happy week, but he was not to return till bidden by the Duchess. "You won't forget, now will you, Duchess?" he said, imploring her to remember him as he took his leave. "I did take a deal of trouble about the code, didn't I?" "They don't seem to me to care for the code," said the Duchess, "but nevertheless I'll remember." "Who in the name of all that's wonderful was that I saw you with in the garden?" the Duchess said to her husband one afternoon. "It was Lady Rosina de Courcy, I suppose." "Heaven and earth! What a companion for you to choose!" "Why not? Why shouldn't I talk to Lady Rosina de Courcy?" "I'm not jealous a bit, if you mean that. I don't think Lady Rosina will steal your heart from me, but why you should pick her out of all the people here, when there are so many would think their fortunes made, if you would only take a turn with them, I cannot imagine." "But I don't want to make any one's fortune," said the Duke, "and certainly not in that way." "What could you be saying to her?" "She was talking about her family. I rather like Lady Rosina. She is living all alone, it seems, and almost in poverty. Perhaps there is nothing so sad in the world as the female scions of a noble but impoverished stock. Nothing so dull, certainly. People are not dull to me if they are real. I pity that poor lady. She is proud of her blood, and yet not ashamed of her poverty. Whatever might come of her blood, she has been all her life willing enough to get rid of her poverty. It isn't above 3 years since she was trying her best to marry that brewer at Silverbridge. I wish you could give your time a little to some of the other people. To go and shoot arrows? No, I don't want you to shoot arrows. You might act the part of host without shooting. Can't you walk about with anybody except Lady Rosina de Courcy?" "I was walking about with Sir Orlando Drought last Sunday, and I very much prefer Lady Rosina." "There has been no quarrel?" asked the Duchess sharply. "Oh dear, no." "Of course he's an empty-headed idiot. Everybody has always known that, and he's put above his place in the house, but it wouldn't do to quarrel with him now." "I don't think I am a quarrelsome man, Cora. I don't remember at this moment that I have ever quarrelled with anybody to your knowledge, but I may perhaps be permitted to—" "Snub a man, you mean? Well, I wouldn't snub even Sir Orlando very much if I were you, though I can understand that it might be both pleasant and easy." "I wish you wouldn't put slang phrases into my mouth, Cora. If I think that a man intrudes upon me, I am, of course, bound to let him know my opinion." "Sir Orlando has intruded?" "By no means. He's in a position which justifies his saying many things to me which another might not say. But then, again, he is a man whose opinion does not go far with me, and I have not the knack of seeming to agree with a man while I let his words pass idly by me." "That is quite true, Plantagenet. And therefore I was uncomfortable with Sir Orlando, while I was able to sympathize with Lady Rosina." "What do you think of Ferdinand Lopez?" asked the Duchess, with studied abruptness. "Think of Mr. Lopez? I haven't thought of him at all. Why should I think of him?" "I want you to think of him. I think he's a very pleasant fellow, and I'm sure he's a rising man." "You might think the latter, and perhaps feel sure of the former." "Very well. Then to oblige you, I'll think the latter and feel sure of the former. I suppose it's true that Mr. Grey is going on this mission to Persia." Mr. Grey was the Duke's intimate friend, and was at this time member for the neighbouring borough of Silverbridge. "I think he will go. I've no doubt about it." "He is to go after Christmas." "And he will give up his seat?" The Duke did not answer her immediately. It had only just been decided by his friend himself, that the seat should be given up when the journey to Persia was undertaken. Mr. Grey, somewhat in opposition to the Duke's advice, had resolved that he could not be in Persia and do his duty in the House of Commons at the same time, but this resolution had only now been made known to the Duke, and he was rather puzzled to think how the Duchess had been able to be so quick upon him. He had, indeed, kept the matter back from the Duchess, feeling that she would have something to say about it which might possibly be unpleasant, as soon as the tidings should reach her. "Yes," he said, "I think he will give up his seat. That is his purpose, though I think it is unnecessary. Let Mr. Lopez have it." "Mr. Lopez?" "Yes, he is a clever man, a rising man, a man that is sure to do well, and who will be of use to you. Just take the trouble to talk to him. It is assistance of that kind that you want. You ministers go on shuffling the old cards till they are so worn out and dirty that one can hardly tell the pips on them." "I am one of the dirty old cards myself," said the Duke. "That's nonsense, you know. A man who is at the head of affairs, as you are, can't be included among the pack I am speaking of. What you want is new blood, or new wood, or new metal, or whatever you may choose to call it. Take my advice and try this man. He isn't a pauper. It isn't money that he wants." "Cora, your geese are all swans." "That's not fair. I have never brought to you a goose yet. My swans have been swans. Who was it brought you and your pet swan of all, Mr. Grey, together? I won't name any names, but it is your swans have been geese. It is not for me to return a member for Silverbridge." When he said this, she gave him a look which almost upset even his gravity, a look which was almost the same as asking him whether he would not tell that to the Marines. "You don't quite understand these things, Cora," he continued. "The influence which owners of property may have in boroughs is decreasing every day, and there arises the question whether a conscientious man will any longer use such influence. I don't think you'd like to see a man from Silverbridge opposing you in the House." "I may have to bear worse even than that." "Well, there it is. The man is here, and you have the opportunity of knowing him. Of course I have not hinted at the matter to him. If there were any Palliser wanted the borough, I wouldn't say a word. What more patriotic thing can a patron do with his borough than to select a man who is unknown to him, not related to him, a perfect stranger, merely for his worth? But I do not know what may be the worth of Mr. Lopez." "I will guarantee that," said the Duchess. Whereupon the Duke laughed, and then left her. The Duchess had spoken with absolute truth when she told her husband that she had not said a word to Mr. Lopez about Silverbridge, but it was not long before she did say a word. On that same day she found herself alone with him in the garden, or so much alone as to be able to speak with him privately. He had certainly made the best use of his time since he had been at the castle, having secured the goodwill of many of the ladies, and the displeasure of most of the men. "You have never been in Parliament, I think?" said the Duchess. "I have never even tried to get there." "Perhaps you dislike the idea of that kind of life?" "No, indeed," he said, "so far from it that I regard it as the highest kind of life there is in England. A seat in Parliament gives a man a status in this country which it has never done elsewhere." "Then why don't you try it?" "Because I've got into another groove. I've become essentially a city man, one of those who take up the trade of making money generally." "And does that content you?" "No, Duchess, certainly not. Instead of contenting me, it disgusts me. Not but that I like the money, only it is so insufficient a use of one's life. I suppose I shall try to get into Parliament some day. Seats in Parliament don't grow like blackberries on bushes." "Pretty nearly," said the Duchess. "Not in my part of the country. These good things seem to be appointed to fall in the way of some men, and not of others. If there were a general election going on tomorrow, I should not know how to look for a seat." "They are to be found sometimes, even without a general election," said the Duchess. "Are you alluding to anything now?" "Well, yes, I am, but I'm very discreet, and do not like to do more than allude. I fancy that Mr. Grey, the member for Silverbridge, is going to Persia. Mr. Grey is a member of Parliament. Members of Parliament ought to be in London, and not in Persia. It is generally supposed that no man in England is more prone to do what he ought to do than Mr. Grey. Therefore Mr. Grey will cease to be member for Silverbridge. That's logic, isn't it? Has your Grace any logic equally strong to prove that I can follow him in the borough? No, or if I have, the logic that I should use in that matter must for the present be kept to myself. She certainly had a little syllogism in her head as to the Duke ruling the borough, the Duke's wife ruling the Duke, and therefore the Duke's wife ruling the borough, but she did not think it prudent to utter this on the present occasion. I think it much better that men in Parliament should be unmarried, said the Duchess. But I am going to be married, said he. Going to be married, are you? I have no right to say so, because the lady's father has rejected me. Then he told her the whole story, and so told it as to secure her entire sympathy. In telling it, he never said that he was a rich man. He never boasted that search after wealth of which he had spoken had been successful, but he gave her to understand that there was no objection to him at all on the score of money. You may have heard of the family, he said. I have heard of the Whartons, of course, and know that there is a baronet, but I know nothing more of them. He is not a man of large property, I think. My Miss Wharton, the one I would fain call mine, is the daughter of a London barrister. He, I believe, is rich. Then she will be an heiress. I suppose so, but that consideration has had no weight with me. I have always regarded myself as the architect of my own fortune, and have no wish to owe my material comfort to a wife. Sheer love, suggested the Duchess. Yes, I think so. It's very ridiculous, is it not? And why does the rich barrister object? The rich barrister, Duchess, is an out-and-out old Tory, who thinks that his daughter ought to marry no one but an English Tory. I am not exactly that. A man does not hamper his daughter in these days by politics when she is falling in love. There are other cognate reasons. He does not like a foreigner. Now I am an Englishman, but I have a foreign name. He does not think that a name so grandly Saxon as Wharton should be changed to one so meanly Latin as Lopez. The lady does not object to the Latinity? I fancy not. Or to the bearer of it? Ah, there I must not boast, but in simple truth there is only the father's ill will between us. With plenty of money on both sides? Asked the Duchess. Lopez shrugged his shoulders. A shrug at such a time may mean anything, but the Duchess took this shrug as signifying that the question was so surely settled as to admit of no difficulty. Then, said the Duchess, the old gentleman may as well give way at once. Of course his daughter will be too many for him. In this way the Duchess of Omnium became the fast friend of Ferdinand Lopez. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. St. James's Park. Towards the end of September, Everett Wharton and Ferdinand Lopez were in town together, and as no one else was in town, so at least they both professed to say, they saw a good deal of each other. Lopez, as we know, had spent a portion of the preceding month at Gatherum Castle, and had made good use of his time. But Everett Wharton had been less fortunate. He had been a little cross with his father, and perhaps a little cross with all the Whartons generally, who did not, he thought, make quite enough of him. In the event of anything happening to that ne'er-do-well nephew, he himself would be the heir, and he reflected not unfrequently that something very probably might happen to the nephew. He did not often see this particular cousin, but he always heard of him as being drunk, overwhelmed with debt and difficulty, and altogether in that position of life in which it is probable that something will happen. There was always, of course, the danger that the young man might marry and have a child, but in the meantime, surely he, Everett Wharton, should have been as much thought of on the banks of the Wye as Arthur Fletcher. He had been asked down to Wharton Hall, but he had been asked in a way which he had not thought to be flattering, and had declined to go. Then there had been a plan for joining Arthur Fletcher in a certain shooting, but that had failed in consequence of a few words between himself and Arthur respecting Lopez. Arthur had wanted him to say that Lopez was an unpardonable intruder, but he had taken the part of Lopez, and therefore, when the time came round, he had nothing to do with the shooting. He had stayed in town till the middle of August, and had then started by himself across the continent with some keen intention of studying German politics. But he had found perhaps that German politics do not manifest themselves in the autumn, or that a foreign country cannot be well studied in solitude, and he had returned. Late in the summer, just before his father and sister had left town, he had had some words with the old barrister. There had been a few bills to be paid, and Everett's allowance had been insufficient. It often was insufficient, and then ready money for this German tour was absolutely necessary. Mr. Wharton might probably have said less about the money had not his son accompanied his petition by a further allusion to Parliament. There are some fellows at last really getting themselves together at the Progress, and of course it will be necessary to know who will be ready to come forward at the next general election. "I think I know one who won't," said the father, "judging from the manner in which he seems at present to manage his own money affairs." There was more severity in this than the old man had intended, for he had often thought within his own bosom whether it would not be well that he should encourage his son to stand for some seat, and the money that he had now been asked to advance had not been very much, not more in truth than he expected to be called upon to pay in addition to the modest sum which he professed to allow his son. He was a rich man, who was not in truth made unhappy by parting with his money, but there had been, he thought, an impudence in the conjoint attack which it was his duty to punish. Therefore he had given his son very little encouragement. "Of course, sir, if you tell me that you are not inclined to pay anything beyond the allowance you make me, there is an end of it." "I rather think you have just asked me to pay a considerable sum beyond your allowance, and that I have consented." Everett argued the matter no further, but he permitted his mind to entertain an idea that he was ill-used by his father. The time would come when he would probably be heir, not only to his father's money, but also to the Wharton title and the Wharton property, when his position in the country would really be, as he frequently told himself, quite considerable. Was it possible that he should refrain from blaming his father for not allowing him to obtain, early in life, that parliamentary education which would fit him to be an ornament to the House of Commons, and a safeguard to his country in future years? Now he and Lopez were at the Progress together, and they were almost the only men in the club. Lopez was quite contented with his own present sojourn in London. He had not only been at Gatherum Castle, but was going there again, and then he had brilliant hopes before him, so brilliant that they began, he thought, to assume the shape of certainties. He had corresponded with the Duchess, and had gathered from her somewhat dubious words that the Duke would probably accede to her wishes in the matter of Silverbridge. The vacancy had not yet been declared. Mr. Grey was deterred, no doubt by certain high state purposes, from applying for the stewardship of the Chiltern Hundreds, and therefore releasing himself from his seat in Parliament, and enabling himself to perform, with a clear conscience, duties in a distant part of the world which he did not feel to be compatible with that seat. The seekers after seats were, no doubt, already on the track, but the Duchess had thought that as far as the Duke's good word went, it might possibly be given in favour of Mr. Lopez. The happy aspirant had taken this to be almost as good as a promise. There were also certain pecuniary speculations on foot, which could not be kept quite quiet even in September, as to which he did not like to trust entirely to the unaided energy of Mr. Sextus Parker, or to the boasted alliance of Mr. Mills Happerton. Sextus Parker's whole heart and soul were now in the matter, but Mr. Mills Happerton, an undoubted partner in Hunky and Sons, had blown a little coldly on the affair. But in spite of this, Ferdinand Lopez was happy. Was it probable that Mr. Wharton should continue his opposition to a marriage which would make his daughter the wife of a member of Parliament and of a special friend of the Duchess of Omnium? He said a word about his own prospects in reference to the marriage, but Everett had been at first too full of his own affairs to attend much to a matter which was comparatively so trifling. "Upon my word," he said, "I am beginning to feel angry with the governor, which is a kind of thing I don't like at all." "I can understand that when he's angry with you, you shouldn't like it." "I don't mind that half so much. He'll come round. However unjust he may be now, at the moment, he's the last man in the world to do an injustice in his will. I have thorough confidence in him, but I find myself driven into hostility to him by a conviction that he won't let me take any real step in life till my life has been half frittered away." "You're thinking of Parliament." "Of course I am. I don't say you ain't an Englishman, but you are not quite enough of an Englishman to understand what Parliament is to us." "I hope to be, some of these days," said Lopez. "Perhaps you may. I won't say but what you may get yourself educated to it when you've been married a dozen years to an English wife, and have half a dozen English children of your own. But in the meantime, look at my position. I am 28 years old." "I am 4 years your senior." "It does not matter a straw to you," continued Everett, "but a few years are everything with me. I have a right to suppose that I may be able to represent the county, say, in 20 years. I shall probably then be the head of the family and a rich man. Consider what a parliamentary education would be to me. And then it is just the life for which I have laid myself out, and in which I could make myself useful. You don't sympathize with me, but you might understand me." "I do both. I think of going into the House myself." "You?" "Yes, I do." "You must have changed your ideas very much, then, within the last month or two." "I have changed my ideas. My one chief object in life is, as you know, to marry your sister, and if I were a member of Parliament I think that some difficulties would be cleared away. But there won't be an election for the next 3 years, at any rate," said Everett Wharton, staring at his friend. "You don't mean to keep Emily waiting for a dissolution?" "There are occasional vacancies," said Lopez. "Is there a chance of anything of that kind falling in your way?" "I think there is. I can't quite tell you all the particulars, because other people are concerned, but I don't think it improbable that I may be in the House before, well, say in 3 months' time." "In 3 months' time!" exclaimed Everett, whose mouth was watering at the prospects of his friend. "That is what comes from going to stay with the Prime Minister, I suppose." Lopez shrugged his shoulders. "Upon my word, I can't understand you," continued the other. "It was only the other day you were arguing in this very room as to the absurdity of a parliamentary career, pitching into me, by George, like the very mischief, because I had said something in its favour. And now you are going in for it yourself, in some sort of mysterious way that a fellow can't understand." It was quite clear that Everett Wharton thought himself ill-used by his friend's success. "There is no mystery, only I can't tell people's names." "What is the borough?" "I cannot tell you that at present." "Are you sure there will be a vacancy?" "I think I am sure." "And that you will be invited to stand?" "I am not sure of that." "Of course anybody can stand, whether invited or not." "If I come forward for the place, I shall do so on the very best interest. Don't mention it. I tell you because I already regard my connection with you as being so close as to call upon me to tell you anything of that kind." "And yet you do not tell me the details." "I tell you all that I can in honour tell." Everett Wharton certainly felt aggrieved by his friend's news, and plainly showed that he did so. It was so hard that if a stray seat in Parliament were going a-begging, it should be thrown in the way of this man who didn't care for it, and couldn't use it to any good purpose, instead of in his own way. Why should any one want Ferdinand Lopez to be in Parliament? Ferdinand Lopez had paid no attention to the great political questions of the Commonwealth. He knew nothing of labour and capital, of unions, strikes, and lockouts. But because he was rich, and by being rich had made his way among great people, he was to have a seat in Parliament. As for the wealth, it might be at his command also, if only his father could be got to see the matter in a proper light. And as for the friendship of great people, prime ministers, duchesses, and such like, Everett Wharton was quite confident that he was at any rate as well qualified to shine among them as Ferdinand Lopez. He was of too good a nature to be stirred to injustice against his friend by the soreness of this feeling. He did not wish to rob his friend of his wealth, of his duchesses, or of his embryo seat in Parliament. But for the moment there came upon him a doubt whether Ferdinand was so very clever, or so peculiarly gentlemanlike, or in any way very remarkable, and almost a conviction that he was very far from being good-looking. They dined together, and quite late in the evening they strolled out into St. James's Park. There was nobody in London, and there was nothing for either of them to do, and therefore they agreed to walk round the park, dark and gloomy as they knew the park would be. Lopez had seen and had quite understood the bitterness of spirit by which Everett had been oppressed, and with that peculiarly imperturbable good humour which made a part of his character bore it all, even with tenderness. He was a man, as are many of his race, who could bear contradictions, unjust suspicions, and social ill-treatment without a shadow of resentment, but who, if he had a purpose, could carry it out without a shadow of a scruple. Everett Wharton had on this occasion made himself very unpleasant, and Lopez had borne with him as an angel would hardly have done. But should Wharton ever stand in his friend's way, his friend would sacrifice him without compunction. As it was, Lopez bore with him, simply noting in his own mind that Everett Wharton was a greater ass than he had taken him to be. It was Wharton's idea that they should walk round the park, and Lopez for a time had discouraged the suggestion. It is a wretchedly dark place at night, and you don't know whom you may meet there. You don't mean to say that you are afraid to walk round St. James's Park with me because it's dark, said Wharton. I certainly should be afraid by myself, but I don't know that I am afraid with you. But what's the good? It's better than sitting here doing nothing, without a soul to speak to. I've already smoked 6 cigars, till I'm so muddled I don't know what I'm about. It's so hot one can't walk in the day, and this is just the time for exercise. Lopez yielded, being willing to yield in almost anything at present to the brother of Emily Wharton, and though the thing seemed to him to be very foolish, they entered the park by St. James's Palace, and started to walk round it, turning to the right, and going in front of Buckingham Palace. As they went on, Wharton still continued his accusation against his father, and said also some sharp things against Lopez himself, till his companion began to think that the wine he had drunk had been as bad as the cigars. I can't understand your wanting to go into Parliament, he said. What do you know about it? If I get there, I can learn like anybody else, I suppose. Half of those who go there don't learn. They are, as it were, born to it, and they do very well to support this party or that. And why shouldn't I support this party or that? I don't suppose you know which party you would support, except that you'd vote for the Duke, if, as I suppose, you are to get in under the Duke's influence. If I went into the House, I should go with a fixed and settled purpose of my own. I'm not there yet, said Lopez, willing to drop the subject. It will be a great expense to you, and will stand altogether in the way of your profession. As far as Emily is concerned, I should think my father would be dead against it. Then he would be unreasonable. Not at all, if he thought you would injure your professional prospects. It is a damn piece of folly. That's the long and the short of it. This certainly was very uncivil, and it almost made Lopez angry. But he had made up his mind that his friend was a little the worse for the wine he had drunk, and therefore he did not resent even this. Never mind politics and Parliament now, he said, but let us get home. I am beginning to be sick of this. It's so awfully dark, and whenever I do hear a step, I think somebody is coming to rob us. Let us get on in a bit. What the deuce are you afraid of? Said Everett. They had then come up the greater part of the length of the birdcage walk, and the lights at Story's Gate were just visible, but the road on which they were then walking was very dark. The trees were black over their head, and not a step was heard near them. At this time it was just midnight. Now certainly among the faults which might be justly attributed to Lopez, personal cowardice could not be reckoned. On this evening he had twice spoken of being afraid, but the fear had simply been that which ordinary caution indicates, and his object had been that of hindering Wharton, in the first place, from coming into the park, and then of getting him out of it as quickly as possible. "Come along," said Lopez. "By George, you are in a blue funk," said the other. "I can hear your teeth chattering." Lopez, who was beginning to be angry, walked on and said nothing. It was too absurd, he thought, for real anger, but he kept a little in front of Wharton, intending to show that he was displeased. "You had better run away at once," said Wharton. "Upon my word, I shall begin to think that you're tipsy," said Lopez. "Tipsy," said the other. "How dare you say such a thing to me? You never in your life saw me in the least altered by anything I had drunk." Lopez knew that at any rate this was untrue. "I've seen you as drunk as Chloe before now," said he. "That's a lie," said Everett Wharton. "Come, Wharton," said the other, "do not disgrace yourself by conduct such as that. Something has put you out, and you do not know what you are saying. I can hardly imagine that you should wish to insult me. It was you who insulted me. You said I was drunk. When you said it, you knew it was untrue." Lopez walked on a little way in silence, thinking over this most absurd quarrel. Then he turned round and spoke. "This is all the greatest nonsense I ever heard in the world. I'll go on and go to bed, and tomorrow morning you'll think better of it. But pray remember that under no circumstances should you call a man a liar, unless on cool consideration you are determined to quarrel with him for lying, and determined also to see the quarrel out. I am quite ready to see this quarrel out." "Good night," said Lopez, starting off at a quick pace. They were then close to the turn in the park, and Lopez went on till he had nearly reached the park front of the new offices. As he had walked, he had listened to the footfall of his friend, and after a while had perceived, or had thought that he had perceived, that the sound was discontinued. It seemed to him that Wharton had altogether lost his senses. The insult to himself had been so determined, and so absolutely groundless. He had striven his best to conquer the man's ill-humour by good-natured forbearance, and had only suggested that Wharton was perhaps tipsy in order to give him some excuse. But if his companion was really drunk, as he now began to think, would it be right to leave him unprotected in the park? The man's manner had been strange the whole evening, but there had been no sign of the effect of wine till after they had left the club. But Lopez had heard of men who had been apparently sober becoming drunk as soon as they got out into the air. It might have been so in this case, though Wharton's voice and gait had not been those of a drunken man. At any rate, he would turn back and look after him. And as he did turn back, he resolved that whatever Wharton might say to him on this night, he would not notice. He was too wise to raise a further impediment to his marriage by quarrelling with Emily's brother. As soon as he paused, he was sure that he heard footsteps behind him, which were not those of Everett Wharton. Indeed, he was sure that he heard the footsteps of more than one person. He stood still for a moment to listen, and then he distinctly heard a rush and a scuffle. He ran back to the spot at which he had left his friend, and at first thought he perceived a mob of people in the dusk. But as he got nearer, he saw that there were a man and two women. Wharton was on the ground on his back, and the man was apparently kneeling on his neck and head, while the women were rifling his pockets. Lopez, hardly knowing how he was acting, was upon them in a moment, flying in the first place at the man, who had jumped up to meet him as he came. He received at once a heavy blow on his head from some weapon, which, however, his hat so far stopped as to save him from being felled or stunned, and then he felt another blow from behind on the ear, which he afterwards conceived to have been given him by one of the women. But before he could well look about him, or well know how the whole thing had happened, the man and the two women had taken to their legs, and Wharton was standing on his feet, leaning against the iron railings. The whole thing had occupied a very short space of time, and yet the effects were very grave. At the first moment Lopez looked round and endeavoured to listen, hoping that some assistance might be near, some policeman, or if not that, some wanderer by night who might be honest enough to help him. But he could see or hear no one. In this condition of things it was not possible for him to pursue the ruffians, as he could not leave his friend leaning against the park rails. It was at once manifest to him that Wharton had been much hurt, or at any rate incapacitated for immediate exertion, by the blows he had received, and as he put his hand up to his own head, from which in the scuffle his hat had fallen, he was not certain that he was not severely hurt himself. Lopez could see that Wharton was very pale, that his cravat had been almost wrenched from his neck by pressure, that his waistcoat was torn open and the front of his shirt soiled, and he could see also that a fragment of the watch chain was hanging loose, showing that the watch was gone. "Are you hurt much?" he said, coming close up and taking a tender hold of his friend's arm. Wharton smiled and shook his head, but spoke not a word. He was in truth more shaken, stunned, and bewildered than actually injured. The ruffian's fist had been at his throat, twisting his cravat, and for half a minute he had felt that he was choked. As he had struggled while one woman pulled at his watch and the other searched for his purse, struggling, alas, unsuccessfully, the man had endeavored to quiet him by kneeling on his chest, strangling him with his own necktie, and pressing hard on his gullet. It was a treatment which, after a few seconds of vigorous practice, is apt to leave the patient for a while disconcerted and unwilling to speak. "Say a word, if you can," whispered Lopez, looking into the other man's face with anxious eyes. At the moment there came across Wharton's mind a remembrance that he had behaved very badly to his friend, and some sort of vague misty doubt whether all this evil had not befallen him because of his misconduct. But he knew at the same time that Lopez was not responsible for the evil, and dismayed as he had been, still he recalled enough of the nature of the struggle in which he had been engaged to be aware that Lopez had befriended him gallantly. He could not even yet speak, but he saw the blood trickling down his friend's temple and forehead, and lifting up his hand, touched the spot with his fingers. Lopez also put his hand up and drew it away covered with blood. "Oh," said he, "that does not signify in the least. I got a knock, I know, and I am afraid I have lost my hat, but I'm not hurt." "Oh dear!" The word was uttered with a low sigh. Then there was a pause, during which Lopez supported the sufferer. "I thought that it was all over with me at one moment." "You will be better now." "Oh yes. My watch is gone." "I fear it is," said Lopez. "And my purse," said Wharton, collecting his strength together sufficiently to search for his treasures. "I had 8 5-pound notes in it." "Never mind your money or your watch, if your bones are not broken." "It's a bore all the same to lose every shilling that one has." Then they walked very slowly away towards the steps at the Duke of York's column, Wharton regaining his strength as he went, but still able to progress but leisurely. Lopez had not found his hat, and being covered with blood, was, as far as appearances went, in a worse plight than the other. At the foot of the steps they met a policeman, to whom they told their story, and who, as a matter of course, was filled with an immediate desire to arrest them both. To the policeman's mind, it was most distressing that a bloody-faced man, without a hat, with a companion almost too weak to walk, should not be conveyed to a police station. But after 10 minutes' parley, during which Wharton sat on the bottom step and Lopez explained all the circumstances, he consented to get them a cab, to take their address, and then to go alone to the station and make his report. That the thieves had got off with their plunder was only too manifest. Lopez took the injured man home to the house in Manchester Square, and then returned in the same cab, hatless, to his own lodgings. As he returned, he applied his mind to think how he could turn the events of the evening to his own use. He did not believe that Everett Wharton was severely hurt. Indeed, there might be a question whether in the morning his own injury would not be the most severe, but the immediate effect on the flustered and despoiled unfortunate one had been great enough to justify Lopez in taking strong steps, if strong steps could in any way benefit himself. Would it be best to publish this affair on the housetops, or to bury it in the shade, as nearly as it might be buried? He had determined in his own mind that his friend certainly had been tipsy. In no other way could his conduct be understood. And a row with a tipsy man at midnight in the park is not, at first sight, creditable. But it could be made to have a better appearance if told by himself than if published from other quarters. The old housekeeper at Manchester Square must know something about it, and would, of course, tell what she knew, and the loss of the money and the watch must in all probability be made known. Before he had reached his own door, he had quite made up his mind that he himself would tell the story after his own fashion. And he told it before he went to bed that night. He washed the blood from his face and head, and cut away a part of the clotted hair, and then wrote a letter to old Mr. Wharton at Wharton Hall. And between 3 and 4 in the morning he went out and posted his letter in the nearest pillar, so that it might go down by the day mail, and certainly be preceded by no other written tidings. The letter which he sent was as follows: Dear Mr. Wharton, I regret to have to send you an account of a rather serious accident which has happened to Everett. I am now writing at 3 a.m., having just taken him home, and it occurred at about midnight. You may be quite sure that there is no danger, or I should have advertised you by telegram. There is nothing doing in town, and therefore, as the night was fine, we very foolishly agreed to walk round St. James's Park late after dinner. It is a kind of thing that nobody does, but we did it. When we had nearly got round, I was in a hurry, whereas Everett was for strolling slowly, and so I went on before him. But I was hardly 200 yards in front of him before he was attacked by 3 persons, a man and 2 women. The man, I presume, came upon him from behind, but he has not sufficiently collected his thoughts to remember exactly what occurred. I heard the scuffle, and of course turned back, and was luckily in time to get up before he was seriously hurt. I think the man would otherwise have strangled him. I am sorry to say that he lost both his watch and purse. He undoubtedly has been very much shaken, and altogether knocked out of time, as people say. Excuse the phrase, because I think it will best explain what I want you to understand. The man's hand at his throat must have stopped his breathing for some seconds. He certainly has received no permanent injury, but I should not wonder if he should be unwell for some days. I tell you all exactly as it occurred, as it strikes me that you may like to run up to town for a day just to look at him. But you need not do so on the score of any danger. Of course he will see a doctor tomorrow. There did not seem to be any necessity for calling one up tonight. We did give notice to the police as we were coming home, but I fear the ruffians had ample time for escape. He was too weak, and I was too fully employed with him to think of pursuing them at the time. Of course he is at Manchester Square. Most faithfully yours, Ferdinand Lopez. He did not say a word about Emily, but he knew that Emily would see the letter and would perceive that he had been the means of preserving her brother, and in regard to the old barrister himself, Lopez thought that the old man could not but feel grateful for his conduct. He had, in truth, behaved very well to Everett. He had received a heavy blow on the head in young Wharton's defence, of which he was determined to make good use, though he had thought it expedient to say nothing about the blow in his letter. Surely it would all help. Surely the paternal mind would be softened towards him, when the father should be made to understand how great had been his service to the son. That Everett would make little of what had been done for him he did not in the least fear. Everett Wharton was sometimes silly, but he was never ungenerous. In spite of his night's work, Lopez was in Manchester Square before 9 on the following morning, and on the side of his brow he bore a great patch of black plaster. "My head is very thick," he said, laughing, when Everett asked after his wound. "But it would have gone badly with me if the ruffian had struck an inch lower. I suppose my hat saved me, though I remember very little. Yes, old fellow, I have written to your father, and I think he will come up. It is better that it should be so." "There is nothing the matter with me," said Everett. "One didn't quite know last night whether there was or no. At any rate, his coming won't hurt you. It's always well to have your banker near you when your funds are low." Then after a pause, Everett made his apology. "I know I made a great ass of myself last night. Don't think about it. I used a word I shouldn't have used, and I beg your pardon. Not another word, Everett. Between you and me things can't go wrong. We love each other too well." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Surrender. The letter given in the previous chapter was received at Wharton Hall late in the evening of the day on which it was written, and was discussed among all the Whartons that night. Of course there was no doubt as to the father's going up to town on the morrow. The letter was just such a letter as would surely make a man run to his son's bedside. Had the son written himself, it would have been different. But the fact that the letter had come from another man seemed to be evidence that the poor sufferer could not write. Perhaps the urgency with which Lopez had sent off his dispatch, getting his account of the fray ready for the very early day mail, though the fray had not taken place till midnight, did not impress them sufficiently when they accepted this as evidence of Everett's dangerous condition. At this conference at Wharton very little was said about Lopez, but there was a general feeling that he had behaved well. "It was very odd that they should have parted in the park," said Sir Alured. "But very lucky that they should not have parted sooner," said John Fletcher. If a grain of suspicion against Lopez might have been set afloat in their minds by Sir Alured's suggestion, it was altogether dissipated by John Fletcher's reply, for everybody there knew that John Fletcher carried common sense for the two families. Of course they all hated Ferdinand Lopez, but nothing could be extracted from the incident, as far as its details were yet known to them, which could be turned to his injury. While they sat together discussing the matter in the drawing-room, Emily Wharton hardly said a word. She uttered a little shriek when the account of the affair was first read to her, and then listened with silent attention to what was said around her. When there had seemed for a moment to be a doubt, or rather a question, for there had been no doubt, whether her father should go at once to London, she had spoken just a word. "Of course you will go, papa." After that she said nothing till she came to him in his own room. "Of course I will go with you to-morrow, papa." "I don't think that will be necessary." "Oh yes, think how wretched I should be." "I would telegraph to you immediately." "And I shouldn't believe the telegraph. Don't you know how it always is? Besides, we have been more than the usual time. We were to go to town in 10 days, and you would not think of returning to fetch me. Of course I will go with you. I have already begun to pack my things, and Jane is now at it." Her father, not knowing how to oppose her, yielded, and Emily, before she went to bed, had made the ladies of the house aware that she also intended to start the next morning at 8 o'clock. During the first part of the journey very little was said between Mr. Wharton and Emily. There were other persons in the carriage, and she, though she had determined in some vague way that she would speak some words to her father before she reached their own house, had still wanted time to resolve what those words should be. But before she had reached Gloucester she had made up her mind, and going on from Gloucester she found herself for a time alone with her father. She was sitting opposite to him, and after conversing for a while she touched his knee with her hand. "Papa," she said, "I suppose I must now have to meet Mr. Lopez in Manchester Square." "Why should you have to meet Mr. Lopez in Manchester Square?" "Of course he will come there to see Everett. After what has occurred you can hardly forbid him the house. He has saved Everett's life." "I don't know that he has done anything of the kind," said Mr. Wharton, who was vacillating between different opinions. He did in his heart believe that the Portuguese whom he so hated had saved his son from the thieves, and he also had almost come to the conviction that he must give his daughter to the man, but at the same time he could not yet bring himself to abandon his opposition to the marriage. "Perhaps you think the story is not true." "I don't doubt the story in the least. Of course one man sticks to another in such an affair, and I have no doubt that Mr. Lopez behaved as any English gentleman would." "Any English gentleman, papa, would have to come afterwards and see the friend he has saved. Don't you think so?" "Oh yes, he might call." "And Mr. Lopez will have an additional reason for calling, and I know he will come. Don't you think he will come?" "I don't want to think anything about it," said the father. "But I want you to think about it, papa. Papa, I know you are not indifferent to my happiness." "I hope you know it." "I do know it. I am quite sure of it. And therefore I don't think you ought to be afraid to talk to me about what must concern my happiness so greatly. As far as my own self and my own will are concerned, I consider myself given away to Mr. Lopez already. Nothing but his marrying some other woman, or his death, would make me think of myself otherwise than as belonging to him. I am not a bit ashamed of owning my love to you, nor to him if the opportunity were allowed me. I don't think there should be concealment about anything so important between people who are dear to each other. I have told you that I will do whatever you bid me about him. If you say that I shall not speak to him or see him, I will not speak to him or see him willingly. You certainly need not be afraid that I should marry him without your leave." "I am not in the least afraid of it. But I think you should think over what you are doing, and I am quite sure of this, that you must tell me what I am to do in regard to receiving Mr. Lopez in Manchester Square." Mr. Wharton listened attentively to what his daughter said to him, shaking his head from time to time, as though almost equally distracted by her passive obedience and by her passionate protestations of love. But he said nothing. When she had completed her supplication, he threw himself back in the seat, and after a while took his book. It may be doubted whether he read much, for the question as to his girl's happiness was quite as near his heart as she could wish it to be. It was late in the afternoon before they reached Manchester Square, and they were both happy to find that they were not troubled by Mr. Lopez at the first moment. Everett was at home and in bed, and had not indeed as yet recovered from the effect of the man's knuckles at his windpipe. But he was well enough to assure his father and sister that they need not have disturbed themselves or hurried their return from Herefordshire on his account. "To tell the truth," said he, "Ferdinand Lopez was hurt worse than I was." "He said nothing of being hurt himself," said Mr. Wharton. "How was he hurt?" asked Emily in the quietest, stillest voice. "The fact is," said Everett, beginning to tell the whole story after his own fashion. "If he hadn't been at hand then, there would have been an end of me. We had separated, you know." What could make two men separate from each other in the darkness of St. James's Park? Well, to tell the truth, we had quarrelled. I had made an ass of myself. You need not go into that any further, except that you should know that it was all my fault. Of course it wasn't a real quarrel. When he said this, Emily, who was sitting close to his bed-head, pressed his arm under the clothes with her hand. But I had said something rough, and he had gone on just to put an end to it. "It was uncommonly foolish," said old Wharton. "It was very foolish going round the park at all at that time of night." "No doubt, sir, but it was my doing, and if he had not gone with me, I should have gone alone." Here there was another pressure. I was a little low in spirits, and wanted the walk. "But how is he hurt?" asked the father. "The man who was kneeling on me and squeezing the life out of me jumped up when he heard Lopez coming, and struck him over the head with a bludgeon. I heard the blow, though I was pretty well done for at the time myself. I don't think they hit me, but they got something round my neck, and I was half strangled before I knew what they were doing. Poor Lopez bled horribly, but he says he is none the worse for it." Here there was another little pressure under the bedclothes, for Emily felt that her brother was pleading for her in every word that he said. About 10 on the following morning, Lopez came and asked for Mr. Wharton. He was shown into the study, where he found the old man, and at once began to give his account of the whole concern in an easy, unconcerned manner. He had the large black patch on the side of his head, which had been so put on as almost to become him, but it was so conspicuous as to force a question respecting it from Mr. Wharton. "I am afraid you got rather a sharp knock yourself, Mr. Lopez." "I did get a knock, certainly, but the odd part of it is that I knew nothing about it till I found the blood in my eyes after they had decamped. But I lost my hat, and there is a rather long cut just above the temple. It hasn't done me the slightest harm. The worst of it was that they got off with Everett's watch and money." "Had he much money?" £40, and Lopez shook his head, thereby signifying that £40 at the present moment was more than Everett Wharton could afford to lose. Upon the whole, he carried himself very well, ingratiating himself with the father, raising no question about the daughter, and saying as little as possible of himself. He asked whether he could go up and see his friend, and of course was allowed to do so. A minute before he entered the room Emily left it. They did not see each other. At any rate, he did not see her. But there was a feeling with both of them that the other was close, and there was something present to them, almost amounting to conviction, that the accident of the park robbery would be good for them. "He certainly did save Everett's life," Emily said to her father the next day. "Whether he did or not, he did his best," said Mr. Wharton. "When one's dearest relation is concerned," said Emily, "and when his life has been saved, one feels that one has to be grateful, even if it has been an accident. I hope he knows, at any rate, that I am grateful." The old man had not been a week in London before he knew that he had absolutely lost the game. Mrs. Roby came back to her house round the corner, ostensibly with the object of assisting her relatives in nursing Everett, a purpose for which she certainly was not needed. But as the matter progressed, Mr. Wharton was not without suspicion that her return had been arranged by Ferdinand Lopez. She took upon herself, at any rate, to be loud in the praise of the man who had saved the life of her darling nephew, and to see that others also should be loud in his praise. In a little time all London had heard of the affair, and it had been discussed out of London. Down at Gatherum Castle the matter had been known, or partly known, but the telling of it had always been to the great honour and glory of the hero. Major Pountney had almost broken his heart over it, and Captain Gunner, writing to his friend from the Curragh, had asserted his knowledge that it was all a got-up thing between the two men. The breakfast-table and the evening pulpit had been loud in praise of Lopez, but the People's Banner, under the management of Mr. Quintus Slide, had naturally thrown much suspicion on the incident when it became known to the editor that Ferdinand Lopez had been entertained by the Duke and Duchess of Omnium. We have always felt some slight doubts as to the details of the affair said to have happened about a fortnight ago, just at midnight, in St. James's Park. We should be glad to know whether the policemen have succeeded in tracing any of the stolen property, or whether any real attempt to trace it has been made. This was one of the paragraphs, and it was hinted still more plainly afterwards that Everett Wharton, being short of money, had arranged the plan with the view of opening his father's purse. But the general effect was certainly serviceable to Lopez. Emily Wharton did believe him to be a hero. Everett was beyond measure grateful to him, not only for having saved him from the thieves, but also for having told nothing of his previous folly. Mrs. Roby always alluded to the matter as if, for all coming ages, every Wharton ought to acknowledge that gratitude to a Lopez was the very first duty of life. The old man felt the absurdity of much of this, but still it affected him. When Lopez came, he could not be rough to the man who had done a service to his son, and then he found himself compelled to do something. He must either take his daughter away, or he must yield. But his power of taking his daughter away seemed to be less than it had been. There was an air of quiet, unmerited suffering about her, which quelled him. And so he yielded. It was after this fashion. Whether affected by the violence of the attack made on him, or from other cause, Everett had been unwell after the affair, and had kept his room for a fortnight. During this time Lopez came to see him daily, and daily Emily Wharton had to take herself out of the man's way, and hide herself from the man's sight. This she did with much tact, and with ladylike quietness, but not without an air of martyrdom, which cut her father to the quick. "My dear," he said to her one evening, as she was preparing to leave the drawing-room on hearing his knock, "stop and see him if you like it." "Papa!" "I don't want to make you wretched. If I could have died first, and got out of the way, perhaps it would have been better." "Papa, you will kill me if you speak in that way. If there is anything to say to him, do you say it." And then she escaped. Well, it was an added bitterness, but no doubt it was his duty. If he did intend to consent to the marriage, it certainly was for him to signify that consent to the man. It would not be sufficient that he should get out of the way, and leave his girl to act for herself, as though she had no friend in the world. The surrender which he had made to his daughter had come from a sudden impulse at the moment, but it could not now be withdrawn. So he stood out on the staircase, and when Lopez came up his way to Everett's bedroom, he took him by the arm and led him into the drawing-room. "Mr. Lopez," he said, "you know that I have not been willing to welcome you into my house as a son-in-law. There are reasons on my mind, perhaps prejudices, which are strong against it. They are as strong now as ever. But she wishes it, and I have the utmost reliance on her constancy." "So have I," said Lopez. "Stop for a moment, if you please, sir. In such a position a father's thought is only as to his daughter's happiness and prosperity. It is not his own that he should consider. I hear you well spoken of in the outer world, and I do not know that I have a right to demand of my daughter that she should tear you from her affections, because you are not just such as I would have her husband to be. You have my permission to see her." Then, before Lopez could say a word, he left the room and took his hat and hurried away to his club. As he went, he was aware that he had made no terms at all, but then he was inclined to think that no terms should be made. There seemed to be a general understanding that Lopez was doing well in the world, in a profession of the working of which Mr. Wharton himself knew absolutely nothing. He had a large fortune at his own bestowal, intended for his daughter, which would have been forthcoming at the moment, and paid down on the nail, had she married Arthur Fletcher. The very way in which the money should be invested and tied up and made to be safe and comfortable to the Fletcher-cum-Wharton interests generally, had been fully settled among them. But now this other man, this stranger, this Portuguese, had entered in upon the inheritance. But the stranger, the Portuguese, must wait. Mr. Wharton knew himself to be an old man. She was his child, and he would not wrong her. But she should have her money closely settled upon herself on his death, and on her children, should she then have any. It should be done by his will. He would say nothing about money to Lopez, and if Lopez should, as was probable, ask after his daughter's fortune, he would answer to this effect. Thus he almost resolved that he would give his daughter to the man without any inquiry as to the man's means. The thing had to be done, and he would take no further trouble about it. The comfort of his life was gone. His home would no longer be a home to him. His daughter could not now be his companion. The sooner that death came to him, the better. But till death should come, he must console himself as well as he could by playing whist at the Eldon. It was after this fashion that Mr. Wharton thought of the coming marriage between his daughter and her lover. "I have your father's consent to marry your sister," said Ferdinand, immediately on entering Everett's room. "I knew it must come soon," said the invalid. "I cannot say that it has been given in the most gracious manner, but it has been given very clearly. I have his express permission to see her. Those were his last words." Then there was a sending of notes between the sick room and the sick man's sister's room. Everett wrote, and Ferdinand wrote, and Emily wrote, short lines each of them, with a few words scrawled. The last from Emily was as follows: "Let him go into the drawing-room. E.W." And so Ferdinand went down to meet his love, to encounter her for the first time as her recognized future husband and engaged lover. Passionate, declared, and thorough as was her love for this man, the familiar intercourse between them had hitherto been very limited. There had been little, we may perhaps say none, of that dalliance between them which is so delightful to the man, and so wondrous to the girl, till custom had staled the edge of it. He had never sat with his arm round her waist. He had rarely even held her hand in his for a happy, recognized pause of a few seconds. He had never kissed even her brow. And there she was now standing before him, all his own, absolutely given to him, with the fullest assurance of love on her part, and with the declared consent of her father. Even he had been a little confused as he opened the door. Even he, as he paused to close it behind him, had had to think how he would address her, and perhaps had thought in vain. But he had not a moment for any thought after entering the room. Whether it was his doing or hers he hardly knew, but she was in his arms, and her lips were pressed to his, and his arm was tight round her waist, holding her close to his breast. It seemed as though all that was wanting had been understood in a moment, and as though they had lived together and loved for the last 12 months with the fullest mutual confidence, and she was the first to speak. Ferdinand, I am so happy. Are you happy? My love, my darling. You have never doubted me, I know, since you first knew it. Doubted you, my girl? That I would be firm. And now papa has been good to me, and how quickly one's sorrow is over. I am yours, my love, for ever and ever. You knew it before, but I like to tell you. I will be true to you in everything. Oh, my love. He had but little to say to her, but we know that for lovers lacking matter, the cleanliest shift is to kiss. In such moments silence charms, and almost any words are unsuitable, except those soft bird-like murmurings of love, which, sweet as they are to the ear, can hardly be so written as to be sweet to the reader. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The marriage. The engagement was made in October, and the marriage took place in the latter part of November. When Lopez pressed for an early day, which he did very strongly, Emily raised no difficulties in the way of his wishes. The father, foolishly enough, would at first have postponed it, and made himself so unpleasant to Lopez by his manner of doing this, that the bride was driven to take her lover's part. As the thing was to be done, what was to be gained by delay? It could not be made a joy to him, nor looking at the matter as he looked at it, could he make a joy even of her presence during the few intervening weeks. Lopez proposed to take his bride into Italy for the winter months, and to stay there, at any rate, through December and January, alleging that he must be back in town by the beginning of February, and this was taken as a fair plea for hastening the marriage. When the matter was settled, he went back to Gatherum Castle, as he had arranged to do with the Duchess, and managed to interest her Grace in all his proceedings. She promised that she would call on his bride in town, and even went so far as to send her a costly wedding present. "You are sure she has got money?" said the Duchess. "I am not sure of anything," said Lopez, "except this, and I do not mean to ask a single question about it. If he says nothing to me about money, I certainly shall say nothing to him. My feeling is this, Duchess. I am not marrying Miss Wharton for her money. The money, if there be any, has had nothing to do with it. But of course it will be a pleasure added if it be there." The Duchess complimented him, and told him that this was exactly as it should be. But there was some delay as to the seat for Silverbridge. Mr. Grey's departure for Persia had been postponed. The Duchess thought only for a month or 6 weeks. The Duke, however, was of opinion that Mr. Grey should not vacate his seat till the day of his going was at any rate fixed. The Duke, moreover, had not made any promise of supporting his wife's favourite. "Don't set your heart upon it too much, Mr. Lopez," the Duchess had said, "but you may be sure I will not forget you." Then it had been settled between them that the marriage should not be postponed, or the proposed trip to Italy abandoned, because of the probable vacancy at Silverbridge. Should the vacancy occur during his absence, and should the Duke consent, he could return at once. All this occurred in the last week or two before his marriage. There were various little incidents which did not tend to make the happiness of Emily Wharton complete. She wrote to her cousin Mary Wharton, and also to Lady Wharton, and her father wrote to Sir Alured, but the folk at Wharton Hall did not give in their adherence. Old Mrs. Fletcher was still there, But John Fletcher had gone home to Longbarns. The obduracy of the Whartons might probably be owing to these two accidents. Mrs. Fletcher declared aloud, as soon as the tidings reached her, that she never wished to see or hear anything more of Emily Wharton. She must be a girl, said Mrs. Fletcher, of an ingrained vulgar taste. Sir Alured, whose letter from Mr. Wharton had been very short, replied as shortly to his cousin, "Dear Abel, we all hope that Emily will be happy, though of course we regret the marriage." The father, though he had not himself written triumphantly or even hopefully, as fathers are wont to write when their daughters are given away in marriage, was wounded by the curtness and unkindness of the baronet's reply, and at the moment declared to himself that he would never go to Herefordshire any more. But on the following day there came a worse blow than Sir Alured's single line. Emily, not in the least doubting but that her request would be received with the usual ready assent, had asked Mary Wharton to be one of her bridesmaids. It must be supposed that the answer to this was written, if not under the dictation, at any rate under the inspiration of Mrs. Fletcher. It was as follows: "Dear Emily, of course we all wish you to be very happy in your marriage, but equally of course we are all disappointed. We had taught ourselves to think that you would have bound yourself closer with us down here, instead of separating yourself entirely from us. Under all the circumstances, mamma thinks it would not be wise for me to go up to London as one of your bridesmaids. Your affectionate cousin, Mary Wharton." This letter made poor Emily very angry for a day or two. "It is as unreasonable as it is ill-natured," she said to her brother. "What else could you expect from a stiff-necked, prejudiced set of provincial ignoramuses? What Mary says is not true. She did not think that I was going to bind myself closer with them, as she calls it. I have been quite open with her, and have always told her that I could not be Arthur Fletcher's wife." "Why on earth should you marry to please them?" "Because they don't know Ferdinand, they are determined to insult him. It is an insult never to mention even his name, and to refuse to come to my marriage. The world is wide, and there is room for us and them, but it makes me unhappy, very unhappy, that I should have to break with them." And then the tears came into her eyes. It was intended, no doubt, to be a complete breach, for not a single wedding present was sent from Wharton Hall to the bride. But from Longbarns, from John Fletcher himself, there did come an elaborate coffee-pot, which in spite of its inutility and ugliness was very valuable to Emily. But there was one other of her old Herefordshire friends who received the tidings of her marriage without quarrelling with her. She herself had written to her old lover, "My dear Arthur, there has been so much true friendship and affection between us that I do not like to think that you should hear from any one but myself the news that I am going to be married to Mr. Lopez. We are to be married on the 28th of November, this day month. Yours affectionately, Emily Wharton." To this she received a very short reply: "Dear Emily, I am, as I always have been, yours, A.F." He sent her no present, nor did he say a word to her beyond this. But in her anger against the Herefordshire people she never included Arthur Fletcher. She pored over the little note a score of times, and wept over it, and treasured it up among her inmost treasures, and told herself that it was 1,000 pities. She could talk, and did talk, to Ferdinand about the Whartons, and about old Mrs. Fletcher, and described to him the arrogance, and the stiffness, and the ignorance of the Herefordshire squirearchy generally, but she never spoke to him of Arthur Fletcher, except in that one narrative of her past life, in which, girl-like, she told her lover of the one other lover who had loved her. But these things, of course, gave a certain melancholy to the occasion, which perhaps was increased by the season of the year, by the November fogs, and by the emptiness and general sadness of the town. And added to this was the melancholy of old Mr. Wharton himself. After he had given his consent to the marriage, he admitted a certain amount of intimacy with his son-in-law, asking him to dinner, and discussing with him matters of general interest, but never in truth opening his heart to him. Indeed, how can any man open his heart to one whom he dislikes? At best, he can only pretend to open his heart, and even this Mr. Wharton would not do. And very soon after the engagement, Lopez left London and went to the Duke's place in the country. His objects in doing this, and his aspirations in regard to a seat in Parliament, were all made known to his future wife, but he said not a word on the subject to her father, and she, acting under his instructions, was equally reticent. "He will get to know me in time," he said to her, "and his manner will be softened towards me. But till that time shall come, I can hardly expect him to take a real interest in my welfare." When Lopez left London, not a word had been said between him and his father-in-law as to money. Mr. Wharton was content with such silence, not wishing to make any promise as to immediate income from himself, pretending to look at the matter as though he should say that, as his daughter had made for herself her own bed, she must lie on it, such as it might be. And this silence certainly suited Ferdinand Lopez at the time. To tell the truth of him, though he was not absolutely penniless, he was altogether propertyless. He had been speculating in money without capital, and though he had now and again been successful, he had also now and again failed. He had contrived that his name should be mentioned here and there with the names of well-known wealthy commercial men, and had for the last 12 months made up a somewhat intimate alliance with that very sound commercial man, Mr. Mills Happerton. But his dealings with Mr. Sextus Parker were in truth much more confidential than those with Mr. Mills Happerton, and at the present moment poor Sexty Parker was alternately between triumph and despair, as things went this way or that. It was not, therefore, surprising that Ferdinand Lopez should volunteer no statements to the old lawyer about money, and that he should make no inquiries. He was quite confident that Mr. Wharton had the wealth which was supposed to belong to him, and was willing to trust to his power of obtaining a fair portion of it as soon as he should in truth be Mr. Wharton's son-in-law. Situated as he was, of course he must run some risk. And then, too, he had spoken of himself with a grain of truth when he had told the Duchess that he was not marrying for money. Ferdinand Lopez was not an honest man or a good man. He was a self-seeking, intriguing adventurer, who did not know honesty from dishonesty when he saw them together. But he had at any rate this good about him, that he did love the girl whom he was about to marry. He was willing to cheat all the world so that he might succeed and make a fortune and become a big and a rich man, but he did not wish to cheat her. It was his ambition now to carry her up with him, and he thought how he might best teach her to assist him in doing so, how he might win her to help him in his cheating, especially in regard to her own father. For to himself, to his own thinking, that which we call cheating was not dishonesty. To his thinking there was something bold, grand, picturesque, and almost beautiful in the battle which such a one as himself must wage with the world before he could make his way up in it. He would not pick a pocket, or turn a false card, or, as he thought, forge a name. That which he did, and desired to do, took with him the name of speculation. When he persuaded poor Sexty Parker to hazard his all, knowing well that he induced the unfortunate man to believe what was false, and to trust what was utterly untrustworthy, he did not himself think that he was going beyond the lines of fair enterprise. Now in his marriage he had in truth joined himself to real wealth. Could he only command at once that which he thought ought to be his wife's share of the lawyer's money, he did not doubt but that he could make a rapid fortune. It would not do for him to seem to be desirous of the money a day before the time. But when the time should come, would not his wife help him in his great career? But before she could do so, she must be made to understand something of the nature of that career and of the need of such aid. Of course there arose the question where they should live, but he was ready with an immediate answer to this question. He had been to look at a flat, a set of rooms, in the Belgrave mansions, in Pimlico, or Belgravia, as you ought more probably to call it. He proposed to take them furnished till they could look about at their leisure and get a house that should suit them. Would she like a flat? She would have liked a cellar with him, and so she told him. Then they went to look at the flat, and old Mr. Wharton condescended to go with them. Though his heart was not in the business, still he thought that he was bound to look after his daughter's comfort. "They are very handsome rooms," said Mr. Wharton, looking round upon the rather gorgeous furniture. "Oh, Ferdinand, are they not too grand?" said Emily. "Perhaps they are a little more than we quite want at present," he said. "But I'll tell you, sir, just how it happened. A man I know wanted to let them for 1 year, just as they are, and offered them to me for £450, if I could pay the money in advance, at the moment. And so I paid it." "You have taken them, then?" said Mr. Wharton. "Is it all settled?" said Emily, almost with disappointment. "I have paid the money, and I have so far taken them, but it is by no means settled. You have only to say you don't like them, and you shall never be asked to put your foot in them again." "But I do like them," she whispered to him. "The truth is, sir, that there is not the slightest difficulty in parting with them, so that when the chance came in my way, I thought it best to secure the thing. It had all to be done, so to say, in an hour. My friend, as far as he was a friend, for I don't know much about him, wanted the money, and wanted to be off. So here they are, and Emily can do as she likes." Of course the rooms were regarded from that moment as the home for the next 12 months of Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand Lopez. And then they were married. The marriage was by no means a gay affair, the chief management of it falling into the hands of Mrs. Dick Roby. Mrs. Dick, indeed, provided not only the breakfast, or saw rather that it was provided, for of course Mr. Wharton paid the bill, but the 4 bridesmaids also, and all the company. They were married in the church in Vere Street, then went back to the house in Manchester Square, and within a couple of hours were on their road to Dover. Through it all, not a word was said about money. At the last moment, when he was free from fear as to any questions about his own affairs, Lopez had hoped that the old man would say something. "You will find so many £1,000 at your banker's, or you may look to me for so many hundreds a year." But there was not a word. The girl had come to him without the assurance of a single shilling. In his great endeavour to get her he had been successful. As he thought of this in the carriage, he pressed his arm close round her waist. If the worst were to come to the worst, he would fight the world for her. But if this old man should be stubborn, close-fisted, and absolutely resolved to bestow all his money upon his son because of this marriage, how should he be able to bear such a wrong as that? Half a dozen times during that journey to Dover he resolved to think nothing further about it, at any rate for a fortnight, and yet before he reached Dover he had said a word to her. "I wonder what your father means to do about money. He never told you." "Not a word." "It is very odd that he should never have said anything." "Does it matter, dear?" "Not in the least. But of course I have to talk about everything to you, and it is odd." Chapter 25 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The beginning of the honeymoon. On the morning of his marriage, before he went to the altar, Lopez made one or two resolutions as to his future conduct. The first was that he would give himself a fortnight from his marriage day in which he would not even think of money. He had made certain arrangements, in the course of which he had caused Sextus Parker to stare with surprise and to sweat with dismay, but which nevertheless were successfully concluded. Bills were drawn to run over to February, and ready money to a moderate extent was forthcoming, and fiscal tranquillity was ensured for a certain short period. The confidence which Sextus Parker had once felt in his friend's own resources was somewhat on the decline, but he still believed in his friend's skill and genius, and after due inquiry he believed entirely in his friend's father-in-law. Sextus Parker still thought that things would come round. Ferdinand, he always now called his friend by his Christian name, Ferdinand was beautifully, seraphically confident, and Sexty, who had been in a manner magnetized by Ferdinand, was confident too, at certain periods of the day. He was very confident when he had had his 2 or 3 glasses of sherry at luncheon, and he was often delightfully confident with his cigar and brandy and water at night. But there were periods in the morning in which he would shake with fear and sweat with dismay. But Lopez himself, having with his friend's assistance arranged his affairs comfortably for a month or two, had, as a first resolution, promised himself a fortnight's freedom from all carking cares. His second resolution had been that at the end of the fortnight he would commence his operations on Mr. Wharton. Up to the last moment he had hoped, had almost expected, that a sum of money would have been paid to him. Even a couple of £1,000 for the time would have been of great use to him. But no tender of any kind had been made. Not a word had been said. Things could not, of course, go on in that way. He was not going to play the coward with his father-in-law. Then he bethought himself how he would act if his father-in-law were sternly to refuse to do anything for him, and he assured himself that in such circumstances he would make himself very disagreeable to his father-in-law. And then his third resolution had reference to his wife. She must be instructed in his ways. She must learn to look at the world with his eyes. She must be taught the great importance of money, not in a gripping, hard-fisted, prosaic spirit, but that she might participate in that feeling of his own which had in it so much that was grand, so much that was delightful, so much that was picturesque. He would never ask her to be parsimonious, never even to be economical. He would take a glory in seeing her well dressed and well attended, with her own carriage and her own jewels. But she must learn that the enjoyment of these things must be built upon a conviction that the most important pursuit in the world was the acquiring of money, and she must be made to understand, first of all, that she had a right to, at any rate, a half of her father's fortune. He had perceived that she had much influence with her father, and she must be taught to use this influence unscrupulously on her husband's behalf. We have already seen that under the pressure of his thoughts he did break his first resolution within an hour or two of his marriage. It is easy for a man to say that he will banish care, so that he may enjoy to the full the delights of the moment, but this is a power which none but a savage possesses, or perhaps an Irishman. We have learned the lesson from the divines, the philosophers, and the poets. Post equitem sedet atra cura. Thus was Ferdinand Lopez mounted high on his horse, for he had triumphed greatly in his marriage, and really felt that the world could give him no delight so great as to have her beside him, and her as his own. But the inky devil sat close upon his shoulders. Where would he be at the end of 3 months if Mr. Wharton would do nothing for him, and if a certain venture in guano, to which he had tempted Sexty Parker, should not turn out the right way? He believed in the guano, and he believed in Mr. Wharton, but it is a terrible thing to have one's whole position in the world hanging upon either an unwilling father-in-law or a probable rise in the value of manure. And then how would he reconcile himself to her if both father-in-law and guano should go against him, and how should he endure her misery? The inky devil had forced him to ask the question even before they had reached Dover. "Does it matter?" she had asked. Then for the time he had repudiated his solicitude, and had declared that no question of money was of much consequence to him, thereby making his future task with her so much the more difficult. After that he said nothing to her on the subject on that their wedding day, but he could not prevent himself from thinking of it. Had he gone to the depth of ruin without a wife, what would it have mattered? For years past he had been at the same kind of work, but while he was unmarried there had been a charm in the very danger, and as a single man he had succeeded, being sometimes utterly impecunious, but still with a capacity of living. Now he had laden himself with a burden of which the very intensity of his love immensely increased the weight. As for not thinking of it, that was impossible. Of course she must help him. Of course she must be taught how imperative it was that she should help him at once. "Is there anything troubles you?" she said, as she sat leaning against him after their dinner in the hotel at Dover. "What should trouble me on a day such as this? If there is anything, tell it me. I do not mean to say now, at this moment, unless you wish it. Whatever may be your troubles, it may be my greatest happiness, as it is my first duty, to lessen them if I can." The promise was very well. It all went in the right direction. It showed him that she was at any rate prepared to take a part in the joint work of their life, but nevertheless she should be spared for the moment. "When there is trouble you shall be told everything," he said, pressing his lips to her brow, "but there is nothing that need trouble you yet." He smiled as he said this, but there was something in the tone of his voice which told her that there would be trouble. When he was in Paris he received a letter from Parker, to whom he had been obliged to entrust a running address, but from whom he had enforced a promise that there should be no letter writing unless under very pressing circumstances. The circumstances had not been pressing. The letter contained only one paragraph of any importance, and that was due to what Lopez tried to regard as fidgety cowardice on the part of his ally. "Please bear in mind that I can't and won't arrange for the bills for £1,500 due 3rd February. That was the paragraph. Who had asked him to arrange for these bills? and yet Lopez was well aware that he intended that poor Sexty should arrange for them, in the event of his failure to make arrangements with Mr. Wharton. At last he was quite unable to let the fortnight pass without beginning the lessons which his wife had to learn. As for that first intention as to driving his cares out of his own mind for that time, he had long since abandoned even the attempt. It was necessary to him that a considerable sum of money should be extracted from the father-in-law, at any rate before the end of January, and a week or even a day might be of importance. They had hurried on southwards from Paris, and before the end of the first week had passed over the Simplon, and were at a pleasant inn on the shores of Como. Everything in their travels had been as yet delightful to Emily. This man, of whom she knew in truth so little, had certain good gifts of intellect, gifts of temper, gifts of voice and manner and outward appearance, which had hitherto satisfied her. A husband who is also an eager lover must be delightful to a young bride, and hitherto no lover could have been more tender than Lopez. Every word and every act, every look and every touch had been loving. Had she known the world better, she might have felt, perhaps, that something was expected where so much was given. Perhaps a rougher manner, with some little touch of marital self-assertion, might be a safer commencement of married life, safer to the wife as coming from her husband. Arthur Fletcher by this time would have asked her to bring him his slippers, taking infinite pride in having his little behests obeyed by so sweet a servitor. That also would have been pleasant to her, had her heart in the first instance followed his image. But now also the idolatry of Ferdinand Lopez had been very pleasant. But the moment for the first lesson had come. "Your father has not written to you since you started," he said. "Not a line. He has not known our address. He is never very good at letter-writing. I did write to him from Paris, and I scribbled a few words to Everett yesterday. It is very odd that he should never have written to me. Did you expect him to write? To tell you the truth, I rather did. Not that I should have dreamed of his corresponding with me had he spoken to me on a certain subject. But as on that subject he never opened his mouth to me, I almost thought he would write." "Do you mean about money?" she asked in a very low voice. "Well, yes, I do mean about money. Things hitherto have gone so very strangely between us. Sit down, dear, till we have a real domestic talk." "Tell me everything," she said, as she nestled herself close to his side. "You know how it was at first between him and me. He objected to me violently, I mean openly to my face, but he based his objection solely on my nationality and blood. As to my condition in the world, fortune or income, he never asked a word. That was strange. I suppose he thought he knew. He could not have thought he knew, dearest, but it was not for me to force the subject upon him. You can see that. I am sure whatever you did was right, Ferdinand. He is indisputably a rich man, one who might be supposed to be able and willing to give an only daughter a considerable fortune. Now I certainly had never thought of marrying for money." Here she rubbed her face upon his arm. "I felt that it was not for me to speak of money. If he chose to be reticent, I could be so equally. Had he asked me, I should have told him that I had no fortune, but was making a large, though precarious income. It would then be for him to declare what he intended to do. That would, I think, have been preferable. As it is, we are all in doubt. In my position, a knowledge of what your father intends to do would be most valuable to me. Should you not ask him? I believe there has always been a perfect confidence between you and him." certainly, as to all our ways of living, but he never said a word to me about money in his life. And yet, my darling, money is most important." "Of course it is. I know that, Ferdinand. Would you mind asking—" She did not answer him at once, but sat thinking, and he also paused before he went on with his lesson. But in order that the lesson should be efficacious, it would be as well that he should tell her as much as he could, even at this first lecture. To tell you the truth, this is quite essential to me at present, very much more than I had thought it would be when we fixed the day for our marriage." Her mind within her recoiled at this, though she was very careful that he should not feel any such motion in her body. "My business is precarious." "What is your business, Ferdinand?" Poor girl! That she should have been allowed to marry a man, and then have to ask such a question. "It is generally commercial. I buy and sell on speculation. The world, which is shy of new words, has not yet given it a name. I am a good deal at present in the South American trade." She listened, but received no glimmer of an idea from his words. "When we were engaged, everything was as bright as roses with me." "Why did you not tell me this before, so that we might have been more prudent?" "Such prudence would have been horrid to me. But the fact is that I should not now have spoken to you at all, but that since we left England I have had letters from a sort of partner of mine. In our business things will go astray sometimes. It would be of great service to me if I could learn what are your father's intentions." "You want him to give you some money at once." "It would not be unusual, dear, when there is money to be given. But I want you specially to ask him what he himself would propose to do. He knows already that I have taken a home for you and paid for it, and he knows— but it does not signify going into that. Tell me everything. He is aware that there are many expenses. Of course, if he were a poor man, there would not be a word about it. I can with absolute truth declare that had he been penniless, it would have made no difference as to my suit to you. But it would possibly have made some difference as to our after plans. He is a thorough man of the world, and he must know all that. I am sure he must feel that something is due to you, and to me as your husband. But he is odd-tempered, and as I have not spoken to him, he chooses to be silent to me. Now, my darling, you and I cannot afford to wait to see who can be silent the longest. What do you want me to do? To write to him, and ask him for money? Not exactly in that way. I think you should say that we should be glad to know what he intends to do, also saying that a certain sum of money would at present be of use to me. Would it not be better from you? I only ask, Ferdinand. I never have even spoken to him about money, and of course he would know that you had dictated what I said. No doubt he would. It is natural that I should do so. I hope the time may come when I may write quite freely to your father myself, but hitherto he has hardly been courteous to me. I would rather that you should write, if you do not mind it. Write your own letter and show it me. If there is anything too much or anything too little, I will tell you. And so the first lesson was taught. The poor young wife did not at all like the lesson. Even within her own bosom she found no fault with her husband, but she began to understand that the life before her was not to be a life of roses. The first word spoken to her in the train, before it reached Dover, had explained something of this to her. She had felt at once that there would be trouble about money, and now, though she did not at all understand what might be the nature of those troubles, though she had derived no information whatever from her husband's hints about the South American trade, though she was as ignorant as ever of his affairs, yet she felt that the troubles would come soon. But never for a moment did it seem to her that he had been unjust in bringing her into troubled waters. They had loved each other, and therefore, whatever might be the troubles, it was right that they should marry each other. There was not a spark of anger against him in her bosom, but she was unhappy. He demanded from her the writing of the letter almost immediately after the conversation which has been given above, and of course the letter was written and recopied, for the paragraph about the money was, of course, at last of his wording, and she could not make the remainder of the letter pleasant. The feeling that she was making a demand for money on her father ran through it all. But the reader need only see the passage in which Ferdinand Lopez made his demand through her hand. Ferdinand has been speaking to me about my fortune. It had gone much against the grain with her to write these words, my fortune. But I have no fortune, she said. He insisted, however, explaining to her that she was entitled to use these words by her father's undoubted wealth, and so, with an aching heart, she wrote them. Ferdinand has been speaking to me about my fortune. Of course, I told him that I knew nothing, and that as he had never spoken to me about money before our marriage, I had never asked about it. He says that it would be of great service to him to know what are your intentions, and also that he hopes you may find it convenient to allow him to draw upon you for some portion of it at present. He says that £3,000 would be of great use to him in his business. That was the paragraph, and the work of writing it was so distasteful to her that she could hardly bring herself to form the letters. It seemed as though she were seizing the advantage of the first moment of her freedom to take a violent liberty with her father. It is altogether his own fault, my pet, he said to her. I have the greatest respect in the world for your father, but he has allowed himself to fall into the habit of keeping all his affairs secret from his children. And of course, as they go out into the world, this secrecy must in some degree be invaded. There is precisely the same thing going on between him and Everett, only Everett is a great deal rougher to him than you are likely to be. He will never let Everett know whether he is to regard himself as a rich man or a poor man. He gives him an allowance, because he cannot help himself. To you he does not do even as much as that, because he can help himself. I have chosen to leave it to him, and he has done nothing. But this is not quite fair, and he must be told so. I don't think he could be told in more dutiful language. Emily did not like the idea of telling her father anything which he might not like to hear, but her husband's behests were to her, in these, her early married days, quite imperative. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The End of the Honeymoon. Mrs. Lopez had begged her father to address his reply to her at Florence, where, as she explained to him, they expected to find themselves within a fortnight from the date of her writing. They had reached the lake about the end of November, when the weather had still been fine, but they intended to pass the winter months of December and January within the warmth of the cities. That intervening fortnight was to her a period of painful anticipation. She feared to see her father's handwriting, feeling almost sure that he would be bitterly angry with her. During this time her husband frequently spoke to her about the letter, about her own letter, and her father's expected reply. It was necessary that she should learn her lesson, and she could only do so by having the subject of money made familiar to her ears. It was not a part of his plan to tell her anything of the means by which he hoped to make himself a wealthy man. The less she knew of that, the better. But the fact that her father absolutely owed to him a large amount of money as her fortune could not be made too clear to her. He was very desirous to do this in such a manner as not to make her think that he was accusing her, or that he would accuse her if the money were not forthcoming. But she must learn the fact, and must be imbued with the conviction that her husband would be the most ill-treated of men unless the money were forthcoming. "I am a little nervous about it, too," said he, alluding to the expected letter. "Not so much as to the money itself, though that is important, but as to his conduct. If he chooses simply to ignore us after our marriage, he will be behaving very badly." She had no answer to make to this. She could not defend her father, because by doing so she would offend her husband. And yet her whole lifelong trust in her father could not allow her to think it possible that he should behave ill to them. On their arrival at Florence, he went at once to the post-office, but there was as yet no letter. The fortnight, however, which had been named, had only just run itself out. They went on from day to day, inspecting buildings, looking at pictures, making for themselves a taste in marble and bronze, visiting the lovely villages which cluster on the hills round the city, doing precisely in this respect as do all young married couples who devote a part of their honeymoon to Florence. But in all their little journeyings and in all their work of pleasure, the inky devil sat not only behind him, but behind her also. The heavy care of life was already beginning to work furrows on her face. She would already sit, knitting her brow, as she thought of coming troubles. Would not her father certainly refuse? And would not her husband then begin to be less loving and less gracious to herself? Every day for a week he called at the post office when he went out with her, and still the letter did not come. "It can hardly be possible," he said at last to her, "that he should decline to answer his own daughter's letter." "Perhaps he is ill," she replied. "If there were anything of that kind, Everett would tell us." "Perhaps he has gone back to Herefordshire." "Of course his letter would go after him." "I own it is very singular to me that he should not write. It looks as though he were determined to cast you off from him altogether, because you have married against his wishes." "Not that, Ferdinand. Do not say that." "Well, we shall see." And on the next day they did see. He went to the post office before breakfast, and on this day he returned with a letter in his hand. She was sitting waiting for him with a book in her lap, and saw the letter at once. "Is it from papa?" she said. He nodded his head as he handed it to her. "Open it and read it, Ferdinand. I have got to be so nervous about it that I cannot do it. It seems to be so important." "Yes, it is important," he said with a grim smile, and then he opened the letter. She watched his face closely as he read it, and at first she could tell nothing from it. Then, in that moment, it first occurred to her that he had a wonderful command of his features. All this, however, lasted but half a minute. Then he chucked the letter lightly in among the teacups, and coming to her, took her closely in his arms, and almost hurt her by the violence of his repeated kisses. "Has he written kindly?" she said, as soon as she could find her breath to speak. "By George, he's a brick after all. I own I did not think it. My darling, how much I owe you for all the trouble I have given you." "Oh, Ferdinand, if he has been good to you, I shall be so happy. He has been awfully good. Ha, ha, ha." And then he began walking about the room as he laughed in an unnatural way. "Upon my word, it is a pity we didn't say 4,000 or 5, thinking of his taking me just at my word. It's a great deal better than I expected, that's all I can say, and at the present moment it is of the utmost importance to me." All this did not take above a minute or two, but during that minute or two she had been so bewildered by his manner as almost to fancy that the expressions of his delight had been ironical. He had been so unlike himself as she had known him that she almost doubted the reality of his joy. But when she took the letter and read it, she found that his joy was true enough. The letter was very short, and was as follows: "My dear Emily, what you have said under your husband's instructions about money, I find upon consideration to be fair enough. I think he should have spoken to me before his marriage, but then again perhaps I ought to have spoken to him. As it is, I am willing to give him the sum he requires, and I will pay £3,000 to his account, if he would tell me where he would have it lodged. Then I shall think I have done my duty by him. What I shall do with the remainder of any money that I may have, I do not think he is entitled to ask. Everett is well again, and as idle as ever. Your Aunt Roby is making a fool of herself at Harrogate. I have heard nothing from Herefordshire. Everything is very quiet and lonely here. Your affectionate father, A. Wharton." As he had dined at the Eldon every day since his daughter had left him, and had played on an average a dozen rubbers of whist daily, he was not justified in complaining of the loneliness of London. The letter seemed to Emily herself to be very cold, and had not her husband rejoiced over it so warmly, she would have considered it to be unsatisfactory. No doubt the £3,000 would be given, but that, as far as she could understand her father's words, would be the whole of her fortune. She had never known anything of her father's affairs or of his intentions, but she had certainly supposed that her fortune would be very much more than this. She had learned in some indirect way that a large sum of money would have gone with her hand to Arthur Fletcher, could she have brought herself to marry that suitor favored by her family. And now, having learned, as she had learned, that money was of vital importance to her husband, she was dismayed at what seemed to her to be parental parsimony. But he was overjoyed, so much so that for a while he lost that restraint over himself which was habitual to him. He ate his breakfast in a state of exultation, and talked, not alluding specially to this £3,000, as though he had the command of almost unlimited means. He ordered a carriage and drove her out, and bought presents for her, things as to which they had both before decided that they should not be bought because of the expense. "Pray don't spend your money for me," she said to him. "It is nice to have you giving me things, but it would be nicer to me, even than that, to think that I could save you expense." But he was not in a mood to be denied. "You don't understand," he said. "I don't want to be saved from little extravagances of this sort. Owing to circumstances, your father's money was at this moment of importance to me, but he has answered to the whip, and the money is there, and that trouble is over. We can enjoy ourselves now. Other troubles will spring up, no doubt, before long." She did not quite like being told that her father had answered to the whip, but she was willing to believe that it was a phrase common among men, to which it would be prudish to make objection. There was also something in her husband's elation which was distasteful to her. Could it be that reverses of fortune with reference to moderate sums of money such as this, which was now coming into his hands, would always affect him in the same way? Was it not almost unmanly, or at any rate was it not undignified? And yet she tried to make the best of it, and lent herself to his holiday mood as well as she was able. "Shall I write and thank papa?" she said that evening. "I have been thinking of that," he said. "You can write if you like, and of course you will. But I also will write, and had better do so a post or two before you. As he has come round, I suppose I ought to show myself civil. What he says about the rest of his money is of course absurd. I shall ask him nothing about it, but no doubt after a bit he will make permanent arrangements. Everything in the business wounded her more or less. She now perceived that he regarded this £3,000 only as the first installment of what he might get, and that his joy was due simply to this temporary success. And then he called her father absurd to her face. For a moment she thought that she would defend her father, but she could not as yet bring herself to question her husband's words, even on such a subject as that. He did write to Mr. Wharton, but in doing so he altogether laid aside that flighty manner which for a while had annoyed her. He thoroughly understood that the wording of the letter might be very important to him, and he took much trouble with it. It must be now the great work of his life to ingratiate himself with this old man, so that, at any rate at the old man's death, he might possess at least half of the old man's money. He must take care that there should be no division between his wife and her father of such a nature as to make the father think that his son ought to enjoy any special privilege of primogeniture or of male inheritance. And if it could be so managed that the daughter should, before the old man's death, become his favorite child, that also would be well. He was therefore very careful about the letter, which was as follows: "My dear Mr. Wharton, I cannot let your letter to Emily pass without thanking you myself for the very liberal response made by you to what was of course a request from myself. Let me in the first place assure you that had you, before our marriage, made any inquiry about my money affairs, I would have told you everything with accuracy. But as you did not do so, I thought that I should seem to intrude upon you if I introduced the subject. It is too long for a letter, but whenever you may like to allude to it, you will find that I will be quite open with you. I am engaged in business which often requires the use of a considerable amount of capital. It has so happened that even since we were married, the immediate use of a sum of money became essential to me to save me from sacrificing a cargo of guano, which will be of greatly increased value in 3 months' time, but which otherwise must have gone for what it would now fetch. Your kindness will see me through that difficulty. Of course there is something precarious in such a business as mine, but I am endeavoring to make it less so from day to day, and hope very shortly to bring it into that humdrum groove which best befits a married man. Should I ask further assistance from you in doing this, perhaps you will not refuse it if I can succeed in making the matter clear to you. As it is, I thank you sincerely for what you have done. I will ask you to pay the £3,000 you have so kindly promised to my account at Messrs. Hunky and Sons, Lombard Street. They are not regular bankers, but I have an account there. We are wandering about and enjoying ourselves mightily in the properly romantic manner. Emily sometimes seems to think that she would like to give up business and London and all sublunary troubles in order that she might settle herself for life under an Italian sky. but the idea does not generally remain with her very long. Already she is beginning to show symptoms of homesickness in regard to Manchester Square. Yours always, most faithfully, Ferdinand Lopez. To this letter Lopez received no reply, nor did he expect one. Between Emily and her father a few letters passed, not very long, nor as regarded those from Mr. Wharton were they very interesting. In none of them, however, was there any mention of money. But early in January Lopez received a most pressing, we might say almost an agonizing letter from his friend Parker. The gist of the letter was to make Lopez understand that Parker must at once sell certain interests in the coming cargo of guano, at whatever sacrifice, unless he could be certified as to that money which must be paid in February, and which he, Parker, must pay, should Ferdinand Lopez be at that moment unable to meet his bond. The answer sent to Parker shall be given to the reader. My dear old awfully silly and absurdly impatient friend, you are always like a toad under a harrow, and that without the slightest cause. I have money lying at Hunky's, more than double enough for the bills. Why can't you trust a man? If you won't trust me in saying so, you can go to Mills Happerton and ask him. But remember, I shall be very much annoyed if you do so, and that such an inquiry cannot but be injurious to me. If, however, you won't believe me, you can go and ask. At any rate, don't meddle with the guano. We should lose over £1,000 each of us if you were to do so. By George, a man should neither marry nor leave London for a day if he has to do with a fellow so nervous as you are. As it is, I think I shall be back a week or two before my time is properly up, lest you and one or two others should think that I have levanted altogether. I have no hesitation in saying that more fortunes are lost in business by trembling cowardice than by any amount of imprudence or extravagance. My hair stands on end when you talk of parting with guano in December, because there are bills which have to be met in February. Pluck up your heart, man, and look around, and see what is done by men with good courage. Yours always, Ferdinand Lopez. These were the only communications between our married couple and their friends at home with which I need trouble any readers, nor need I tell any further tales of their honeymoon. If the time was not one of complete and unalloyed joy to Emily, and we must fear that it was not, it is to be remembered that but very little complete and unalloyed joy is allowed to sojourners in this vale of tears, even though they have been but 2 months married. In the first week in February they appeared in the Belgrave mansion, and Emily Lopez took possession of her new home with a heart as full of love for her husband as it had been when she walked out of the church in Vere Street, though it may be that some of her sweetest illusions had already been dispelled. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duke's Misery. We must go back for a while to Gatherum Castle and see the guests whom the Duchess had collected there for her Christmas festivities. The hospitality of the Duke's house had been maintained almost throughout the autumn. Just at the end of October they went to Matching for what the Duchess called a quiet month, which, however, at the Duke's urgent request became 6 weeks. But even here the house was full all the time, though from deficiency of bedrooms the guests were very much less numerous. But at Matching the Duchess had been uneasy and almost cross. Mrs. Finn had gone with her husband to Ireland, and she had taught herself to fancy that she could not live without Mrs. Finn, and her husband had insisted upon having round him politicians of his own sort, men who really preferred work to archery, or even to hunting, and who discussed the evils of direct taxation absolutely in the drawing-room. The Duchess was assured that the country could not be governed by the support of men such as these, and was very glad to get back to Gatherum, whither also came Phineas Finn with his wife, and the St. Bungay people, and Barrington Erle, and Mr. Monk, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, with Lord and Lady Cantrip, and Lord and Lady Drummond, Lord Drummond being the only representative of the other or coalesced party. And Major Pountney was there, having been urgent with the Duchess, and having fully explained to his friend Captain Gunner that he had acceded to the wishes of his hostess only on the assurance of her Grace that the house would not be again troubled by the presence of Ferdinand Lopez. Such assurances were common between the two friends, but were innocent, as, of course, neither believed the other, and Lady Rosina was there again, with many others. The melancholy poverty of Lady Rosina had captivated the Duke. "She shall come and live here if you like," the Duchess had said in answer to a request from her husband on his new friend's behalf. "I've no doubt she will be willing." The place was not crowded, as it had been before, but still about 30 guests sat down to dinner daily, and Locock, Millapoy, and Mrs. Pritchard were all kept hard at work. Nor was our Duchess idle. She was always making up the party, meaning the coalition, doing something to strengthen the buttresses, writing little letters to little people, who, little as they were, might become big by amalgamation. "One has always to be binding one's faggot," she said to Mrs. Finn, having read her Aesop not altogether in vain. "Where should we have been without you?" she had whispered to Sir Orlando Drought when that gentleman was leaving Gatherum at the termination of his second visit. She had particularly disliked Sir Orlando, and was aware that her husband had on this occasion been hardly as gracious as he should have been in true policy to so powerful a colleague. Her husband had been peculiarly shy of Sir Orlando since the day on which they had walked together in the park, and consequently the Duchess had whispered to him. "Don't bind your faggot too conspicuously," Mrs. Finn had said to her. Then the Duchess had fallen to a seat, almost exhausted by labour, mingled with regrets, and by the doubts which from time to time pervaded even her audacious spirit. "I'm not a god," she said, "or a Pitt, or an Italian with a long name beginning with M, that I should be able to do these things without ever making a mistake, and yet they must be done. And as for him, he does not help me in the least. He wanders about among the clouds of the multiplication tables, and thinks that a majority will drop into his mouth because he does not shut it. Can you tie the faggot any better?" "I think I would leave it untied," said Mrs. Finn. "You would not do anything of the kind. You'd be just as fussy as I am." And thus the game was carried on at Gatherum Castle from week to week. "But you won't leave him?" This was said to Phineas Finn by his wife a day or two before Christmas, and the question was intended to ask whether Phineas thought of giving up his place. "Not if I can help it." "You like the work." "That has but little to do with the question, unfortunately. I certainly like having something to do. I like earning money." "I don't know why you like that especially," said the wife, laughing. "I do, at any rate, and in a certain sense I like authority. But in serving with the Duke I find a lack of that sympathy which one should have with one's chief. He would never say a word to me unless I spoke to him. And when I do speak, though he is studiously civil, much too courteous, I know that he is bored. He has nothing to say to me about the country. When he has anything to communicate, he prefers to write a minute for Warburton, who then writes to Morton, and so it reaches me. Doesn't it do as well? It may do with me. There are reasons which bind me to him, which will not bind other men. Men don't talk to me about it, because they know that I am bound to him through you. But I am aware of the feeling which exists. You can't be really loyal to a king if you never see him, if he be always locked up in some almost divine recess. A king may make himself too common, Phineas. No doubt, a king has to know where to draw the line, but the Duke draws no intentional line at all. He is not by nature gregarious or communicative, and is therefore hardly fitted to be the head of a ministry. It will break her heart if anything goes wrong. She ought to remember that ministries seldom live very long, said Phineas. But she'll recover, even if she does break her heart. She is too full of vitality to be much repressed by any calamity. Have you heard what is to be done about Silverbridge? The Duchess wants to get it for this man, Ferdinand Lopez, but it has not been promised yet. The seat is not vacant, said Mrs. Finn, and I don't know when it will be vacant. I think there is a hitch about it, and I think the Duchess is going to be made very angry. Throughout the autumn the Duke had been an unhappy man. While the absolute work of the session had lasted, he had found something to console him. But now, though he was surrounded by private secretaries, and though dispatch boxes went and came twice a day, though there were dozens of letters as to which he had to give some instruction, yet there was in truth nothing for him to do. It seemed to him that all the real work of the government had been filched from him by his colleagues, and that he was stuck up in pretended authority, a kind of wooden prime minister from whom no real ministration was demanded. His first fear had been that he was himself unfit, but now he was uneasy, fearing that others thought him to be unfit. There was Mr. Monk with his budget, and Lord Drummond with his 3 or 4 dozen half-rebellious colonies, and Sir Orlando Drought with the House to lead and a ship to build, and Phineas Finn with his scheme of municipal home rule for Ireland, and Lord Ramsden with a codified statute book, all full of work, all with something special to be done. But for him, he had to arrange who should attend the Queen, what ribbons should be given away, and what middle-aged young man should move the address. He signed as he thought of those happy days in which he used to fear that his mind and body would both give way under the pressure of decimal coinage. But Phineas Finn had read the Duke's character rightly in saying that he was neither gregarious nor communicative, and therefore but little fitted to rule Englishmen. He had thought that it was so himself, and now from day to day he was becoming more assured of his own deficiency. He could not throw himself into cordial relations with the Sir Orlando Droughts, or even with the Mr. Monks. But though he had never wished to be put into his present high office, now that he was there, he dreaded the sense of failure which would follow his descent from it. It is this feeling rather than genuine ambition, rather than the love of power or patronage or pay, which induces men to cling to place. The absence of real work and the quantity of mock work, both alike, made the life wearisome to him. But he could not endure the idea that it should be written in history that he had allowed himself to be made a fainéant prime minister, and then had failed even in that. History would forget what he had done as a working minister in recording the feebleness of the ministry which would bear his name. The one man with whom he could talk freely and from whom he could take advice was now with him here at his castle. He was shy at first even with the Duke of St. Bungay, but that shyness he could generally overcome after a few words. But though he was always sure of his old friend's sympathy and of his old friend's wisdom, yet he doubted his old friend's capacity to understand himself. The young Duke felt the old Duke to be thicker-skinned than himself, and therefore unable to appreciate the thorns which so sorely worried his own flesh. "They talked to me about a policy," said the host. They were closeted at this time in the Prime Minister's own sanctum, and there yet remained an hour before they need dress for dinner. "Who talks about a policy?" "Sir Orlando Drought especially." For the Duke of Omnium had never forgotten the arrogance of that advice given in the park. "Sir Orlando is of course entitled to speak, though I do not know that he is likely to say anything very well worth the hearing. What is his special policy?" "If he had any, of course I would hear him. It is not that he wants any special thing to be done, but he thinks that I should get up some special thing in order that Parliament may be satisfied. If you want to create a majority, that might be true. Just listen to him and have done with it." "I cannot go on in that way. I cannot submit to what amounts to complaint from the gentlemen who are acting with me, nor would they submit long to my silence. I am beginning to feel that I have been wrong." "I don't think you have been wrong at all." "A man is wrong if he attempts to carry a weight too great for his strength. A certain nervous sensitiveness, from which you should free yourself as from a disease, is your only source of weakness. Think about your business as a shoemaker thinks of his. Do your best, and then let your customers judge for themselves. Caveat emptor. A man should never endeavor to price himself, but should accept the price which others put on him, only being careful that he should learn what that price is. Your policy should be to keep your government together by a strong majority. After all, the making of new laws is too often but an unfortunate necessity laid on us by the impatience of the people. A lengthened period of quiet, and therefore good government, with a minimum of new laws, would be the greatest benefit the country could receive. When I recommended you to comply with the Queen's behest, I did so because I thought that you might inaugurate such a period more certainly than any other one man." This old Duke was quite content with the state of things such as he described. He had been a cabinet minister for more than half his life. He liked being a cabinet minister. He thought it well for the country generally that his party should be in power, and if not his party in its entirety, then as much of his party as might be possible. He did not expect to be written of as a Pitt or a Somers, but he thought that memoirs would speak of him as a useful nobleman, and he was contented. He was not only not ambitious himself, but the effervescence and general turbulence of ambition in other men was distasteful to him. Loyalty was second nature to him, and the power of submitting to defeat without either shame or sorrow had become perfect with him by long practice. He would have made his brother Duke such as he was himself, had not his brother Duke been so lamentably thin-skinned. "I suppose we must try it for another session," said the Duke of Omnium, with a lachrymose voice. "Of course we must, and for others after that, I both hope and trust," said the Duke of St. Bungay, getting up. "If I don't go upstairs I shall be late, and then her Grace will look at me with unforgiving eyes." On the following day after lunch the Prime Minister took a walk with Lady Rosina de Courcy. He had fallen into a habit of walking with Lady Rosina almost every day of his life, till the people in the castle began to believe that Lady Rosina was the mistress of some deep policy of her own, for there were many there who did in truth think that statecraft could never be absent from a minister's mind, day or night. But in truth Lady Rosina chiefly made herself agreeable to the Prime Minister by never making any most distant allusion to public affairs. It might be doubted whether she even knew that the man who paid her so much honour was the head of the British government, as well as the Duke of Omnium. She was a tall, thin, shriveled-up old woman, not very old, 50 perhaps, but looking at least 10 years more, very melancholy and sometimes very cross. She had been notably religious, but that was gradually wearing off as she advanced in years. The rigid strictness of Sabbatarian practice requires the full energy of middle life. She had been left entirely alone in the world, with a very small income, and not many friends who were in any way interested in her existence. But she knew herself to be Lady Rosina de Courcy, and felt that the possession of that name ought to be more to her than money and friends, or even than brothers and sisters. "The weather is not frightening you," said the Duke. Snow had fallen, and the paths, even where they had been swept, were wet and sloppy. "Weather never frightens me, your Grace. I always have thick boots. I am very particular about that, and cork soles. Cork soles are admirable." "I think I owe my life to cork soles," said Lady Rosina enthusiastically. "There is a man named Sprout in Silverbridge who makes them. Did your Grace ever try him for boots?" "I don't think I ever did," said the Prime Minister. "Then you had better. He's very good, and very cheap too. Those London tradesmen never think they can charge you enough. I find I can wear Sprout's boots the whole winter through, and then have them resoled. I don't suppose you ever think of such things." "I like to have my feet dry." "I have got to calculate what they cost." They then passed Major Pountney, who was coming and going between the stables and the house, and who took off his hat, and who saluted the host and his companion with perhaps more flowing courtesy than was necessary. "I never have found out what that gentleman's name is yet," said Lady Rosina. "Pountney, I think. I believe they call him Major Pountney." "Oh, Pountney. There are Pountneys in Lancashire. Perhaps he is one of them." "I don't know where he comes from," said the Duke, "nor, to tell the truth, where he goes to." Lady Rosina looked up at him with an interested air. "He seems to be one of those idle men who get into people's houses, heaven knows why, and never do anything." "I suppose you asked him," said Lady Rosina. "The Duchess did, I dare say." "How odd it would be if she were to suppose that you had asked him." "The Duchess no doubt knows all about it." Then there was a little pause. "She is obliged to have all sorts of people," said the Duke apologetically. "I suppose so, when you have so many coming and going. I am sorry to say that my time is up to-morrow, so that I shall make way for somebody else." "I hope you won't think of going, Lady Rosina, unless you are engaged elsewhere. We are delighted to have you." "The Duchess has been very kind, but—" "The Duchess, I fear, is almost too much engaged to see as much of her guests individually as she ought to do. To me your being here is a great pleasure." "You are too good to me, much too good. But I shall have stayed out my time, and I think, Duke, I will go to-morrow. I am very methodical, you know, and always act by rule. I have walked my 2 miles now, and I will go in. If you do want boots with cork soles, mind you go to Sprouts. Dear me, there is that Major Pountney again. That is 4 times he has been up and down that path since we have been walking here." Lady Rosina went in, and the Duke turned back, thinking of his friend, and perhaps thinking of the cork soles, of which she had to be so careful, and which were so important to her comfort. It could not be that he fancied Lady Rosina to be clever, nor can we imagine that her conversation satisfied any of those wants to which he and all of us are subject. But nevertheless he liked Lady Rosina, and was never bored by her. She was natural, and wanted nothing from him. When she talked about cork soles, she meant cork soles. And then she did not tread on any of his numerous corns. As he walked on, he determined that he would induce his wife to persuade Lady Rosina to stay a little longer at the castle. In meditating upon this, he made another turn in the grounds, and again came upon Major Pountney, as that gentleman was returning from the stables. "A very cold afternoon," he said, feeling it to be ungracious to pass one of his own guests in his own grounds without a word of salutation. "Very cold indeed, your Grace, very cold." The Duke had intended to pass on, but the Major managed to stop him by standing in the pathway. The Major did not in the least know his man. He had heard that the Duke was shy, and therefore thought that he was timid. He had not hitherto been spoken to by the Duke, a condition of things which he attributed to the Duke's shyness and timidity, but with much thought on the subject, he had resolved that he would have a few words with his host, and had therefore passed backwards and forwards between the house and the stables rather frequently. "Very cold indeed, but yet we've had beautiful weather. I don't know when I have enjoyed myself so much altogether as I have at Gatherum Castle." The Duke bowed, and made a little but a vain effort to get on. "A splendid pile," said the Major, stretching his hand gracefully towards the building. "It is a big house," said the Duke. "A noble mansion, perhaps the noblest mansion in 3 kingdoms," said Major Pountney. "I have seen a great many of the best country residences in England, but nothing that at all equals Gatherum." Then the Duke made a little effort at progression, but was still stopped by the daring Major. "By the by, your Grace, if your Grace has a few minutes to spare, just half a minute, I wish you would allow me to say something." The Duke assumed a look of disturbance, but he bowed and walked on, allowing the Major to walk by his side. "I have the greatest possible desire, my Lord Duke, to enter public life." "I thought you were already in the army," said the Duke. "So I am. Was on Sir Bartholomew Bone's staff in Canada for 2 years, and have seen as much of what I call home service as any man going. One of my chief objects is to take up the army." "It seems that you have taken it up." "I mean in Parliament, your Grace. I am very fairly off as regards private means, and would stand all the racket of the expense of a contest myself, if there were one, but the difficulty is to get a seat, and of course, if it can be privately managed, it is very comfortable." The Duke looked at him again, this time without bowing, but the Major, who was not observant, rushed on to his destruction. "We all know that Silverbridge will soon be vacant. Let me assure your Grace that if it might be consistent with your Grace's plans in other respects to turn your kind countenance toward me, you would find that you would have a supporter than whom none would be more staunch, and perhaps I may say one who in the House would not be the least useful." That portion of the Major's speech which referred to the Duke's kind countenance had been learned by heart, and was thrown trippingly off the tongue with a kind of twang. The Major had perceived that he had not been at once interrupted when he began to open the budget of his political aspirations, and had allowed himself to indulge in pleasing auguries. "Nothing ask and nothing have" had been adopted as the motto of his life, and more than once he had expressed to Captain Gunner his conviction that, "By George, if you've only cheek enough, there is nothing you cannot get." On this emergency the Major certainly was not deficient in cheek. "If I might be allowed to consider myself your Grace's candidate, I should indeed be a happy man," said the Major. "I think, sir," said the Duke, "that your proposition is the most unbecoming and the most impertinent that ever was addressed to me." The Major's mouth fell, and he stared with all his eyes as he looked up into the Duke's face. "Good afternoon," said the Duke, turning quickly round and walking away. The Major stood for a while transfixed to the place, and, cold as was the weather, was bathed in perspiration. A keen sense of having put his foot into it almost crushed him for a time. Then he assured himself that, after all, the Duke could not eat him, and with that consolatory reflection he crept back to the house and up to his own room. To put the man down had, of course, been an easy task to the Duke, but he was not satisfied with that. To the Major it seemed that the Duke had passed on with easy indifference, but in truth he was very far from being easy. The man's insolent request had wounded him at many points. It was grievous to him that he should have as a guest in his own house a man whom he had been forced to insult. It was grievous to him that he himself should not have been held in personal respect high enough to protect him from such an insult. It was grievous to him that he should be openly addressed by an absolute stranger, as a borough-mongering lord who would not scruple to give away a seat in Parliament as seats were given away in former days. And it was especially grievous to him that all these misfortunes should have come upon him as a part of the results of his wife's manner of exercising his hospitality. If this was to be Prime Minister, he certainly would not be Prime Minister much longer. Had any aspirant to political life ever dared so to address Lord Brock, or Lord de Terrier, or Mr. Mildmay, the old premiers whom he remembered? He thought not. They had managed differently. They had been able to defend themselves from such attacks by personal dignity. And would it have been possible that any man should have dared so to speak to his uncle, the late Duke? He thought not. As he shut himself up in his own room, he grieved inwardly with a deep grief. After a while he walked off to his wife's room, still perturbed in spirit. The perturbation had indeed increased from minute to minute. He would rather give up politics altogether and shut himself up in absolute seclusion than find himself subject to the insolence of any Pountney that might address him. With his wife he found Mrs. Finn. Now for this lady personally he entertained what for him was a warm regard. In various matters of much importance he and she had been brought together, and she had, to his thinking, invariably behaved well, and an intimacy had been established which had enabled him to be at ease with her, so that her presence was often a comfort to him. But at the present moment he had not wished to find any one with his wife, and felt that she was in his way. "Perhaps I am disturbing you," he said, in a tone of voice that was solemn and almost funereal. "Not at all," said the Duchess, who was in high spirits. "I want to get your promise now about Silverbridge. Don't mind her. Of course she knows everything." To be told that anybody knew everything was another shock to him. "I have just got a letter from Mr. Lopez." Could it be right that his wife should be corresponding on such a subject with a person so little known as this Mr. Lopez? "May I tell him that he shall have your interest when the seat is vacant?" "Certainly not," said the Duke, with a scowl that was terrible even to his wife. "I wish to speak to you, but I wish to speak to you alone." "I beg 1,000 pardons," said Mrs. Finn, preparing to go. "Don't stir, Marie," said the Duchess. "He is going to be cross." "If Mrs. Finn will allow me, with every feeling of the most perfect respect and sincerest regard, to ask her to leave me with you for a few minutes, I shall be obliged. And if, with her usual hearty kindness, she will pardon my abruptness—" Then he could not go on, his emotion being too great, but he put out his hand, and taking hers raised it to his lips and kissed it. The moment had become too solemn for any further hesitation as to the lady's going. The Duchess for a moment was struck dumb, and Mrs. Finn, of course, left the room. "In the name of heaven, Plantagenet, what is the matter?" "Who is Major Pountney?" "Who is Major Pountney? How on earth should I know? He is Major Pountney. He is about everywhere. Do not let him be asked into any house of mine again. But that is a trifle. Anything about Major Pountney must, I should think, be a trifle. Have tidings come that the heavens are going to fall? Nothing short of that could make you so solemn. In the first place, Glencora, let me ask you not to speak to me again about the seat for Silverbridge. I am not at present prepared to argue the matter with you, but I have resolved that I will know nothing about the election. As soon as the seat is vacant, if it should be vacated, I shall take care that my determination be known in Silverbridge. Why should you abandon your privileges in that way? It is sheer weakness. The interference of any peer is unconstitutional. There is Braxon," said the Duchess energetically, "where the Marquis of Crumber returns the member regularly in spite of all their reform bills, and Bamford, and Cobblesborough, and look at Lord Lumley with a whole county in his pocket, not to speak of 2 boroughs. What nonsense, Plantagenet! Anything is constitutional, or anything is unconstitutional, just as you choose to look at it." It was clear that the Duchess had really studied the subject carefully. "Very well, my dear, let it be nonsense. I only beg to assure you that it is my intention, and I request you to act accordingly. And there is another thing I have to say to you. I shall be sorry to interfere in any way with the pleasure which you may derive from society, but as long as I am burdened with the office which has been imposed upon me, I will not again entertain any guests in my own house." "Plantagenet!" "You cannot turn the people out who are here now, but I beg that they may be allowed to go as the time comes, and that their places may not be filled by further invitations." "But further invitations have gone out ever so long ago, and have been accepted. You must be ill, my dear." "Ill at ease, yes. At any rate, let none others be sent out." Then he remembered a kindly purpose which he had formed early in the day, and fell back upon that. "I should, however, be glad if you would ask Lady Rosina de Courcy to remain here." The Duchess stared at him, really thinking now that something was amiss with him. "The whole thing is a failure, and I will have no more of it. It is degrading me." Then, without allowing her a moment in which to answer him, he marched back to his own room. But even here his spirit was not as yet at rest. That major must not go unpunished. Though he hated all fuss and noise, he must do something. So he wrote as follows to the major: The Duke of Omnium trusts that Major Pountney will not find it inconvenient to leave Gatherum Castle shortly. Should Major Pountney wish to remain at the castle over the night, the Duke of Omnium hopes that he will not object to be served with his dinner and with his breakfast in his own room. A carriage and horses will be ready for Major Pountney's use, to take him to Silverbridge as soon as Major Pountney may express to the servants his wish to that effect. Gatherum Castle, December 18. This note the Duke sent by the hands of his own servant, having said enough to the man as to the carriage and the possible dinner in the Major's bedroom, to make the man understand almost exactly what had occurred. A note from the Major was brought to the Duke while he was dressing. The Duke, having glanced at the note, threw it into the fire, and the Major that evening eat his dinner at the Palliser Arms Inn at Silverbridge. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duchess is much troubled. It is hardly possible that one man should turn another out of his house without many people knowing it, and when the one person is a prime minister and the other such a major as Major Pountney, the affair is apt to be talked about very widely. The Duke, of course, never opened his mouth on the subject, except in answer to questions from the Duchess, but all the servants knew it. Pritchard tells me that you have sent that wretched man out of the house with a flea in his ear, said the Duchess. I sent him out of the house, certainly. He was hardly worth your anger. He is not at all worth my anger, but I could not sit down to dinner with a man who had insulted me. What did he say, Plantagenet? I know it was something about Silverbridge. To this question the Duke gave no answer, but in respect to Silverbridge he was stern as adamant. 2 days after the departure of the Major, it was known to Silverbridge generally that in the event of there being an election, the Duke's agent would not, as usual, suggest a nominee. There was a paragraph on the subject in the county paper, and another in the London Evening Pulpit. The Duke of Omnium, that he might show his respect to the law, not only as to the letter of the law, but as to the spirit also, had made it known to his tenantry in and round Silverbridge generally, that he would in no way influence their choice of a candidate in the event of an election. But these newspapers did not say a word about Major Pountney. The clubs, of course, knew all about it, and no man at any club ever knew more than Captain Gunner. Soon after Christmas he met his friend the Major on the steps of the new military club, the Active Service, which was declared by many men in the army to have left all the other military clubs absolutely nowhere. "Hello, Punt," he said, "you seem to have made a mess of it at last down at the Duchess's. I wonder what you know about it. You had to come away pretty quick, I take it." "Of course I came away pretty quick. So much as that the Major was aware must be known. There were details which he could deny safely, as it would be impossible that they should be supported by evidence. But there were matters which must be admitted. I'll bet a fiver that beyond that you know nothing about it. The Duke ordered you off, I take it." "After a fashion he did. There are circumstances in which a man cannot help himself." This was diplomatical, because it left the captain to suppose that the Duke was the man who could not help himself. "Of course I was not there," said Gunner, "and I can't absolutely know, but I suppose you had been interfering with the Duchess about Silverbridge. Glencora will bear a great deal, but since she has taken up politics, by George, you had better not touch her there." At last it came to be believed that the Major had been turned out by the order of the Duchess, because he had ventured to put himself forward as an opponent to Ferdinand Lopez, and the Major felt himself really grateful to his friend the captain for this arrangement of the story, and there came at last to be mixed up with the story some half-understood innuendo that the Major's jealousy against Lopez had been of a double nature, in reference both to the Duchess and the borough, so that he escaped from much of that disgrace which naturally attaches itself to a man who has been kicked out of another man's house. There was a mystery, and when there is a mystery, a man should never be condemned. Where there is a woman in the case, a man cannot be expected to tell the truth. As for calling out or in any way punishing the Prime Minister, that of course was out of the question. And so it went on till at last the Major was almost proud of what he had done, and talked about it willingly with mysterious hints, in which practice made him perfect. But with the Duchess the affair was very serious, so much so that she was driven to call in advice, not only from her constant friend Mrs. Finn, but afterwards from Barrington Erle, from Phineas Finn, and lastly even from the Duke of St. Bungay, to whom she was hardly willing to subject herself, the Duke being the special friend of her husband. But the matter became so important to her that she was unable to trifle with it. At Gatherum, the expulsion of Major Pountney soon became a forgotten affair. When the Duchess learned the truth, she quite approved of the expulsion, only hinting to Barrington Erle that the act of kicking out should have been more absolutely practical, and the loss of Silverbridge, though it hurt her sorely, could be endured. She must write to her friend Ferdinand Lopez, when the time should come, excusing herself as best she might, and must lose the exquisite delight of making a member of Parliament out of her own hand. The newspapers, however, had taken that matter up in the proper spirit, and political capital might to some extent be made of it. The loss of Silverbridge, though it bruised, broke no bones. But the Duke had again expressed himself with unusual sternness respecting her ducal hospitalities, and had reiterated the declaration of his intention to live out the remainder of his period of office in republican simplicity. "We have tried it, and it has failed, and let there be an end of it," he said to her. Simple and direct disobedience to such an order was as little in her way as simple or direct obedience. She knew her husband well, and knew how he could be managed and how he could not be managed. When he declared that there should be an end of it, meaning an end of the very system by which she hoped to perpetuate his power, she did not dare to argue with him. And yet he was so wrong. The trial had been no failure. The thing had been done, and well done, and had succeeded. Was failure to be presumed because one impertinent puppy had found his way into the house? And then to abandon the system at once, whether it had failed or whether it had succeeded, would be to call the attention of all the world to an acknowledged failure, to a failure so disreputable that its acknowledgment must lead to the loss of everything. It was known now, so argued the Duchess to herself, that she had devoted herself to the work of cementing and consolidating the coalition by the graceful hospitality which the wealth of herself and her husband enabled her to dispense. She had made herself a prime ministress by the manner in which she opened her saloons, her banqueting halls, and her gardens. It had never been done before, and now it had been well done. There had been no failure, and yet everything was to be broken down because his nerves had received a shock. "Let it die out," Mrs. Finn had said. "The people will come here and will go away, and then, when you are up in London, you will soon fall into your old ways." But this did not suit the new ambition of the Duchess. She had so fed her mind with daring hopes that she could not bear that it should die out. She had arranged a course of things in her own mind by which she should come to be known as the great Prime Minister's wife, and she had, perhaps unconsciously, applied the epithet more to herself than to her husband. She, too, wished to be written of in memoirs, and to make a niche for herself in history, and now she was told that she was to let it die out. "I suppose he is a little bilious," Barrington Erle had said. "Don't you think he'll forget all about it when he gets up to London?" The Duchess was sure that her husband would not forget anything. He never did forget anything. "I want him to be told," said the Duchess, "that everybody thinks that he is doing very well. I don't mean about politics exactly, but as to keeping the party together. Don't you think that we have succeeded?" Barrington Erle thought that upon the whole they had succeeded, but suggested at the same time that there were seeds of weakness. "Sir Orlando and Sir Timothy Beeswax are not sound, you know," said Barrington Erle. "He can't make them sounder by shutting himself up like a hermit," said the Duchess. Barrington Erle, who had peculiar privileges of his own, promised that if he could by any means make an occasion, he would let the Duke know that their side of the coalition was more than contented with the way in which he did his work. "You don't think we've made a mess of it?" she said to Phineas, asking him a question. "I don't think that the Duke has made a mess of it, or you," said Phineas, who had come to love the Duchess because his wife loved her. "But it won't go on for ever, Duchess." "You know what I've done," said the Duchess, who took it for granted that Mr. Finn knew all that his wife knew. "Has it answered?" Phineas was silent for a moment. "Of course you will tell me the truth. You won't be so bad as to flatter me now that I am so much in earnest." "I almost think," said Phineas, "that the time has gone by for what one may call drawing-room influences. They used to be very great. Old Lord Brock used them extensively, though by no means as your Grace has done. But the spirit of the world has changed since then." "The spirit of the world never changes," said the Duchess, in her soreness. But her strongest dependence was on the old Duke. The party at the castle was almost broken up when she consulted him. She had been so far true to her husband as not to ask another guest to the house since his command. But they who had been asked before came and went as had been arranged. Then, when the place was nearly empty, and when Locock and Millapoy and Pritchard were wondering among themselves at this general collapse, she asked her husband's leave to invite their old friend again for a day or two. "I do so want to see him, and I think he'll come," said the Duchess. The Duke gave his permission with a ready smile, not because the proposed visitor was his own confidential friend, but because it suited his spirit to grant such a request as to any one after the order that he had given. Had she named Major Pountney, I think he would have smiled and acceded. The Duke came, and to him she poured out her whole soul. "It has been for him and for his honour that I have done it, that men and women might know how really gracious he is, and how good. Of course there has been money spent, but he can afford it without hurting the children. It has been so necessary that with a coalition people should know each other. There was some little absurd row here. A man who was a mere nobody, one of the travelling butterfly men that fill up spaces and talk to girls, got hold of him and was impertinent. He is so thin-skinned that he could not shake the creature into the dust as you would have done. It annoyed him, that, and, I think, seeing so many strange faces, so that he came to me and declared that as long as he remained in office, he would not have another person in the house, either here or in London. He meant it literally, and he meant me to understand it literally. I had to get special leave before I could ask so dear an old friend as your Grace. I don't think he would object to me, said the Duke, laughing. Of course not. He was only too glad to think you would come, but he took the request as being quite the proper thing. It will kill me if this is to be carried out. After all that I have done, I could show myself nowhere, and it will be so injurious to him. Could not you tell him, Duke? No one else in the world can tell him but you. Nothing unfair has been attempted. No job has been done. I have endeavored to make his house pleasant to people in order that they might look upon him with grace and favor. Is that wrong? Is that unbecoming a wife? The old Duke patted her on the head as though she were a little girl, and was more comforting to her than her other counsellors. He would say nothing to her husband now, but they must both be up in London at the meeting of Parliament, and then he would tell his friend that, in his opinion, no sudden change should be made. This husband of yours is a very peculiar man, he said, smiling. His honesty is not like the honesty of other men. It is more downright, more absolutely honest, less capable of bearing even the shadow which the stain from another's dishonesty might throw upon it. Give him credit for all that, and remember that you cannot find everything combined in the same person. He is very practical in some things, but the question is whether he is not too scrupulous to be practical in all things. At the close of the interview, the Duchess kissed him and promised to be guided by him. The occurrences of the last few weeks had softened the Duchess much. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The two candidates for Silverbridge. On his arrival in London, Ferdinand Lopez found a letter waiting for him from the Duchess. This came into his hand immediately on his reaching the rooms in Belgrave Mansions, and was of course the first object of his care. "That contains my fate," he said to his wife, putting his hand down upon the letter. He had talked to her much of the chance that had come in his way, and had shown himself to be very ambitious of the honor offered to him. She, of course, had sympathized with him, and was willing to think all good things both of the Duchess and of the Duke, if they would between them put her husband into Parliament. He paused a moment, still holding the letter under his hand. "You would hardly think that I should be such a coward that I don't like to open it," he said. "You've got to do it, unless I make you do it for me," he said, holding out the letter to her. "You will have to learn how weak I am. When I am really anxious, I become like a child." "I do not think you are ever weak," she said, caressing him. "If there were such a thing to be done, you would do it at once. But I'll open it if you like." Then he tore off the envelope with an air of comic importance, and stood for a few minutes while he read it. "What I perceive is that there has been a row about it," he said. "A row about it? What sort of a row?" "My dear friend the Duchess has not quite hit it off with my less dear friend the Duke." "She does not say so." "Oh dear no, my friend the Duchess is much too discreet for that, but I can see that it has been so." Are you to be the new member? If that is arranged, I don't care a bit about the Duke and Duchess. These things do not settle themselves quite so easily as that. I am not to have the seat at any rate without fighting for it. There's the letter. The Duchess's letter to her new adherent shall be given, but it must first be understood that many different ideas had passed through the writer's mind between the writing of the letter and the order given by the Prime Minister to his wife concerning the borough. She, of course, became aware at once that Mr. Lopez must be informed that she could not do for him what she had suggested that she would do. But there was no necessity of writing at the instant. Mr. Grey had not yet vacated the seat, and Mr. Lopez was away on his travels. The month of January was passed in comparative quiet at the castle, and during that time it became known at Silverbridge that the election would be open. The Duke would not even make a suggestion, and would neither express nor feel resentment should a member be returned altogether hostile to his ministry. By degrees the Duchess accustomed herself to this condition of affairs, and as the consternation caused by her husband's very imperious conduct wore off, she began to ask herself whether even yet she need quite give up the game. She could not make a member of Parliament altogether out of her own hand, as she had once fondly hoped she might do, but still she might do something. She would in nothing disobey her husband, but if Mr. Lopez were to stand for Silverbridge, it could not but be known in the borough that Mr. Lopez was her friend. Therefore she wrote the following letter: Gatherum, January 18. My dear Mr. Lopez, I remember that you said that you would be home at this time, and therefore I write to you about the borough. Things are changed since you went away, and I fear not changed for your advantage. We understand that Mr. Grey will apply for the Chiltern Hundreds at the end of March, and that the election will take place in April. No candidate will appear as favoured from hence. We used to run a favourite, and our favourite would sometimes win, would sometimes even have a walk-over, but those good times are gone. All the good times are going, I think. There is no reason that I know why you should not stand as well as any one else. You can be early in the field, because it is only now known that there will be no Gatherum interest, and I fancy it has already leaked out that you would have been the favourite if there had been a favourite, which might be beneficial. I need hardly say that I do not wish my name to be mentioned in the matter. Sincerely yours, Glencora Omnium. Sprugeon, the ironmonger, would, I do not doubt, be proud to nominate you. I don't understand much about it, said Emily. I dare say not. It is not meant that any novice should understand much about it. Of course you will not mention her Grace's letter. Certainly not. She intends to do the very best she can for me. I have no doubt that some understrapper from the castle has had some communication with Mr. Sprugeon. The fact is that the Duke won't be seen in it, but that the Duchess does not mean that the borough shall quite slip through their fingers. Shall you try it? If I do, I must send an agent down to see Mr. Sprugeon on the sly, and the sooner I do so the better. I wonder what your father will say about it. He is an old Conservative. But would he not like his son-in-law to be in Parliament? I don't know that he would care about it very much. He seems always to laugh at people who want to get into Parliament. But if you have your heart set upon it, Ferdinand— I have not set my heart on spending a great deal of money. When I first thought of Silverbridge, the expense would have been almost nothing. It would have been a walk-over, as the Duchess calls it. but now there will certainly be a contest. Give it up if you cannot afford it. Nothing venture, nothing have. You don't think your father would help me in doing it? It would add almost as much to your position as to mine." Emily shook her head. She had always heard her father ridicule the folly of men who spent more than they could afford in the vanity of writing 2 letters after their name, and she now explained that it had always been so with him. "You would not mind asking him," he said. "I will ask him if you wish it, certainly." Ever since their marriage he had been teaching her, intentionally teaching her, that it would be the duty of both of them to get all they could from her father. She had learned the lesson, but it had been very distasteful to her. It had not induced her to think ill of her husband. She was too much engrossed with him, too much in love with him for that. But she was beginning to feel that the world in general was hard and greedy and uncomfortable. If it was proper that a father should give his daughter money when she was married, why did not her father do so without waiting to be asked? And yet, if he were unwilling to do so, would it not be better to leave him to his pleasure in the matter? But now she began to perceive that her father was to be regarded as a milch cow, and that she was to be the dairymaid. Her husband at times would become terribly anxious on the subject. On receiving the promise of £3,000 he had been elated, but since that he had continually talked of what more her father ought to do for them. "Perhaps I had better take the bull by the horns," he said, "and do it myself. Then I shall find out whether he really has our interest at heart, or whether he looks on you as a stranger because you've gone away from him." "I don't think he will look upon me as a stranger." "We'll see," said Lopez. It was not long before he made the experiment. He had called himself a coward as to the opening of the Duchess's letter, but he had in truth always courage for perils of this nature. On the day of their arrival they dined with Mr. Wharton in Manchester Square, and certainly the old man had received his daughter with great delight. He had been courteous also to Lopez, and Emily, amidst the pleasure of his welcome, had forgotten some of her troubles. The 3 were alone together, and when Emily had asked after her brother, Mr. Wharton had laughed and said that Everett was an ass. "You have not quarrelled with him?" she said. He ridiculed the idea of any quarrel, but again said that Everett was an ass. After dinner Mr. Wharton and Lopez were left together, as the old man, whether alone or in company, always sat for an hour sipping port wine after the manner of his forefathers. Lopez had already determined that he would not let the opportunity escape him, and began his attack at once. "I have been invited, sir," he said with his sweetest smile, "to stand for Silverbridge." "You too?" said Mr. Wharton. But though there was a certain amount of satire in the exclamation, it had been good-humoured satire. "Yes, sir. We'll all get bit sooner or later, I suppose." "I never was bit." "Your sagacity and philosophy have been the wonder of the world, sir. There can be no doubt that in my profession a seat in the House would be of the greatest possible advantage to me. It enables a man to do a great many things which he could not touch without it." "It may be so. I don't know anything about it." "And then it is a great honour." "That depends on how you get it, and how you use it. Very much also on whether you are fit for it." "I shall get it honestly if I do get it. I hope I may use it well. And as for my fitness, I must leave that to be ascertained when I am there. I am sorry to say there will probably be a contest." "I suppose so. A seat in Parliament without a contest does not drop into every young man's mouth." It very nearly dropped into mine. Then he told his father-in-law almost all the particulars of the offer which had been made him, and of the manner in which the seat was now suggested to him. He somewhat hesitated in the use of the name of the Duchess, leaving an impression on Mr. Wharton that the offer had in truth come from the Duke. "Should there be a contest, would you help me?" "In what way? I could not canvass at Silverbridge, if you mean that." "I was not thinking of giving you personal trouble. I don't know a soul in the place. I shouldn't know that there was such a place, except that it returns a member of Parliament." "I meant with money, sir." "To pay the election bills? No, certainly not. Why should I?" "For Emily's sake." "I don't think it would do Emily any good, or you either. It would certainly do me none. It is a kind of luxury that a man should not attempt to enjoy unless he can afford it easily." "A luxury?" "Yes, a luxury, just as much as a four-in-hand coach or a yacht. Men go into Parliament because it gives them fashion, position, and power." "I should go to serve my country." "Success in your profession, I thought you said, was your object. Of course you must do as you please. If you ask me for advice, I advise you not to try it. But certainly I will not help you with money. That ass Everett is quarrelling with me at this moment because I won't give him money to go and stand somewhere." "Not at Silverbridge." "I'm sure I can't say. But don't let me do him an injury. To give him his due, he is more reasonable than you, and only wants a promise from me that I will pay electioneering bills for him at the next general election. I have refused him, though for reasons which I need not mention I think him better fitted for Parliament than you. I must certainly also refuse you. I cannot imagine any circumstances which would induce me to pay a shilling towards getting you into Parliament. If you won't drink any more wine, we'll join Emily upstairs." This had been very plain speaking, and by no means comfortable to Lopez. What a personal discourtesy there had been in the lawyer's words, and they had not certainly been flattering. He could throw off from him as meaning nothing. As he could not afford to quarrel with his father-in-law, he thought it probable that he might have to bear a good deal of incivility from the old man. He was quite prepared to bear it as long as he could see a chance of a reward, though should there be no such chance he would be ready to avenge it. But there had been a decision in the present refusal which made him quite sure that it would be vain to repeat his request. "I shall find out, sir," he said, "whether it may probably be a costly affair, and if so, I shall give it up. You are rather hard upon me as to my motives." "I only repeated what you told me yourself." "I am quite sure of my own intentions, and know that I need not be ashamed of them." "Not if you have plenty of money. It all depends on that. If you have plenty of money, and your fancy goes that way, it is all very well. Come, we'll go upstairs." The next day he saw Everett Wharton, who welcomed him back with warm affection. "He'll do nothing for me, nothing at all. I am almost beginning to doubt whether he'll ever speak to me again." "Nonsense." "I tell you everything, you know," said Everett. "In January I lost a little money at whist. They got plunging at the club, and I was in it. I had to tell him, of course. He keeps me so short that I can't stand any blow without going to him like a schoolboy." "Was it much?" "No. To him no more than half a crown to you. I had to ask him for 150. "He refused it?" "No, he didn't do that. Had it been 10 times as much, if I owed the money, he would pay it. But he blew me up, and talked about gambling, and I should have taken that as a matter of course. but I'm not a gambler. A man now and then may fall into a thing of that kind, and if he's decently well off and don't do it often, he can bear it. I thought your quarrel had been altogether about Parliament." "Oh, no, he has always been the same about that. He told me that I was going head foremost to the dogs, and I couldn't stand that. I shouldn't be surprised if he hasn't lost more at cards than I have during the last 2 years." Lopez made an offer to act as go-between to effect a reconciliation, but Everett declined the offer. "It would be making too much of an absurdity," he said. "When he wants to see me, I suppose he'll send for me." Lopez did dispatch an agent down to Mr. Sprugeon at Silverbridge, and the agent found that Mr. Sprugeon was a very discreet man. Mr. Sprugeon at first knew little or nothing, seemed hardly to be aware that there was a member of Parliament for Silverbridge, and declared himself to be indifferent as to the parliamentary character of the borough. But at last he melted a little, and by degrees, over a glass of hot brandy and water with the agent at the Palliser Arms, confessed to a shade of an opinion that the return of Mr. Lopez for the borough would not be disagreeable to some person or persons who did not live quite 100 miles away. The instructions given by Lopez to his agent were of the most cautious kind. The agent was merely to feel the ground, make a few inquiries, and do nothing. His client did not intend to stand unless he could see the way to almost certain success with very little outlay. But the agent, perhaps liking the job, did a little outstep his employer's orders. Mr. Sprugeon, when the frost of his first modesty had been thawed, introduced the agent to Mr. Sprout, the maker of cork soles, and Mr. Sprugeon and Mr. Sprout between them had soon decided that Mr. Ferdinand Lopez should be run for the borough as the Castle candidate. "The Duke won't interfere," said Sprugeon, "and of course the Duke's man of business can't do anything openly, but the Duke's people will know." Then Mr. Sprout told the agent that there was already another candidate in the field, and in a whisper communicated the gentleman's name. When the agent got back to London, he gave Lopez to understand that he must certainly put himself forward. The borough expected him. Sprugeon and Sprout considered themselves pledged to bring him forward and support him on behalf of the Castle. Sprugeon was quite sure that the Castle influence was predominant. The Duke's name had never been mentioned at Silverbridge, hardly even that of the Duchess. Since the Duke's declaration, the Castle had taken the part which the old Duke used to play. The agent was quite sure that no one could get in for Silverbridge without having the Castle on his side. No doubt the Duke's declaration had had the ill effect of bringing up a competitor, and thus of causing expense. That could not now be helped. The agent was of opinion that the Duke had had no alternative. The agent hinted that times were changing, and that though dukes were still dukes, and could still exercise ducal influences, they were driven by these changes to act in an altered form. The proclamation had been especially necessary because the Duke was Prime Minister. The agent did not think that Mr. Lopez should be in the least angry with the Duke. Everything would be done that the Castle could do, and Lopez would be no doubt returned, though unfortunately not without some expense. How much would it cost? Any accurate answer to such a question would be impossible, but probably about £600. It might be £800, could not possibly be above £1,000. Lopez winced as he heard these sums named, but he did not decline the contest. Then the name of the opposition candidate was whispered to Lopez. It was Arthur Fletcher. Lopez started. and ask some questions as to Mr. Fletcher's interest in the neighborhood. The Fletchers were connected with the De Courcys, and as soon as the declaration of the Duke had been made known, the De Courcy interest had aroused itself, and had invited that rising young barrister, Arthur Fletcher, to stand for the borough on strictly conservative views. Arthur Fletcher had acceded, and a printed declaration of his purpose and political principles had been just published. "I have beaten him once," said Lopez to himself, "and I think I can beat him again." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Yes, a lie. "So you went to Happerton after all," said Lopez to his ally, Mr. Sextus Parker. "You couldn't believe me when I told you the money was all right. What a cur you are!" "That's right. Abuse me." "Well, it was horrid. Didn't I tell you that it must necessarily injure me with the house? How are two fellows to get on together unless they can put some trust in each other? Even if I did run you into a difficulty, do you really think I'm ruffian enough to tell you that the money was there if it were untrue?" Sexty looked like a cur and felt like a cur, as he was being thus abused. He was not angry with his friend for calling him bad names, but only anxious to excuse himself. "I was out of sorts," he said, "and so damned hippish I didn't know what I was about." "Brandy and soda," suggested Lopez. "Perhaps a little of that, though by Jove it isn't often I do that kind of thing. I don't know a fellow who works harder for his wife and children than I do, but when one sees such things all round one, a fellow utterly smashed here, who had a string of hunters yesterday, and another fellow buying a house in Piccadilly and pulling it down because it isn't big enough, who was contented with a little box at Hornsey last summer, one doesn't quite know how to keep one's legs. If you want to learn a lesson, look at the two men and see where the difference lies. The one has had some heart about him, and the other has been a coward." Parker scratched his head, balanced himself on the hind legs of his stool, and tacitly acknowledged the truth of all that his enterprising friend said to him. "Has old Wharton come down well?" at last he asked. "I have never said a word to old Wharton about money," Lopez replied, "except as to the cost of this election I was telling you of." "And he wouldn't do anything in that?" "He doesn't approve of the thing itself. I don't doubt but that the old gentleman and I shall understand each other before long." "You've got the length of his foot." "But I don't mean to drive him. I can get along without that. He's an old man, and he can't take his money along with him when he goes the great journey." "There's a brother, Lopez, isn't there?" "Yes, there's a brother, but Wharton has enough for two, and if he were to put either out of his will it wouldn't be my wife. Old men don't like parting with their money, and he's like other old men. If it were not so, I shouldn't bother myself coming into the city at all." "Has he enough for that, Lopez?" "I suppose he's worth $250,000. "By Jove! And where did he get it?" "Perseverance, sir. Put by a shilling a day and let it have its natural increase, and see what it will come to at the end of 50 years. I suppose old Wharton has been putting by 2,000 or 3,000 out of his professional income, at any rate for the last 30 years, and never for a moment forgetting its natural increase. That's one way to make a fortune." "It ain't rapid enough for you and me, Lopez." "No, that was the old-fashioned way, and the most sure. But as you say, it is not rapid enough, and it robs a man of the power of enjoying his money when he has made it. But it's a very good thing to be closely connected with a man who has already done that kind of thing. There's no doubt about the money when it is there. It does not take to itself wings and fly away. But the man who has it sticks to it uncommon hard. Of course he does, but he can't take it away with him. He can leave it to hospitals, Lopez. That's the devil. Sexty, my boy, I see you have taken an outlook into human life which does you credit. Yes, he can leave it to hospitals, but why does he leave it to hospitals? Something of being afraid about his soul, I suppose. No, I don't believe in that. Such a man as this, who has been hard-fisted all his life, and who has had his eyes thoroughly open, who has made his own money in the sharp intercourse of man to man, and who keeps it to the last gasp, he doesn't believe that he'll do his soul any good by giving it to hospitals when he can't keep it himself any longer. His mind has freed itself from those cobwebs long since. He gives his money to hospitals because the last pleasure of which he is capable is that of spiting his relations. And it is a great pleasure to an old man when his relations have been disgusted with him for being old and loving his money. I rather think I should do it myself. I'd give myself a chance of going to heaven, I think, said Parker. Don't you know that men will rob and cheat on their deathbeds and say their prayers all the time? Old Wharton won't leave his money to hospitals if he's well handled by those about him. And you'll handle him well, eh, Lopez? I won't quarrel with him or tell him that he's a curmudgeon because he doesn't do all that I want him. He's over 70, and he can't carry his money with him. All this left so vivid an impression of the wisdom of his friend on the mind of Sextus Parker, that in spite of the harrowing fears by which he had been tormented on more than one occasion already, he allowed himself to be persuaded into certain fiscal arrangements by which Lopez would find himself put at ease with reference to money, at any rate for the next 4 months. He had at once told himself that this election would cost him £1,000. When various sums were mentioned in reference to such an affair, safety could alone be found in taking the outside sum, perhaps might generally be more surely found by adding 50% to that. He knew that he was wrong about the election, but he assured himself that he had no alternative. The misfortune had been that the Duke should have made his proclamation about the borough immediately after the offer made by the Duchess. He had been almost forced to send the agent down to inquire, and the agent, when making his inquiries, had compromised him. He must go on with it now. Perhaps some idea of the pleasantness of increased intimacy with the Duchess of Omnium encouraged him in this way of thinking. The Duchess was up in town in February, and Lopez left a card in Carlton Terrace. On the very next day the card of the Duchess was left for Mrs. Lopez at the Belgrave Mansions. Lopez went into the city every day, leaving home about 11 o'clock, and not returning much before dinner. The young wife at first found that she hardly knew what to do with her time. Her aunt, Mrs. Roby, was distasteful to her. She had already learned from her husband that he had but little respect for Mrs. Roby. You remember the sapphire brooch, he had said once. That was part of the price I had to pay for being allowed to approach you. He was sitting at the time with his arm round her waist, looking out on beautiful scenery and talking of his old difficulties. She could not find it in her heart to be angry with him, but the idea brought to her mind was disagreeable to her, and she was thoroughly angry with Mrs. Roby. Of course, in these days, Mrs. Roby came to see her, and of course, when she was up in Manchester Square, she went to the house round the corner. But there was no close intimacy between the aunt and the niece, and many of her father's friends, whom she regarded as the Herefordshire set, were very cold to her. She had not made herself a glory to Herefordshire, and, as all these people said, had broken the heart of the best Herefordshire young man of the day. This made a great falling off in her acquaintance, which was the more felt as she had never been, as a girl, devoted to a large circle of dearest female friends. She, whom she had loved best, had been Mary Wharton, and Mary Wharton had refused to be her bridesmaid almost without an expression of regret. She saw her father occasionally. Once he came and dined with them at their rooms, on which occasion Lopez struggled hard to make up a well-sounding party. There were Roby from the Admiralty, and the Happertons, and Sir Timothy Beeswax, with whom Lopez had become acquainted at Gatherum, and old Lord Mongrober. But the barrister, who had dined out a good deal in his time, perceived the effort. Who, that ever with difficulty scraped his dinner guests together, was able afterwards to obliterate the signs of the struggle. It was, however, a first attempt, and Lopez, whose courage was good, thought that he might do better before long. If he could get into the house and make his mark there, people would then dine with him fast enough. But while this was going on, Emily's life was rather dull. He had provided her with a brougham, and everything around her was even luxurious, but there came upon her gradually a feeling that by her marriage she had divided herself from her own people. She did not for a moment allow this feeling to interfere with her loyalty to him. Had she not known that this division would surely take place? Had she not married him because she loved him better than her own people? So she sat herself down to read Dante, for they had studied Italian together during their honeymoon, and she had found that he knew the language well, and she was busy with her needle, and she already began to anticipate the happiness that would come to her when a child of his should be lying in her arms. She was, of course, much interested about the election. Nothing could as yet be done, because as yet there was no vacancy, but still the subject was discussed daily between them. "Who do you think is going to stand against me?" he said one day with a smile. "A very old friend of yours." She knew at once who the man was, and the blood came to her face. "I think he might as well have left it alone, you know," he said. "Did he know?" she asked in a whisper. "No, of course he knew. He is doing it on purpose. But I beat him once, old girl, didn't I? And I'll beat him again." She liked him to call her old girl. She loved the perfect intimacy with which he treated her. But there was something which grated against her feelings in this allusion by him to the other man who had loved her. Of course she had told him the whole story. She had conceived it to be her duty to do so. But then the thing should have been over. It was necessary, perhaps, that he should tell her who was his opponent. It was impossible that she should not know when the fight came. But she did not like to hear him boast that he had beaten Arthur Fletcher once, and that he would beat him again. By doing so, he likened the sweet fragrance of her love to the dirty turmoil of an electioneering contest. He did not understand, how should he, that though she had never loved Arthur Fletcher, had never been able to bring herself to love him when all her friends had wished it, her feelings to him were nevertheless those of affectionate friendship, that she regarded him as being perfect in his way, a thorough gentleman, a man who would not for worlds tell a lie, as most generous among the generous, most noble among the noble. When the other Whartons had thrown her off, he had not been cold to her. That very day, as soon as her husband had left her, she looked again at that little note. "I am as I always have been." And she remembered that farewell down by the banks of the Wye. "You will always have one besides him who will love you best in the world." They were dangerous words for her to remember, but in recalling them to her memory she had often assured herself that they should not be dangerous to her. She was too sure of her own heart to be afraid of danger. She had loved the one man, and had not loved the other. But yet, now, when her husband talked of beating this man again, she could not but remember the words. She did not think, or rather had not thought, that Arthur Fletcher would willingly stand against her husband. It had occurred to her at once that he must first have become a candidate without knowing who would be his opponent. But Ferdinand had assured her as a matter of fact that Fletcher had known all about it. "I suppose in politics men are different," she said to herself. Her husband had evidently supposed that Arthur Fletcher had proposed himself as a candidate for Silverbridge with the express object of doing an injury to the man who had carried off his love, and she repeated to herself her husband's words. "He is doing it on purpose." She did not like to differ from her husband, but she could hardly bring herself to believe that revenge of this kind should have recommended itself to Arthur Fletcher. Some little time after this, when she had been settled in London about a month, a letter was brought her, and she at once recognized Arthur Fletcher's writing. She was alone at the time, and it occurred to her at first that perhaps she ought not to open any communication from him without showing it to her husband. But then it seemed that such a hesitation would imply a doubt of the man, and almost a doubt of herself. Why should she fear what any man might write to her? So she opened the letter and read it with infinite pleasure. It was as follows: "My dear Mrs. Lopez, I think it best to make an explanation to you as to a certain coincidence which might possibly be misunderstood unless explained. I find that your husband and I are to be opponents at Silverbridge. I wish to say that I had pledged myself to the borough before I had heard his name as connected with it. I have very old associations with the neighbourhood, and was invited to stand by friends who had known me all my life, as soon as it was understood that there would be an open contest. I cannot retire now without breaking faith with my party, nor do I know that there is any reason why I should do so. I should not, however, have come forward had I known that Mr. Lopez was to stand. I think you had better tell him so, and tell him also, with my compliments, that I hope we may fight our political battle with mutual good fellowship and good feeling. Yours very sincerely, Arthur Fletcher." Emily was very much pleased by this letter, and yet she wept over it. She felt that she understood accurately all the motives that were at work within the man's breast when he was writing it. As to its truth, of course the letter was gospel to her. Oh, if the man could become her husband's friend, how sweet it would be! Of course she wished, thoroughly wished, that her husband should succeed at Silverbridge, but she could understand that such a contest as this might be carried on without personal animosity. The letter was so like Arthur Fletcher, so good, so noble, so generous, so true. The moment her husband came in she showed it to him with delight. "I was sure," she said, as he was reading the letter, "that he had not known that you were to stand." "He knew it as well as I did," he replied, and as he spoke there came a dark scowl across his brow. "His writing to you is a piece of infernal impudence." "Oh, Ferdinand!" "You don't understand, but I do. He deserves to be horsewhipped for daring to write to you, and if I can come across him, he shall have it." "Oh, for heaven's sake!" "A man who was your rejected lover, who has been trying to marry you for the last 2 years, presuming to commence a correspondence with you without your husband's sanction. He meant you to see it. He says I am to tell you. Pshaw! That is simple cowardice. He means you not to tell me, and then when you had answered him without telling me, he would have the whip hand of you. Oh, Ferdinand, what evil thoughts you have!" "You are a child, my dear, and must allow me to dictate to you what you ought to think in such a matter as this. I tell you he knew all about my candidature, and that what he has said here to the contrary is a mere lie. Yes, a lie." He repeated the word because he knew that she shrank at hearing it, but he did not understand why she shrank. That the idea of such an accusation against Arthur Fletcher was intolerable to her. "I have never heard of such a thing," he continued. "Do you suppose it is common for men who have been thrown over to write the ladies who have rejected them immediately after their marriage? Do not the circumstances justify it?" "No, they make it infinitely worse. He should have felt himself to be debarred from writing to you, both as being my wife and as being the wife of the man whom he intends to oppose at Silverbridge." This he said with so much anger that he frightened her. "It is not my fault," she said. "No, it is not your fault, but you should regard it as a great fault committed by him." "What am I to do?" "Give me the letter. You, of course, can do nothing." "You will not quarrel with him?" "Certainly I will. I have quarrelled with him already. Do you think I will allow any man to insult my wife without quarrelling with him? What I shall do I cannot yet say, and whatever I may do you had better not know. I never thought much of these Herefordshire swells who believe themselves to be the very cream of the earth, and now I think less of them than ever." He was then silent, and slowly she took herself out of the room and went away to dress. All this was very terrible. He had never been rough to her before, and she could not at all understand why he had been so rough to her now. Surely it was impossible that he should be jealous because her old lover had written to her such a letter as that which she had shown him. And then she was almost stunned by the opinions he had expressed about Fletcher, opinions which she was sure that she knew, to be absolutely erroneous. A liar! Oh, heavens! And then the letter itself was so ingenuous and so honest. Anxious as she was to do all that her husband bade her, she could not be guided by him in this matter. And then she remembered his words, "You must allow me to dictate to you what you ought to think." Could it be that marriage meant as much as that? That a husband was to claim to dictate to his wife what opinion she was to form about this and that person, about a person she had known so well, whom he had never known? Surely she could only think in accordance with her own experience and her own intelligence. She was certain that Arthur Fletcher was no liar. Not even her own husband could make her think that. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Yes, with a horsewhip in my hand. Emily Lopez, when she crept out of her own room and joined her husband just before dinner, was hardly able to speak to him, so thoroughly was she dismayed and troubled and horrified by the manner in which he had taken Arthur Fletcher's letter. While she had been alone she had thought it all over, anxious, if possible, to bring herself into sympathy with her husband, but the more she thought of it, the more evident did it become to her that he was altogether wrong. He was so wrong that it seemed to her that she would be a hypocrite if she pretended to agree with him. There were half a dozen accusations conveyed against Mr. Fletcher by her husband's view of the matter. He was a liar, giving a false account of his candidature, and he was a coward, and an enemy to her, who had laid a plot by which he had hoped to make her act fraudulently towards her own husband, who had endeavored to creep into a correspondence with her, and so to compromise her. All this, which her husband's mind had so easily conceived, was not only impossible to her, but so horrible that she could not refrain from disgust at her husband's conception. The letter had been left with him, but she remembered every word of it. She was sure that it was an honest letter, meaning no more than had been said, simply intending to explain to her that he would not willingly have stood in the way of a friend whom he had loved, by interfering with her husband's prospects. And yet she was told that she was to think as her husband bade her think. She could not think so. She could not say that she thought so. If her husband would not credit her judgment, let the matter be referred to her father. Ferdinand would at any rate acknowledge that her father could understand such a matter, even if she could not. During dinner he said nothing on the subject, nor did she. They were attended by a page in buttons, whom he had hired to wait upon her, and the meal passed off almost in silence. She looked up at him frequently, and saw that his brow was still black. As soon as they were alone she spoke to him, having studied during dinner what words she would first say. "Are you going down to the club to-night?" He had told her that the matter of this election had been taken up at the Progress, and that possibly he might have to meet 2 or 3 persons there on this evening. There had been a proposition that the club should bear a part of the expenditure, and he was very solicitous that such an arrangement should be made. "No," said he, "I shall not go out to-night. I am not sufficiently light-hearted." "What makes you heavy-hearted, Ferdinand? I should have thought you would have known." "I suppose I do know, but I don't know why it should. I don't know why you should be displeased. At any rate, I have done nothing wrong." "No, not as to the letter, but it astonishes me that you should be so bound to this man that—" "Bound to him, Ferdinand? No, you are bound to me, but that you have so much regard for him as not to see that he has grossly insulted you." "I have a regard for him." "And you dare to tell me so?" "Dare? What should I be if I had any feeling which I did not dare to tell you? There is no harm in regarding a man with friendly feelings, whom I have known since I was a child, and whom all my family have loved." "Your family wanted you to marry him." "They did, but I have married you, because I loved you. But I need not think badly of an old friend because I did not love him. Why should you be angry with him? What can you have to be afraid of?" Then she came and sat on his knee and caressed him. "It is he that shall be afraid of me," said Lopez. "Let him give up the borough if he means what he says." "Who could ask him to do that?" "Not you, certainly." "Oh, no. I can ask him." "Could you, Ferdinand?" "Yes, with a horsewhip in my hand." Indeed, you do not know him. Will you do this? Will you tell my father everything, and leave it to him to say whether Mr. Fletcher has behaved badly to you?" "Certainly not. I will not have any interference from your father between you and me. If I had listened to your father, you would not have been here now. Your father is not as yet a friend of mine. When he comes to know what I can do for myself, and that I can rise higher than these Herefordshire people, then perhaps he may become my friend. But I will consult him in nothing so peculiar to myself as my own wife, and you must understand that in coming to me, all obligation from you to him became extinct. Of course he is your father, but in such a matter as this, he has no more to say to you than any stranger." After that he hardly spoke to her, but sat for an hour with a book in his hand, and then rose and said that he would go down to the club. "There is so much villainy about," he said, "that a man, if he means to do anything, must keep himself on the watch." When she was alone, she at once burst into tears, but she soon dried her eyes, and putting down her work, settled herself to think of it all. What did it mean? Why was he thus changed to her? Could it be that he was the same Ferdinand to whom she had given herself without a doubt as to his personal merit? Every word that he had spoken since she had shown him the letter from Arthur Fletcher had been injurious to her and offensive. It almost seemed as though he had determined to show himself to be a tyrant to her, and had only put off playing the part till the first convenient opportunity after their honeymoon. But through all this her ideas were loyal to him. She would obey him in all things where obedience was possible, and would love him better than all the world. Oh yes, for was he not her husband? Were he to prove himself the worst of men, she would still love him. It had been for better or for worse, and as she had repeated the words to herself, she had sworn that if the worst should come, she would still be true. But she could not bring herself to say that Arthur Fletcher had behaved badly. She could not lie. She knew well that his conduct had been noble and generous. Then, unconsciously and involuntarily, or rather in opposition to her own will and inward efforts, her mind would draw comparisons between her husband and Arthur Fletcher. There was some peculiar gift or grace or acquirement belonging without dispute to the one, and which the other lacked. What was it? She had heard her father say, when talking of gentlemen, of that race of gentlemen with whom it had been his lot to live, that you could not make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. The use of the proverb had offended her much, for she had known well whom he had then regarded as a silk purse, and whom as a sow's ear. But now she perceived that there had been truth in all this, though she was as anxious as ever to think well of her husband, and to endow him with all possible virtues. She had once ventured to form a doctrine for herself, to preach to herself a sermon of her own, and to tell herself that this gift of gentle blood and of gentle nurture, of which her father thought so much, and to which something of divinity was attributed down in Herefordshire, was after all but a weak, spiritless quality. It could exist without intellect, without heart, and with very moderate culture. It was compatible with many littlenesses, and with many vices. As for that love of honest, courteous truth, which her father was wont to attribute to it, she regarded his theory as based upon legends, as in earlier years was the theory of the courage and constancy and loyalty of the knights of those days. The beau ideal of a man which she then pictured to herself was graced first with intelligence, then with affection, and lastly with ambition. She knew no reason why such a hero as her fancy created should be born of lords and ladies rather than of working mechanics, should be English rather than Spanish or French. The man could not be her hero without education, without attributes to be attained no doubt more easily by the rich than by the poor, but with that granted, with those attained, she did not see why she, or why the world, should go back beyond the man's own self. Such had been her theories as to men and their attributes, and acting on that, she had given herself and all her happiness into the keeping of Ferdinand Lopez. Now there was gradually coming upon her a change in her convictions, a change that was most unwelcome, that she strove to reject, one which she would not acknowledge that she had adopted, even while adopting it. But now, from the very hour of her marriage, she had commenced to learn what it was that her father had meant when he spoke of the pleasure of living with gentlemen. Arthur Fletcher certainly was a gentleman. He would not have entertained the suspicion which her husband had expressed. He could not have failed to believe such assertions as had been made. He could never have suggested to his own wife that another man had endeavored to entrap her into a secret correspondence. She seemed to hear the tones of Arthur Fletcher's voice, as those of her husband still rang in her ear, when he bade her remember that she was now removed from her father's control. Every now and then the tears would come to her eyes, and she would sit pondering, listless and low in heart. Then she would suddenly rouse herself with a shake, and take up her book with a resolve that she would read steadily, would assure herself as she did so that her husband should still be her hero. The intelligence, at any rate, was there, and in spite of his roughness, the affection which she craved, and the ambition too was there. But alas, alas, why should such vile suspicions have fouled his mind? He was late that night, but when he came he kissed her brow as she lay in bed, and she knew that his temper was again smooth. She feigned to be sleepy, though not asleep, as she just put her hand up to his cheek. She did not wish to speak to him again that night, but she was glad to know that in the morning he would smile on her. "Be early at breakfast," he said to her as he left her the next morning, "for I'm going down to Silverbridge to-day." Then she started up. "To-day?" "Yes, by the 11:20. There is plenty of time, only don't be unusually late." Of course she was something more than usually early, and when she came out she found him reading his paper. "It's all settled now," he said. "Grey has applied for the hundreds, and Mr. Rattler is to move for the new writ to-morrow. It has come rather sudden at last, as these things always do after long delays, but they say the suddenness is rather in my favour." "When will the election take place?" "I suppose in about a fortnight, perhaps a little longer." "And you must be at Silverbridge all that time?" "Oh dear no, I shall stay there to-night, and perhaps to-morrow night. Of course I shall telegraph to you directly I find how it is to be. I shall see the principal inhabitants, and probably make a speech or two." "I do so wish I could hear you." "You'd find it awfully dull work, my girl, and I shall find it awfully dull too. I do not imagine that Mr. Sprudgeon and Mr. Sprout will be pleasant companions. Well, I shall stay there a day or two, and settle when I am to go down for the absolute canvass. I shall have to go with my hat in my hand to every blessed inhabitant in that dirty little town, and ask them all to be kind enough to drop in a paper for the most humble of their servants, Ferdinand Lopez. I suppose all candidates have to do the same." "Oh yes, your friend, Master Fletcher, will have to do it." She winced at this. Arthur Fletcher was her friend, but at the present moment he ought not so to have spoken of him. "And from all I hear, he is just the sort of fellow that will like the doing of it. It is odious to me to ask a fellow that I despise for anything." "Why should you despise them?" "Low, ignorant, greasy cads, who have no idea of the real meaning of political privileges, men who would all sell their votes for 30 shillings each if that game had not been made a little too hot. If they are like that, I would not represent them. Oh, yes, you would, when you came to understand the world. It's a fine thing to be in Parliament, and that is the way to get in. However, on this visit, I shall only see the great men of the town, the Sprouts and Sprugeons. Shall you go down to Gatherum Castle? Oh, heavens, no. I may go anywhere now rather than there. The Duke is supposed to be in absolute ignorance of the very names of the candidates, or whether there are candidates. I don't suppose that the word Silverbridge will even be whispered in his ear till the thing is over. But you are to get in by his friendship, or by hers. At least I hope so. I have no doubt that the Sprouts and the Sprugeons have been given to understand by the Lococks and the Pritchards what are the Duchess's wishes, and that it has also been intimated in some subtle way that the Duke is willing to oblige the Duchess. There are ever so many ways, you know, of killing a cat. And the expense, suggested Emily. The expense. When you come to talk of the expense, things are not so pleasant. I never saw such a set of meaningless asses in my life as those men at the club. They talk and talk, but there is not one of them who knows how to do anything. Now at the club over the way they do arrange matters. It's a common cause, and I don't see what right they have to expect that one man should bear all the expense. I've a deuced good mind to leave them in the lurch. Don't do it, Ferdinand, if you can't afford it. I shall go on with it now. I can't help feeling that I've been a little let in among them. When the Duchess first promised me it was to be a simple walkover. Now that they've got their candidate, they go back from that and open the thing to any comer. I can't tell you what I think of Fletcher for taking advantage of such a chance. And then the political committee at the club coolly say that they've got no money. It isn't honest, you know. I don't understand all that, said Emily sadly. Every word that he said about Fletcher cut her to the heart, not because it grieved her that Fletcher should be abused, but that her husband should condescend to abuse him. She escaped from further conflict at the moment by proclaiming her ignorance of the whole matter, but she knew enough of it to be well aware that Arthur Fletcher had as good a right to stand as her husband, and that her husband lowered himself by personal animosity to the man. Then Lopez took his departure. "Oh, Ferdinand," she said, "I do so hope you may be successful." "I don't think he can have a chance. From what people say, he must be a fool to try. That is, if the castle is true to me. I shall know more about it when I come back." That afternoon she dined with her father, and there met Mrs. Roby. It was of course known that Lopez had gone down to Silverbridge, and Emily learned in Manchester Square that Everett had gone with him. "From all I hear, they're 2 fools for their pains," said the lawyer. "Why, papa?" "The Duke has given the thing up." "But still his interest remains." "No such thing. If there is an honest man in England, it is the Duke of Omnium, and when he says a thing, he means it. Left to themselves, the people of a little town like Silverbridge are sure to return a Conservative. They are half of them small farmers, and of course will go that way if not made to go the other. If the club mean to pay the cost—" "The club will pay nothing, papa." "Then I can only hope that Lopez is doing well in his business." After that, nothing further was said about the election, but she perceived that her father was altogether opposed to the idea of her husband being in Parliament, and that his sympathies and even his wishes were on the other side. When Mrs. Roby suggested that it would be a very nice thing for them all to have Ferdinand in Parliament. She always called him Ferdinand now. Mr. Wharton railed at her. Why should it be a nice thing? I wonder whether you have any idea of a meaning in your head when you say that. Do you suppose that a man gets £1,000 a year by going into Parliament? Laws, Mr. Wharton, how uncivil you are. Of course I know that members of Parliament ain't paid. Where's the niceness, then? If a man has his time at his command, and has studied the art of legislation, it may be nice, because he will be doing his duty. Or if he wants to get into the government ruck, like your brother-in-law, it may be nice. Or if he be an idle man with a large fortune, it may be nice to have some place to go to. But why it should be nice for Ferdinand Lopez, I cannot understand. Everett has some idea in his head when he talks about Parliament, though I cannot say that I agree with him. It may easily be understood that after this Emily would say nothing further in Manchester Square as to her husband's prospects at Silverbridge. Lopez was at Silverbridge for a couple of days, and then returned, as his wife thought, by no means confident of success. He remained in town nearly a week, and during that time he managed to see the Duchess. He had written to her, saying that he would do himself the honour of calling on her, and when he came was admitted. But the account he gave to his wife of the visit did not express much satisfaction. It was quite late in the evening before he told her whither he had been. He had intended to keep the matter to himself, and at last spoke of it, guided by the feeling which induces all men to tell their secrets to their wives, because it was a comfort to him to talk to someone who would not openly contradict him. "She's a sly creature after all," he said. "I had always thought that she was too open rather than sly," said his wife. "People always try to get a character just opposite to what they deserve. When I hear that a man is always to be believed, I know that he is the most dangerous liar going." She hummed and hawed, and would not say a word about the borough. She went so far as to tell me that I wasn't to say a word about it to her. Wasn't that best if her husband wished her not to talk of it? It is all humbug and falsehood to the very bottom. She knows that I am spending money about it, and she ought to be on the square with me. She ought to tell me what she can do and what she can't. When I asked her whether Spredgen might be trusted, she said that she really wished that I wouldn't say anything more to her about it. I call that dishonest and sly. I shouldn't at all wonder but that Fletcher has been with the Duke. If I find that out, won't I expose them both? End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. What business is it of yours? Things had not gone altogether smoothly with the Duchess herself since the breaking up of the party at Gatherum Castle, not perhaps quite smoothly with the Duke. It was now March, the House was again sitting, and they were both in London, but till they came to town they had remained at the castle, and that huge mansion had not been found to be more comfortable by either of them as it became empty. For a time the Duchess had been cowed by her husband's stern decision, but as he again became gentle to her, almost seeming by his manner to apologize for his unwonted roughness, she plucked up her spirit and declared to herself that she would not give up the battle. All that she did, was it not for his sake? And why should she not have her ambition in life as well as he his? And had she not succeeded in all that she had done? Could it be right that she should be asked to abandon everything, to own herself to have been defeated, to be shown to have failed before all the world, because such a one as Major Pountney had made a fool of himself? She attributed it all to Major Pountney, very wrongly. When a man's mind is veering towards some decision, some conclusion which he has been perhaps slow in reaching, it is probably a little thing which at last fixes his mind and clenches his thoughts. The Duke had been gradually teaching himself to hate the crowd around him, and to reprobate his wife's strategy, before he had known that there was a Major Pountney under his roof. Others had offended him, and first and foremost among them his own colleague, Sir Orlando. The Duchess hardly read his character aright, and certainly did not understand his present motives, when she thought that all might be forgotten as soon as the disagreeable savour of the Major should have passed away. But in nothing, as she thought, had her husband been so silly as in his abandonment of Silverbridge. When she heard that the day was fixed for declaring the vacancy, she ventured to ask him a question. His manner to her lately had been more than urbane, more than affectionate. It had almost been that of a lover. He had petted her and caressed her when they met, and once even said that nothing should really trouble him as long as he had her with him. Such a speech as that never in his life had he made before to her. So she plucked up her courage and asked her question, not exactly on that occasion, but soon afterwards. "May not I say a word to Sprugeon about the election?" "Not a word." And he looked at her as he had looked on that day when he had told her of the Major's sins. She tossed her head and pouted her lips and walked on without speaking. If it was to be so, then indeed she would have failed. And therefore, though in his general manner he was loving to her, things were not going smooth with her. And things were not going smooth with him, because there had reached him a most troublous dispatch from Sir Orlando Drought only 2 days before the cabinet meeting at which the points to be made in the Queen's speech were to be decided. It had been already agreed that a proposition should be made to Parliament by the Government for an extension of the county suffrage, with some slight redistribution of seats. The towns with less than 20,000 inhabitants were to take in some increased portions of the country parishes around, but there was not enough of a policy in this to satisfy Sir Orlando, nor was the conduct of the bill through the House to be placed in his hands. That was to be entrusted to Mr. Monk, and Mr. Monk would be, if not nominally the leader, yet the chief man of the government in the House of Commons. This was displeasing to Sir Orlando, and he had, therefore, demanded from the Prime Minister more of a policy. Sir Orlando's present idea of a policy was the building 4 bigger ships of war than had ever been built before, with larger guns and more men and thicker iron plates, and above all with a greater expenditure of money. He had even gone so far as to say, though not in his semi-official letter to the Prime Minister, that he thought that the salvation of the Empire should be the cry of the coalition party. After all, he said, what the people care about is the salvation of the Empire. Sir Orlando was at the head of the Admiralty, and if glory was to be achieved by the 4 ships, it would rest first on the head of Sir Orlando. Now the Duke thought that the Empire was safe, and had been throughout his political life averse to increasing the army and navy estimates. He regarded the 4 ships as altogether unnecessary, and when reminded that he might in this way consolidate the coalition, said that he would rather do without the coalition and the 4 ships than have to do with both of them together, an opinion which was thought by some to be almost traitorous to the party as now organized. The secrets of cabinets are not to be disclosed lightly, but it came to be understood, as what is done at cabinet meetings generally does come to be understood, that there was something like a disagreement. The Prime Minister, the Duke of St. Bungay, and Mr. Monk were altogether against the 4 ships. Sir Orlando was supported by Lord Drummond and another of his old friends. At the advice of the older Duke, a paragraph was hatched, in which it was declared that Her Majesty, having regard to the safety of the nation and the possible, though happily not probable, chances of war, thought that the present strength of the navy should be considered. It will give him scope for a new gunboat on an altered principle, said the Duke of St. Bungay. But the Prime Minister, could he have had his own way, would have given Sir Orlando no scope whatever. He would have let the coalition have gone to the dogs, and have fallen himself into infinite political ruin. But that he did not dare that men should hereafter say of him that this attempt at government had failed because he was stubborn, imperious, and self-confident. He had known when he took his present place that he must yield to others, but he had not known how terrible it is to have to yield when a principle is in question. How great is the suffering when a man finds himself compelled to do that which he thinks should not be done. Therefore, though he had been strangely loving to his wife, the time had not gone smoothly with him. In direct disobedience to her husband, the Duchess did speak a word to Mr. Sprugeon. When at the castle, she was frequently driven through Silverbridge, and on one occasion had her carriage stopped at the ironmonger's door. Out came Mr. Sprugeon, and there were at first 6 standing by who could hear what she said. Millipoy, the cook, wanted to have some new kind of iron plate erected in the kitchen. Of course she had provided herself beforehand with her excuse. As a rule, when the cook wanted anything done, he did not send word to the tradesman by the Duchess. But on this occasion the Duchess was personally most anxious. She wanted to see how the iron plate would work. It was to be a particular kind of iron plate. Then, having watched her opportunity, she said her word. "I suppose we shall be safe with Mr. Lopez." When Mr. Sprugeon was about to reply, she shook her head and went on about the iron plate. This would be quite enough to let Mr. Sprugeon understand that she was still anxious about the borough. Mr. Sprugeon was an intelligent man, and possessed of discretion to a certain extent. As soon as he saw the little frown and the shake of the head, he understood it all. He and the Duchess had a secret together. Would not everything about the castle in which a morsel of iron was employed want renewing? And would not the Duchess take care that it should all be renewed by Sprugeon? But then he must be active, and his activity would be of no avail unless others helped him. So he whispered a word to Sprout, and it soon became known that the castle interest was all alive. But unfortunately the Duke was also on the alert. The Duke had been very much in earnest when he made up his mind that the old custom should be abandoned at Silverbridge, and had endeavoured to impress that determination of his upon his wife. The Duke knew more about his property, and was better acquainted with its details than his wife or others believed. He heard that in spite of all his orders the castle interest was being maintained, and a word was said to him which seemed to imply that this was his wife's doings. It was then about the middle of February, and arrangements were in process for the removal of the family to London. The Duke had already been up to London for the meeting of Parliament, and had now come back to Gatherum, purporting to return to London with his wife. Then it was that it was hinted to him that her Grace was still anxious as to the election, and had manifested her anxiety. The rumour hurt him, although he did not in the least believe it. It showed to him, as he thought, not that his wife had been false to him, as in truth she had been, but that even her name could not be kept free from slander. And when he spoke to her on the subject, he did so rather with the view of proving to her how necessary it was that she should keep herself altogether aloof from such matters, than with any wish to make further inquiry. But he elicited the whole truth. "It is so hard to kill an old, established evil," he said. "What evil have you failed to kill now? Those people at Silverbridge still say that I want to return a member for them." "Oh, that's the evil. You know, I think that instead of killing an evil, you have murdered an excellent institution." This, at any rate, was very imprudent on the part of the Duchess. After that disobedient word spoken to Mr. Spredgen, she should have been more on her guard. "As to that, Glencora, I must judge for myself." "Oh yes, you have been jury and judge and executioner." "I have done as I thought right to do. I am sorry that I should fail to carry you with me in such a matter, but even failing in that I must do my duty. You will, at any rate, agree with me that when I say the thing should be done, it should be done. If you wanted to destroy the house, and cut down all the trees, and turn the place into a wilderness, I suppose you would only have to speak. Of course I know it would be wrong that I should have an opinion. As man, you are of course to have your own way." She was in one of her most aggravating moods. Though he might compel her to obey, he could not compel her to hold her tongue. "Glencora, I don't think you know how much you add to my troubles, or you would not speak to me like that." "What am I to say? It seems to me that any more suicidal thing than throwing away the borough never was done. Who will thank you? What additional support will you get? How will it increase your power? It's like King Lear throwing off his clothes in the storm because his daughters turned him out. And you didn't do it because you thought it right." "Yes, I did," he said, scowling. "You did it because Major Pountney disgusted you. You kicked him out. Why wouldn't that satisfy you, without sacrificing the borough? It isn't what I think or say about it, but that everybody is thinking and saying the same thing." "I choose that it shall be so." "Very well. And I don't choose that your name shall be mixed up in it. They say in Silverbridge that you are canvassing for Mr. Lopez." "Who says so?" "I presume it's not true." "Who says so, Plantagenet? It matters not who has said so, if it be untrue. I presume it to be false." "Of course it is false." Then the Duchess remembered her word to Mr. Spredgen, and the cowardice of the lie was heavy on her. I doubt whether she would have been so shocked by the idea of a falsehood as to have been kept back from it had she before resolved that it would save her. But she was not in her practice a false woman, her courage being too high for falsehood. It now seemed to her that by this lie she was owning herself to be quelled, and brought into absolute subjection by her husband. So she did burst out into truth. "Now I think of it, I did say a word to Mr. Spredgen. I told him that I hoped Mr. Lopez would be returned. I don't know whether you call that canvassing." "I desired you not to speak to Mr. Spredgen," he thundered forth. "That's all very well, Plantagenet, but if you desire me to hold my tongue altogether, what am I to do?" "What business is this of yours?" I suppose I may have my political sympathies as well as another. Really, you are becoming so autocratic that I shall have to go in for women's rights. You mean me to understand that you intend to put yourself in opposition to me. What a fuss you make all about it, she said. Nothing that one can do is right. You make me wish that I was a milkmaid or a farmer's wife. So saying, she bounced out of the room, leaving the Duke sick at heart, low in spirit, and doubtful whether he were right or wrong in his attempts to manage his wife. Surely he must be right in feeling that in his high office a clearer conduct and cleaner way of walking was expected from him than from other men. Noblesse oblige. To his uncle the privilege of returning a member to Parliament had been a thing of course, and when the radical newspapers of the day abused his uncle took that abuse as a thing of course. The old Duke acted after his kind, and did not care what others said of him. And he himself, when he first came to his dukedom, was not as he was now. Duties, though they were heavy enough, were lighter then. Serious matters were less serious. There was this and that matter of public policy on which he was intent, but thinking humbly of himself, he had not yet learned to conceive that he must fit his public conduct in all things to a straight rule of patriotic justice. Now it was different with him, and though the change was painful, he felt it to be imperative. He would fain have been as other men, but he could not. But in this change it was so needful to him that he should carry with him the full sympathies of one person, that she who was nearest to him of all should act with him. And now she had not only disobeyed him, but she had told him, as some grocer's wife might tell her husband, that he was making a fuss about it all. And then, as he thought of the scene which has been described, he could not quite approve of himself. He knew that he was too self-conscious, that he was thinking too much about his own conduct and the conduct of others to him. The phrase had been odious to him, but still he could not acquit himself of making a fuss. Of one thing only he was sure, that a grievous calamity had befallen him when circumstances compelled him to become the Queen's Prime Minister. He said nothing further to his wife till they were in London together, and then he was tempted to caress her again, to be loving to her, and to show her that he had forgiven her. But she was brusque to him, as though she did not wish to be forgiven. "Cora," he said, "do not separate yourself from me." "Separate myself? What on earth do you mean? I have not dreamed of such a thing." The Duchess answered him as though he had alluded to some actual separation. "I do not mean that. God forbid that a misfortune such as that should ever happen. Do not disjoin yourself from me in all these troubles. What am I to do when you scold me? You must know pretty well by this time that I don't like to be scolded. I desired you not to speak to Mr. Spudgeon." As she repeated his words, she imitated his manner and voice closely. "I wouldn't dream of addressing the children with such magnificence of anger. What business is it of yours? No woman likes that sort of thing, and I'm not sure that I am acquainted with any woman who likes it much less than Glencora, Duchess of Omnium." As she said these last words in a low whisper, she curtsied down to the ground. "You know how anxious I am," he began, "that you should share everything with me, even in politics. But in all things there must at last be one voice that shall be the ruling voice, and that is to be yours, of course. In such a matter as this it must be. And therefore I like to do a little business of my own behind your back. It's human nature, and you've got to put up with it. I wish you had a better wife. I dare say there are many who would be better. There's the Duchess of St. Bungay, who never troubles her husband about politics, but only scolds him because the wind blows from the east. It is just possible there might be worse. Oh, Glencora, you had better make the best you can of your bargain, and not expect too much from her, and don't ride over her with a very high horse, and let her have her own way a little if you really believe that she has your interest at heart." After this he was quite aware that she had got the better of him altogether. On that occasion he smiled and kissed her, and went his way. But he was by no means satisfied. That he should be thwarted by her ate into his very heart, and it was a wretched thing to him that he could not make her understand his feeling in this respect. If it were to go on, he must throw up everything. Ruit celum fiat, proper subordination from his wife in regard to public matters. No wife had a fuller allowance of privilege or more complete power in her hands as to things fit for women's management. But it was intolerable to him that she should seek to interfere with him in matters of a public nature, and she was constantly doing so. She always had this or that aspirant for office on hand, this or that job to be carried, though the jobs were not perhaps much in themselves, this or that affair to be managed by her own political allies, such as Barrington Erle and Phineas Finn, and in his heart he suspected her of a design of managing the government in her own way, with her own particular friend, Mrs. Finn, for her prime minister. If he could in no other way put an end to such evils as these, he must put an end to his own political life. Ruit celum fiat justitia. Now justitia to him was not compatible with feminine interference in his own special work. It may therefore be understood that things were not going very smoothly with the Duke and Duchess. It may also be understood why the Duchess had had very little to say to Mr. Lopez about the election. She was aware that she owed something to Mr. Lopez, whom she had certainly encouraged to stand for the borough, and she had therefore sent her card to his wife, and was prepared to invite them both to her parties. But just at present she was a little tired of Ferdinand Lopez, and perhaps unjustly disposed to couple him with that unfortunate wretch, Major Pountney. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Showing that a man should not howl. Arthur Fletcher, in his letter to Mrs. Lopez, had told her that when he found out who was to be his antagonist at Silverbridge, it was too late for him to give up the contest. He was, he said, bound in faith to continue it by what had passed between himself and others. But in truth he had not reached his conclusion without some persuasion from others. He had been at Longbarns with his brother when he first heard that Lopez intended to stand, and he at once signified his desire to give way. The information reached him from Mr. Frank Gresham, of Greshamsbury, a gentleman connected with the De Courcys, who was now supposed to represent the De Courcy interest in the county, and who had first suggested to Arthur that he should come forward. It was held at Longbarns that Arthur was bound in honour to Mr. Gresham and to Mr. Gresham's friends, and to this opinion he had yielded. Since Emily Wharton's marriage, her name had never been mentioned at Longbarns in Arthur's presence. When he was away, and of course his life was chiefly passed in London, Old Mrs. Fletcher was free enough in her abuse of the silly creature who had allowed herself to be taken out of her own rank by a Portuguese Jew, but she had been made to understand by her elder son, the Lord of Longbarns, that not a word was to be said when Arthur was there. "I think he ought to be taught to forget her," Mrs. Fletcher had said. But John, in his own quiet but imperious way, had declared that there were some men to whom such lessons could not be taught, and that Arthur was one of them. "Is he never to get a wife, then?" Mrs. Fletcher had asked. John wouldn't pretend to answer that question, but was quite sure that his brother would not be tempted into other matrimonial arrangements by anything that could be said against Emily Lopez. When Mrs. Fletcher declared in her extreme anger that Arthur was a fool for his trouble, John did not contradict her, but declared that the folly was of a nature to require tender treatment. Matters were in this condition at Longbarns when Arthur communicated to his brother the contents of Mr. Gresham's letter, and expressed his own purpose of giving up Silverbridge. "I don't quite see that," said John. "No, and it is impossible that you should be expected to see it. I don't quite know how to talk about it even to you, though I think you are about the softest-hearted fellow out." "I don't acknowledge the soft heart, but go on." "I don't want to interfere with that man. I have a sort of feeling that as he has got her, he might as well have the seat too." "The seat, as you call it, is not there for his gratification or for yours. The seat is there in order that the people of Silverbridge may be represented in Parliament." "Let them get somebody else. I don't want to put myself in opposition to him, and I certainly do not want to oppose her." "They can't change their candidate in that way at a day's notice. You would be throwing Gresham over, and if you ask me, I think that is a thing you have no right to do. This objection of yours is sentimental, and there is nothing of which a man should be so much in dread as sentimentalism. It is not your fault that you oppose Mr. Lopez. You were in the field first, and you must go on with it." John Fletcher, when he spoke in this way, was, at Longbarns, always supposed to be right, and on the present occasion he, as usual, prevailed. Then Arthur Fletcher wrote his letter to the lady. He would not have liked to have had it known that the composition and copying of that little note had cost him an hour. He had wished that she should understand his feelings, and yet it was necessary that he should address her in words that should be perfectly free from affection or emotion. He must let her know that, though he wrote to her, the letter was for her husband as well as for herself, and he must do this in a manner which would not imply any fear that his writing to her would be taken amiss. The letter, when completed, was at any rate simple and true, and yet, as we know, it was taken very much amiss. Arthur Fletcher had by no means recovered from the blow he had received that day when Emily had told him everything down by the riverside. But then it must be said of him that he had no intention of recovery. He was as a man who, having taken a burden on his back, declares to himself that he will, for certain reasons, carry it throughout his life. The man knows that with the burden he cannot walk as men walk who are unencumbered, but for those reasons of his he has chosen to lade himself, and having done so, he abandons regret and submits to his circumstances. So it had been with him. He would make no attempt to throw off the load. It was now far back in his life, as much at least as 3 years, when he had first assured himself of his desire to make Emily Wharton the companion of his life. From that day she had been the pivot on which his whole existence had moved. She had refused his offers more than once, but had done so with so much tender kindness that, though he had found himself to be wounded and bruised, he had never abandoned his object. His father and all his own friends encouraged him. He was continually told that her coldness was due to the simple fact that she had not yet learned to give her heart away, and so he had persevered, being ever thoroughly intent on his purpose, till he was told by herself that her love was given to another man. Then he knew that it behooved him to set some altered course of life before him. He could not shoot his rival, or knock him over the head, nor could he carry off his girl, as used to be done in rougher times. There was nothing now for a man in such a catastrophe as this but submission. But he might submit and shake off his burden, or submit and carry it hopelessly. He told himself that he would do the latter. She had been his goddess, and he would not now worship at another shrine. And then ideas came into his head, not hopes or purposes, or a belief even in any possibility, but vague ideas, mere castles in the air, that a time might come in which it might be in his power to serve her, and to prove to her beyond doubting what had been the nature of his love. Like others of his family, he thought ill of Lopez, believing the man to be an adventurer, one who would too probably fall into misfortune, however high he might now seem to hold his head. He was certainly a man not standing on the solid basis of land, or of 3%, those solidities to which such as the Whartons and Fletchers are wont to trust. No doubt, should there be such fall, the man's wife would have other help than that of her rejected lover. She had a father, brother, and cousins who would also be there to aid her. The idea was, therefore, but a castle in the air, and yet it was dear to him. At any rate, he resolved that he would live for it, and that the woman should still be his goddess, though she was the wife of another man, and might now perhaps never even be seen by him. Then there came upon him, immediately almost after her marriage, the necessity of writing to her. The task was one which, of course, he did not perform lightly. He never said a word of this to anybody else, but his brother understood it all, and in a somewhat silent fashion fully sympathized with him. John could not talk to him about love, or mark passages of poetry for him to read, or deal with him at all romantically, but he could take care that his brother had the best horses to ride, and the warmest corner out shooting, and that everything in the house should be done for his brother's comfort. As the squire looked and spoke at Longbarns, others looked and spoke, so that everybody knew that Mr. Arthur was to be contradicted in nothing. Had he, just at this period, ordered a tree in the park to be cut down, it would, I think, have been cut down, without reference to the master. But perhaps John's power was most felt in the way in which he repressed the expressions of his mother's high indignation. "Mean slut," she once said, speaking of Emily in her eldest son's hearing. For the girl, to her thinking, had been mean, and had been a slut. She had not known, so Mrs. Fletcher thought, what birth and blood required of her. "Mother," John Fletcher had said, "you would break Arthur's heart if he heard you speak in that way, and I am sure you would drive him from Longbarns. Keep it to yourself." The old woman had shaken her head angrily, but she had endeavored to do as she had been bid. "Isn't your brother riding that horse a little rashly?" Reginald Cotgrave said to John Fletcher in the hunting field one day. "I didn't observe," said John, "but whatever horse he's on, he always rides rashly." Arthur was mounted on a long, raking, thoroughbred black animal, which he had bought himself about a month ago, and which, having been run at steeplechases, rushed at every fence as though he were going to swallow it. His brother had begged him to put some rough rider up till the horse could be got to go quietly, but Arthur had persevered, and during the whole of this day the squire had been in a tremor lest there should be some accident. "He used to have a little more judgment, I think," said Cotgrave. "He went at that double just now as hard as the brute could tear. If the horse hadn't done it all, where would he have been?" "In the further ditch, I suppose. But you see the horse did do it all." This was all very well as an answer to Reginald Cotgrave, to whom it was not necessary that Fletcher should explain the circumstances, but the squire had known as well as Cotgrave that his brother had been riding rashly, and he had understood the reason why. "I don't think a man ought to break his neck," he said, "because he can't get everything that he wishes." The two brothers were standing then together before the fire in the squire's own room, having just come in from hunting. "Who is going to break his neck?" "They tell me that you tried to-day." "Because I was riding a pulling horse. I'll back him to be the biggest leaper and the quickest horse in Herefordshire." "I dare say, though for the matter of that the chances are very much against it. But a man shouldn't ride so as to have those things said of him. What is a fellow to do if he can't hold a horse? Get off him." "That's nonsense, John." "No, it's not. You know what I mean very well. If I were to lose half my property to-morrow, don't you think it would cut me up a good deal?" "It would me, I know. But what would you think of me if I howled about it?" "Do I howl?" asked Arthur angrily. "Every man howls who is driven out of his ordinary course by any trouble. A man howls if he goes about frowning always. Do I frown? Or laughing? Do I laugh? Or galloping over the country like a mad devil who wants to get rid of his debts by breaking his neck? Equam memento. You remember all that, don't you?" "I remember it, but it isn't so easy to do it." "Try. There are other things to be done in life except getting married. You are going into Parliament." "I don't know that." "Gresham tells me there isn't a doubt about it. Think of that. Fix your mind upon it. Don't take it only as an accident, but as the thing you're to live for. If you'll do that, if you'll so manage that there shall be something to be done in Parliament which only you can do, you won't ride a runaway horse as you did that brute to-day." Arthur looked up to his brother's face, almost weeping. "We expect much of you, you know. I'm not a man to do anything except be a good steward for the family property and keep the old house from falling down. You're a clever fellow, so that between us, if we both do our duty, the Fletchers may still thrive in the land. My house shall be your house, and my wife your wife, and my children your children, and then the honour you win shall be my honour. Hold up your head, and sell that beast." Arthur Fletcher squeezed his brother's hand and went away to dress. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Silverbridge Election. About a month after this affair with the runaway horse, Arthur Fletcher went to Greshamsbury, preparatory to his final sojourn at Silverbridge for the week previous to his election. Greshamsbury, the seat of Francis Gresham, Esquire, who was a great man in these parts, was about 20 miles from Silverbridge, and the tedious work of canvassing the electors could not therefore be done from thence, but he spent a couple of pleasant days with his old friend, and learned what was being said and what was being done in and about the borough. Mr. Gresham was a man not as yet quite 40 years of age, very popular, with a large family, of great wealth, and master of the county hounds. His father had been an embarrassed man, with a large estate. But this Gresham had married a lady with immense wealth, and had prospered in the world. He was not an active politician. He did not himself care for Parliament, or for the good things which political power can give, and was on this account averse to the coalition. He thought that Sir Orlando Drought and the others were touching pitch, and had defiled themselves. But he was conscious that in so thinking he was one of but a small minority. And bad as the world around him certainly was, terrible as had been the fall of the glory of old England, he was nevertheless content to live without loud grumbling, as long as the farmers paid him their rent, and the labourers in his part of the country did not strike for wages, and the land, when sold, would fetch 30 years' purchase. He had not therefore been careful to ascertain that Arthur Fletcher would pledge himself to oppose the coalition before he proffered his assistance in this matter of the borough. It would not be easy to find such a candidate, or perhaps possible to bring him in when found. The Fletchers had always been good Conservatives, and were proper people to be in Parliament. A Conservative in Parliament is, of course, obliged to promote a great many things which he does not really approve. Mr. Gresham quite understood that. You can't have tests and qualifications, rotten boroughs, and the divine right of kings back again. But as the glorious institutions of the country are made to perish one after the other, it is better that they should receive the coup de grace tenderly from loving hands than be roughly throttled by radicals. Mr. Gresham would thank his stars that he could still preserve foxes down in his own country, instead of doing any of this dirty work. For let the best be made of such work, still it was dirty, and was willing, now as always, to give his assistance, and if necessary to spend a little money, to put a Fletcher into Parliament, and to keep a Lopez out. There was to be a third candidate. That was the first news that Fletcher heard. "It will do us all the good in the world," said Mr. Gresham. "The rads in the borough are not satisfied with Mr. Lopez. They say they don't know him. As long as a certain set could make it be believed that he was the Duke's nominee, they were content to accept him, even though he was not proposed directly by the Duke's people in the usual way. But the Duke has made himself understood at last. You have seen the Duke's letter." Arthur had not seen the Duke's letter, which had only been published in the Silverbridge Gazette of that week, and he now read it, sitting in Mr. Gresham's magistrate's room, as a certain chamber in the house had been called since the days of the present squire's great-grandfather. The Duke's letter was addressed to his recognized man of business in those parts, and was as follows: Carlton Terrace, March, 1870. My dear Mr. Morton, Mr. Morton was the successor of one Mr. Fothergill, who had reigned supreme in those parts under the old Duke. I am afraid that my wishes with regard to the borough, and the forthcoming election there of a member of Parliament, are not yet clearly understood, although I endeavoured to declare them when I was at Gatherum Castle. I trust that no elector will vote for this or that gentleman with an idea that the return of any special candidate will please me. The ballot will of course prevent me or any other man from knowing how an elector may vote, but I beg to assure the electors generally that should they think fit to return a member pledged to oppose the government of which I form a part, it would not in any way change my cordial feelings towards the town. I may perhaps be allowed to add that, in my opinion, no elector can do his duty except by voting for the candidate whom he thinks best qualified to serve the country. In regard to the gentlemen who are now before the constituency, I have no feeling for one rather than for the other, and had I any such feeling, I should not wish it to actuate the vote of a single elector. I should be glad if this letter could be published so as to be brought under the eyes of the electors generally. Yours faithfully, Omnium. When the Duke said that he feared that his wishes were not understood, and spoke of the inefficacy of his former declaration, he was of course alluding to the Duchess and to Mr. Sprugeon. Mr. Sprugeon guessed that it might be so, and still wishing to have the Duchess for his good friend, was at once assiduous in explaining to his friends in the borough that even this letter did not mean anything. A prime minister was bound to say that kind of thing. But the borough, if it wished to please the Duke, must return Lopez in spite of the Duke's letter. Such was Mr. Sprugeon's doctrine, but he did not carry Mr. Sprout with him. Mr. Sprout at once saw his opportunity, and suggested to Mr. Dubong, the local brewer, that he should come forward. Dubong was a man rapidly growing into provincial eminence, and jumped at the offer. Consequently, there were 3 candidates. Dubong came forward as a conservative, prepared to give a cautious, but very cautious, support to the coalition. Mr. Dubong, in his printed address, said very sweet things of the Duke generally. The borough was blessed by the vicinity of the Duke, but looking at the present, perhaps unprecedented crisis in affairs, Mr. Dubong was prepared to give no more than a cautious support to the Duke's government. Arthur Fletcher read Mr. Dubong's address immediately after the Duke's letter. "The more the merrier," said Arthur. "Just so. Dubong will not rob you of a vote, but he will cut the ground altogether from under the other man's feet. You see that as far as actual political program goes, there isn't much to choose between any of you. You are all government men. With a difference. One man in these days is so like another," continued Gresham sarcastically, "that it requires good eyes to see the shades of the colours." "Then you'd better support Dubong," said Arthur. "I think you've just a turn in your favour. Besides, I couldn't really carry a vote myself. As for Dubong, I'd sooner have him than a foreign cad like Lopez." Then Arthur Fletcher frowned, and Mr. Gresham became confused, remembering the catastrophe about the young lady whose story he had heard. "Dubong used to be plain English as Bung before he got rich and made his name beautiful," continued Gresham. "But I suppose Mr. Lopez does come of foreign extraction." "I don't know what he comes from," said Arthur moodily. "They tell me he's a gentleman. However, as we are to have a contest, I hope he mayn't win." "Of course you do, and he shan't win, nor shall the great Dubong. You shall win, and become Prime Minister, and make me a peer. Would you like Papa to be Lord Greshamsbury?" he said to a little girl, who then rushed into the room. "No, I wouldn't. I'd like Papa to give me the pony which the man wants to sell out in the yard." "She's quite right, Fletcher," said the squire. "I'm much more likely to be able to buy them ponies as simple Frank Gresham than I should be if I had a lord's coronet to pay for." This was on a Saturday, and on the following Monday Mr. Gresham drove the candidate over to Silverbridge, and started him on his work of canvassing. Mr. de Bong had been busy ever since Mr. Sprout's brilliant suggestion had been made, and Lopez had been in the field even before him. Each one of the candidates called at the house of every elector in the borough, and every man in the borough was an elector. When they had been at it for 4 or 5 days, each candidate assured the borough that he had already received promises of votes sufficient to ensure his success, and each candidate was as anxious as ever, nay, was more rapidly anxious than ever, to secure the promise of a single vote. Hints were made by honest citizens of the pleasure they would have in supporting this or that gentleman, for the honest citizens assured one gentleman after the other of the satisfaction they had in seeing so all-sufficient a candidate in the borough. If the smallest pecuniary help were given them, even a day's pay, so that their poor children might not be injured by their going to the poll. But the candidates and their agents were stern in their replies to such temptations. "That's a dodge of that rascal Sprout," said Sprugeon to Mr. Lopez. "That's one of Sprout's men. If he could get half a crown from you, it would be all up with us." But though Sprugeon called Sprout a rascal, he laid the same bait both for de Bong and for Fletcher, but laid it in vain. Everybody said that it was a very clean election, a brewer standing, and devil a glass of beer, said one old elector who had remembered better things when the borough never heard of a contest. On the 3rd day of his canvass, Arthur Fletcher, with his gang of agents and followers behind him, met Lopez with his gang in the street. It was probable that they should so meet, and Fletcher had resolved what he would do when such a meeting took place. He walked up to Lopez, and with a kindly smile offered his hand. The two men, though they had never been intimate, had known each other, and Fletcher was determined to show that he would not quarrel with a man because that man had been his favoured rival. In comparison with that other matter, this affair of the candidature was of course trivial, but Lopez, who had, as the reader may remember, made some threat about a horsewhip, had come to a resolution of a very different nature. He put his arms akimbo, resting his hands on his hips, and altogether declined the proffered civility. "You had better walk on," he said, and then stood scowling on the spot till the other should pass by. Fletcher looked at him for a moment, then bowed and passed on. At least a dozen men saw what had taken place, and were aware that Mr. Lopez had expressed his determination to quarrel personally with Mr. Fletcher, in opposition to Mr. Fletcher's expressed wish for amity. And before they had gone to bed that night, all the dozen knew the reason why. Of course there was some one then at Silverbridge clever enough to find out that Arthur Fletcher had been in love with Miss Wharton, but that Miss Wharton had lately been married to Mr. Lopez. No doubt the incident added a pleasurable emotion to the excitement caused by the election at Silverbridge generally. A personal quarrel is attractive everywhere. The expectation of such an occurrence will bring together the whole House of Commons, and of course this quarrel was very attractive in Silverbridge. There were some Fletcherites and Lopezites in the quarrel, as there were also de Bongites, who maintained that when gentlemen could not canvass without quarrelling in the streets, they were manifestly unfit to represent such a borough as Silverbridge in Parliament, and that therefore Mr. de Bong should be returned. Mr. Gresham was in the town that day, though not till after the occurrence, and Fletcher could not avoid speaking of it. "The man must be a cur," said Gresham. "It would make no difference in the world to me," said Arthur, struggling hard to prevent signs of emotion from showing themselves in his face, "were it not that he has married a lady whom I have long known, and whom I greatly esteem." He felt that he could hardly avoid all mention of the marriage, and yet was determined that he would say no word that his brother would call howling. "There has been no previous quarrel or offence?" asked Gresham. "None in the least." When Arthur so spoke, he forgot altogether the letter he had written, nor, had he then remembered it, would he have thought it possible that the letter should have given offence. He had been the sufferer, not Lopez. This man had robbed him of his happiness, and though it would have been foolish in him to make a quarrel for a grievance such as that, there might have been some excuse had he done so. It had taken him some time to perceive that, greatly as this man had injured him, there had been no injustice done to him, and that therefore there should be no complaint made by him. But that this other man should complain was to him unintelligible. "He is not worthy your notice," said Mr. Gresham. "He is simply not a gentleman, and does not know how to behave himself. I am very sorry for the young lady, that's all." At this allusion to Emily, Arthur felt that his face became red with the rising blood, and he felt also that his friend should not have spoken thus openly, thus irreverently, on so sacred a subject. But at the moment he said nothing further. As far as his canvass was concerned, it had been successful, and he was beginning to feel sure that he would be the new member. He endeavored, therefore, to drown his sorrow in this coming triumph. But Lopez had been by no means gratified with his canvass, or with the conduct of the borough generally. He had already begun to feel that the Duchess and Mr. Sprugeon and the borough had thrown him over shamefully. Immediately on his arrival in Silverbridge, a local attorney had, with the blandest possible smile, asked him for a cheque for £500. Of course there must be money spent at once, and of course the money must come out of the candidate's pocket. He had known all this beforehand, and yet the demand for the money had come upon him as an injury. He gave the cheque, but showed clearly by his manner that he resented the application. This did not tend to bind to him more closely the services of those who were present when the demand was made. And then, as he began his canvass, he found that he could not conjure at all with the name of the Duke, or even with that of the Duchess, and was told on the second day by Mr. Sprugeon himself that he had better fight the battle on his own hook. Now his own hook in Silverbridge was certainly not a strong hook. Mr. Sprugeon was still of opinion that a good deal might be done by judicious manipulation, and went so far as to suggest that another cheque for £500 in the hands of Mr. Wise, the lawyer, would be effective. But Mr. Lopez did not give the other cheque, and Sprugeon whispered to him that the Duke had been too many for the Duchess. Still he had persevered, and a set of understrappers around him, who would make nothing out of the election without his candidature, assured him from time to time that he would even yet come out all right at the ballot. With such a hope still existing, he had not scrupled to affirm in his speeches that the success of his canvass had been complete. But on the morning of the day on which he met Fletcher in the street, Mr. de Bong had called upon him, accompanied by two of the de Bong agents and by Mr. Sprugeon himself, and had suggested that he, Lopez, should withdraw from the contest, so that de Bong might be returned, and that the liberal interests of the borough might not be sacrificed. This was a heavy blow, and one which Ferdinand Lopez was not the man to bear with equanimity. From the moment in which the Duchess had mentioned the borough to him, he had regarded the thing as certain. After a while, he had understood that his return must be accompanied by more trouble and greater expense than he had at first anticipated. but still he had thought that it was all but sure. He had altogether misunderstood the nature of the influence exercised by the Duchess, and the nature also of the Duke's resolution. Mr. Sprugeon had of course wished to have a candidate, and had allured him. Perhaps he had in some degree been ill-treated by the borough, but he was a man whom the feeling of injustice to himself would drive almost to frenzy, though he never measured the amount of his own injustice to others. When the proposition was made to him, he scowled at them all, and declared that he would fight the borough to the last. "Then you'll let Mr. Fletcher in to a certainty," said Mr. Sprout. Now there was an idea in the borough that, although all the candidates were ready to support the Duke's government, Mr. de Bong and Mr. Lopez were the two Liberals. Mr. de Bong was sitting in the room when the appeal was made, and declared that he feared that such would be the result. "I'll tell you what I'll do," said Lopez. "I'll toss up which of us retires." Mr. Sprout, on behalf of Mr. de Bong, protested against that proposition. Mr. de Bong, who was a gentleman of great local influence, was in possession of 4/5 of the Liberal interests of the borough. Even were he to retire, Mr. Lopez could not get in. Mr. Sprout declared that this was known to all the borough at large. He, Sprout, was sorry that a gentleman like Mr. Lopez should have been brought down there under false ideas. He had all through told Mr. Sprugeon that the Duke had been in earnest, but Mr. Sprugeon had not comprehended the position. It had been a pity, but anybody who understood the borough could see with one eye that Mr. Lopez had not a chance. If Mr. Lopez would retire, Mr. de Bong would no doubt be returned. If Mr. Lopez went to the poll, Mr. Fletcher would probably be the new member. This was the picture as it was painted by Mr. Sprout, who had even then heard something of the loves of the two candidates, and who had thought that Lopez would be glad to injure Arthur Fletcher's chances of success. So far he was not wrong, but the sense of the injury done to himself oppressed Lopez so much that he could not guide himself by reason. The idea of retiring was very painful to him, and he did not believe these men. He thought it to be quite possible that they were there to facilitate the return of Arthur Fletcher. He had never even heard of de Bong till he had come to Silverbridge 2 or 3 days ago. He still could not believe that de Bong would be returned. He thought over it all for a moment, and then gave his answer. "I've been brought down here to fight, and I'll fight it to the last," he said. "Then you'll hand over the borough to Mr. Fletcher," said Sprout, getting up and ushering Mr. de Bong out of the room. It was after that, but on the same day, that Lopez and Fletcher met each other in the street. The affair did not take a minute, and then they parted, each on his own way. In the course of that evening, Mr. Sprugeon told his candidate that he, Sprugeon, could not concern himself any further in that election. He was very sorry for what had occurred, very sorry indeed. It was no doubt a pity that the Duke had been so firm. But, and Mr. Sprugeon shrugged his shoulders as he spoke, when a nobleman like the Duke chooses to have a way of his own, he must have it. Mr. Sprugeon went on to declare that any further candidature would be waste of money, waste of time, and waste of energy, and then signified his intention of retiring, as far as this election went, into private life. When asked, he acknowledged that they who had been acting with him had come to the same resolve. Mr. Lopez had, in fact, come there as the Duke's nominee, and as the Duke had no nominee, Mr. Lopez was, in fact, nowhere. I don't suppose that any man was ever so treated before, since members were first returned to Parliament, said Lopez. Well, sir, Yes, sir, it is a little hard, but you see, her Grace meant the best. Her Grace did mean the best, no doubt. It may be, sir, that there was a little misunderstanding. A little misunderstanding at the castle, sir. Then Mr. Sprugeon retired, and Lopez understood that he was to see nothing more of the ironmonger. Of course there was nothing for him now but to retire, to shake the dust off his feet, and get out of Silverbridge as quickly as he could. But his friends had all deserted him, and he did not know how to retire. He had paid £500, and he had a strong opinion that a portion at least of the money should be returned to him. He had a keen sense of ill usage, and at the same time a feeling that he ought not to run out of the borough like a whipped dog, without showing his face to anyone. But his strongest sensation at this moment was one of hatred against Arthur Fletcher. He was sure that Arthur Fletcher would be the new member. He did not put the least trust in Mr. Dubong. He had taught himself really to think that Fletcher had insulted him by writing to his wife, and that a further insult had been offered to him by that meeting in the street. He had told his wife that he would ask Fletcher to give up the borough, and that he would make that request with a horsewhip in his hand. It was too late now to say anything of the borough, but it might not be too late for the horsewhip. He had a great desire to make good that threat as far as the horsewhip was concerned, having an idea that he would thus lower Fletcher in his wife's eyes. It was not that he was jealous, not jealous according to the ordinary meaning of the word. His wife's love to himself had been too recently given, and too warmly maintained, for such a feeling as that. But there was a rancorous hatred in his heart against the man, and a conviction that his wife at any rate esteemed the man whom he hated. And then would he not make his retreat from the borough with more honour, if before he left he could horsewhip his successful antagonist? We, who know the feeling of Englishmen generally better than Mr. Lopez did, would say, certainly not. We would think that such an incident would by no means rebound to the credit of Mr. Lopez, and he himself probably at cooler moments would have seen the folly of such an idea. But anger about the borough had driven him mad, and now in his wretchedness the suggestion had for him a certain charm. The man had outraged all propriety by writing to his wife. Of course he would be justified in horsewhipping him. But there were difficulties. A man is not horsewhipped simply because you wish to horsewhip him. In the evening, as he was sitting alone, he got a note from Mr. Sprugeon. Mr. Sprugeon's compliments. Doesn't Mr. Lopez think an address to the electors should appear in tomorrow's Gazette? Very short and easy, something like the following. Then Mr. Sprugeon added a very short and easy letter to the electors of the borough of Silverbridge, in which Mr. Lopez was supposed to tell them that although his canvass promised to him every success, he felt that he owed it to the borough to retire, lest he should injure the borough by splitting the Liberal interest with their much respected fellow townsman, Mr. Dubong. In the course of the evening he did copy that letter, and sent it out to the newspaper office. He must retire, and it was better for him that he should retire after some recognized fashion. But he wrote another letter also, and sent it over to the Opposition Hotel. The other letter was as follows. Sir, before this election began, you were guilty of gross impertinence in writing a letter to my wife, to her extreme annoyance, and to my most justifiable anger. Any gentleman would think that the treatment you had already received at her hands would have served to save her from such insult. But there are men who will never take a lesson without a beating. And now, since you have been here, you have presumed to offer to shake hands with me in the street, though you ought to have known that I should not choose to meet you on friendly terms after what has taken place. I now write to tell you that I shall carry a horsewhip while I am here, and that if I meet you in the streets again before I leave the town, I shall use it. Ferdinand Lopez. Mr. Arthur Fletcher. This letter he sent at once to his enemy, and then sat late into the night thinking of his threat and of the manner in which he would follow it up. If he could only get one fair blow at Fletcher, his purpose, he thought, would be achieved. In any matter of horsewhipping, the truth hardly ever gets itself correctly known. The man who has given the first blow is generally supposed to have thrashed the other. What might follow, though it might be inconvenient, must be borne. The man had insulted him by writing to his wife, and the sympathies of the world, he thought, would be with him. To give him his due, it must be owned that he had no personal fear as to the encounter. That night Arthur Fletcher had gone over to Greshamsbury, and on the following morning he returned with Mr. Gresham. "For heaven's sake, look at that," he said, handing the letter to his friend. "Did you ever write to his wife?" asked Gresham, when he read it. "Yes, I did. All this is dreadful to me, dreadful. Well, you know how it used to be with me. I need not go into all that, need I?" "Don't say a word more than you think necessary. When you asked me to stand for the place, I had not heard that he thought of being a candidate. I wrote and told her so, and told her also that had I known it before, I would not have come here." "I don't quite see that," said Gresham. "Perhaps not. Perhaps I was a fool, but we needn't go into that. At any rate, there was no insult to him. I wrote in the simplest language. Looking at it all round, I think you had better not have written." "You wouldn't say so if you saw the letter. I'm sure you wouldn't. I had known her all my life. My brother is married to her cousin. Oh, heavens! We had been all but engaged. I would have done anything for her. Was it not natural that I should tell her? As far as the language was concerned, the letter was one to be read at Charing Cross." "He says that she was annoyed and insulted." "Impossible! It was a letter that any man might have written to any woman." "Well, you have got to take care of yourself at any rate. What will you do?" "What ought I to do?" "Go to the police." Mr. Gresham had himself once, when young, thrashed a man who had offended him, and then had thought himself much aggrieved because the police had been called in. But that had been 20 years ago, and Mr. Gresham's opinions had been matured and perhaps corrected by age. "No, I won't do that," said Arthur Fletcher. "That's what you ought to do." "I couldn't do that." "Then take no notice of the letter and carry a fairly big stick. It should be big enough to hurt him a good deal, but not to do him any serious damage." At that moment an agent came in with news of the man's retirement from the contest. "Has he left the town?" asked Gresham. No, he had not left the town, nor had he been seen by anyone that morning. "You had better let me go out and get the stick before you show yourself," said Gresham. And so the stick was selected. As the two walked down the street together, almost the first thing they saw was Lopez standing at his hotel door with a cutting whip in his hand. He was at that moment quite alone, but on the opposite side of the street there was a policeman, one of the borough constables, very slowly making his way along the pavement. His movement, indeed, was so slow that anyone watching him would have come to the conclusion that that particular part of the High Street had some attraction for him at that special moment. Alas, alas, how age will alter the spirit of a man! 20 years since Frank Gresham would have thought any one to be a mean miscreant who would have interposed a policeman between him and his foe. But it is to be feared that while selecting that stick he had said a word which was causing the constable to loiter on the pavement. But Gresham turned no eye to the policeman as he walked on with his friend, and Fletcher did not see the man. "What an ass he is," said Fletcher, as he got the handle of the stick well into his hand. Then Lopez advanced to them with his whip raised. But as he did so, the policeman came across the street quickly, but very quietly, and stood right before him. The man was so thoroughly in the way of the aggrieved wretch that it was out of the question that he should touch Fletcher with his whip. "Do you usually walk about attended by a policeman?" said Lopez, with all the scorn which he knew how to throw into his voice. "I didn't know that the man was here," said Fletcher. "You may tell that to the Marines. All the borough shall know what a coward you are." Then he turned round and addressed the street, but still under the shadow, as it were, of the policeman's helmet. "This man who presumes to offer himself as a candidate to represent Silverbridge in Parliament has insulted my wife, and now, because he fears that I shall horsewhip him, he goes about the street under the care of a policeman." "This is intolerable," said Fletcher, turning to his friend. "Mr. Lopez," said Gresham, "I am sorry to say that I must give you in charge, unless you will undertake to leave the town without interfering further with Mr. Fletcher, either by word or deed." "I will undertake nothing," said Lopez. "The man has insulted my wife, and is a coward." About 2 o'clock on the afternoon of that day, Mr. Lopez appeared before the Silverbridge bench of magistrates, and was there sworn to keep the peace to Mr. Fletcher for the next 6 months. After that he was allowed to leave the town, and was back in London with his wife in Belgrave Mansions to dinner that evening. On the day but one after this the ballot was taken, and at 8 o'clock in the evening of that day Arthur Fletcher was declared to be duly elected. But Mr. Dubong ran him very hard. The numbers were Fletcher 315, Dubong 308. Mr. Dubong's friends during these 2 last days had not hesitated to make what use they could on behalf of their own candidate of the Lopez and Fletcher quarrel. If Mr. Fletcher had insulted the other man's wife, surely he could not be a proper member for Silverbridge. And then the row was declared to have been altogether discreditable. 2 strangers had come into this peaceful town, and had absolutely quarrelled with sticks and whips in the street, calling each other opprobrious names. Would it not be better that they should elect their own respectable townsmen? All this was nearly effective, but in spite of all, Arthur Fletcher was at last returned. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lopez back in London. Lopez, as he returned to town, recovered something of his senses, though he still fancied that Arthur Fletcher had done him a positive injury by writing to his wife. But something of that madness left him which had come from his deep sense of injury, both as to the letter and as to the borough, and he began to feel that he had been wrong about the horsewhip. He was very low in spirits on this return journey. The money which he had spent had been material to him, and the loss of it for the moment left him nearly bare. While he had had before his eyes the hope of being a member of Parliament, he had been able to buoy himself up. The position itself would have gone very far with Sexty Parker, and would, he thought, have had some effect even with his father-in-law. But now he was returning a beaten man. Who is there that has not felt that fall from high hope to utter despair, which comes from some single failure. As he thought of this, he was conscious that his anger had led him into great imprudence at Silverbridge. He had not been circumspect, as it specially behooved a man to be surrounded by such difficulties as his. All his life he had been schooling his temper so as to keep it under control, sometimes with great difficulty, but always with a consciousness that in his life everything might depend on it. Now he had, alas, allowed it to get the better of him. No doubt he had been insulted, but nevertheless he had been wrong to speak of a horsewhip. His one great object must be now to conciliate his father-in-law, and he had certainly increased his difficulty in doing this by his squabble down at Silverbridge. Of course the whole thing would be reported in the London papers, and of course the story would be told against him, as the respectabilities of the town had been opposed to him. But he knew himself to be clever, and he still hoped that he might overcome these difficulties. Then it occurred to him that in doing this he must take care to have his wife entirely on his side. He did not doubt her love. He did not in the least doubt her rectitude. But there was the lamentable fact that she thought well of Arthur Fletcher. It might be that he had been a little too imperious with his wife. It suited his disposition to be imperious within his own household, to be imperious out of it, if that were possible. But he was conscious of having had a fall at Silverbridge, and he must for a while take in some sail. He had telegraphed to her, acquainting her with his defeat, and telling her to expect his return. "Oh, Ferdinand," she said, "I am so unhappy about this. It has made me so wretched." "Better luck next time," he said, with his sweetest smile. "It is no good groaning over spilt milk. They haven't treated me really well, have they?" "I suppose not, though I do not quite understand it all." He was burning to abuse Arthur Fletcher, but he abstained. He would abstain at any rate for the present moment. "Dukes and duchesses are no doubt very grand people," he said, "but it is a pity that they should not know how to behave honestly, as they expect others to behave to them. The Duchess has thrown me over in the most infernal way. I can't really understand it. When I think of it, I am lost in wonder. The truth, I suppose, is that there has been some quarrel between him and her. Who will get in? Oh, de Bong, no doubt." He did not think so, but he could not bring himself to declare the success of his enemy to her. "The people there know him. Your old friend is as much a stranger there as I am. By the way, he and I had a little row in the place." "A row? Ferdinand!" "You needn't look like that, my pet. I haven't killed him. But he came up to speak to me in the street, and I told him what I thought about his writing to you." On hearing this, Emily looked very wretched. "I could not restrain myself from doing that. Come, you must admit that he shouldn't have written. He meant it in kindness." "Then he shouldn't have meant it. Just think of it. Suppose I had been making up to any girl, which, by the by, I never did but to one in my life. Then he put his arm round her waist and kissed her. And she were to have married some one else. What would have been said of me if I had begun to correspond with her immediately? Don't suppose I am blaming you, dear." "Certainly I do not suppose that," said Emily. "But you must admit that it were rather strong." He paused, but she said nothing. "Only I suppose you can bring yourself to admit nothing against him. However, so it was. There was a row, and a policeman came up, and they made me give a promise that I didn't mean to shoot him or anything of that kind. As she heard this, she turned pale, but said nothing. Of course I didn't want to shoot him. I wished him to know what I thought about it, and I told him. I hate to trouble you with all this, but I couldn't bear that you shouldn't know it all. It is very sad. Sad enough. I have had plenty to bear, I can tell you. Everybody seemed to turn away from me there. Everybody deserted me. As he said this, he could perceive that he must obtain her sympathy by recounting his own miseries and not Arthur Fletcher's sins. I was all alone, and hardly knew how to hold up my head against so much wretchedness, and then I found myself called upon to pay an enormous sum for my expenses. Oh, Ferdinand, think of their demanding £500. Did you pay it? Yes, indeed. I had no alternative. Of course they took care to come for that before they talked of my resigning. I believe it was all planned beforehand. The whole thing seems to me to have been a swindle from beginning to end. By heaven, I'm almost inclined to think that the Duchess knew all about it herself. About the £500. Perhaps not the exact sum, but the way in which the thing was to be done. In these days one doesn't know whom to trust. Men and women, too, have become so dishonest that nobody is safe anywhere. It has been awfully hard upon me, awfully hard. I don't suppose that there ever was a moment in my life when the loss of £500 would have been so much to me as it is now. The question is, what will your father do for us? Emily could not but remember her husband's intense desire to obtain money from her father not yet 3 months since, as though all the world depended on his getting it, and his subsequent elation, as though all his sorrows were over for ever, because the money had been promised. And now, almost immediately, he was again in the same position. She endeavored to judge him kindly, but a feeling of insecurity in reference to his affairs struck her at once and made her heart cold. Everything had been achieved then by a gift of £3,000, surely a small sum to effect such a result with a man living as her husband lived, and now the whole £3,000 was gone. Surely a large sum to have vanished in so short a time. Something of the uncertainty of business she could understand, but a business must be perilously uncertain if subject to such vicissitudes as these. But as ideas of this nature crowded themselves into her mind, she told herself again and again that she had taken him for better or for worse. If the worse were already coming, she would still be true to her promise. "You had better tell papa everything," she said. "Had it not better come from you?" "No, Ferdinand. Of course I will do as you bid me. I will do anything that I can do. But you had better tell him. His nature is such that he will respect you more if it come from yourself. And then it is so necessary that he should know all. All." She put whatever emphasis she knew how to use upon this word. "You could tell him all as well as I." "You would not bring yourself to tell it to me, nor could I understand it. He will understand everything, and if he thinks that you have told him everything, he will at any rate respect you." He sat silent for a while, meditating, feeling always and most acutely that he had been ill-used, never thinking for an instant that he had ill-used others. £3,000, you know, was no fortune for your father to give you. She had no answer to make, but she groaned in spirit as she heard the accusation. "Don't you feel that yourself?" "I know nothing about money, Ferdinand. If you had told me to speak to him about it before we were married, I would have done so." "He ought to have spoken to me. It is marvelous how close-fisted an old man can be. He can't take it with him." Then he sat for half an hour in moody silence, during which she was busy with her needle. After that he jumped up, with a manner altogether altered, gay, only that the attempt was too visible to deceive even her, and shook himself as though he were ridding himself of his trouble. "You are right, old girl. You are always right. Almost. I will go to your father to-morrow, and tell him everything. It isn't so very much that I want him to do. Things will all come right again. I'm ashamed that you should have seen me in this way, but I have been disappointed about the election, and troubled about that Mr. Fletcher. You shall not see me give way again like this. Give me a kiss, old girl." She kissed him, but she could not even pretend to recover herself as he had done. "Had we not better give up the brougham?" she said. "Certainly not. For heaven's sake, do not speak in that way. You do not understand things." "No, certainly I do not. It isn't that I haven't the means of living, but that in my business money is so often required for instant use, and situated as I am at present, an addition to my capital would enable me to do so much." She certainly did not understand it, but she had sufficient knowledge of the world and sufficient common sense to be aware that their present rate of expenditure ought to be matter of importance to a man who felt the loss of £500, as he felt that loss at Silverbridge. On the next morning Lopez was at Mr. Wharton's chambers early, so early that the lawyer had not yet reached them. He had resolved, not that he would tell everything, for such men never even intend to tell everything, but that he would tell a good deal. He must, if possible, affect the mind of the old man in two ways. He must ingratiate himself, and at the same time make it understood that Emily's comfort in life would depend very much on her father's generosity. The first must be first accomplished, if possible, and then the second, as to which he could certainly produce at any rate belief. He had not married a rich man's daughter without an intention of getting the rich man's money. Mr. Wharton would understand that. If the worst came to the worst, Mr. Wharton must, of course, maintain his daughter and his daughter's husband. But things had not come to the worst as yet, and he did not intend on the present occasion to represent that view of his affairs to his father-in-law. Mr. Wharton, when he entered his chambers, found Lopez seated there. He was himself at this moment very unhappy. He had renewed his quarrel with Everett, or Everett rather had renewed the quarrel with him. There had been words between them about money lost at cards. Hard words had been used, and Everett had told his father that if either of them were a gambler, it was not he. Mr. Wharton had resented this bitterly, and had driven his son from his presence. And now the quarrel made him very wretched. He certainly was sorry that he had called his son a gambler, but his son had been, as he thought, inexcusable in the retort which he had made. He was a man to whom his friends gave credit for much sternness, but still he was one who certainly had no happiness in the world independent of his children. His daughter had left him, not, as he thought, under happy auspices, and he was now, at this moment, soft-hearted and tender in his regards as to her. What was there in the world for him but his children? And now he felt himself to be alone and destitute. He was already tired of whist at the Eldon. That which had been a delight to him once or twice a week became almost loathsome when it was renewed from day to day, and not the less when his son told him that he was also a gambler. "So you have come back from Silverbridge," he said. "Yes, sir, I have come back, not exactly triumphant. A man should not expect to win always." Lopez had resolved to pluck up his spirit and carry himself like a man. "You seem to have got into some scrape down there, besides losing your election." "Oh, you have seen that in the papers already. I have come to tell you of it. As Emily is concerned in it, you ought to know." "Emily concerned? How is she concerned?" Then Lopez told the whole story, after his own fashion, and yet with no palpable lie. Fletcher had written to her a letter which he had thought to be very offensive. On hearing this, Mr. Wharton looked very grave and asked for the letter. Lopez said that he had destroyed it, not thinking that such a document should be preserved. Then he went on to explain that it had had reference to the election, and that he had thought it to be highly improper that Fletcher should write to his wife on that or on any other subject. "It depends very much on the letter," said the old man. "But on any subject, after what has passed. They were very old friends. Of course I will not argue with you, Mr. Wharton, but I own that it angered me. It angered me very much indeed. I took it to be an insult to her, and when he accosted me in the street down at Silverbridge, I told him so. I may not have been very wise, but I did it on her behalf. Surely you can understand that such a letter might make a man angry." "What did he say?" "That he would do anything for her sake, even retire from Silverbridge, if his friends would let him." Mr. Wharton scratched his head, and Lopez saw that he was perplexed. Should he have offered to do anything for her sake, after what had passed? "I know the man so well," said Mr. Wharton, "that I cannot and do not believe him to have harboured an improper thought in reference to my child." "Perhaps it was an indiscretion only." "Perhaps so. I cannot say. And then they took you before the magistrates." "Yes, in my anger I had threatened him. Then there was a policeman and a row, and I had to swear that I would not hurt him. Of course I have no wish to hurt him." "I suppose it ruined your chance at Silverbridge." "I suppose it did." This was a lie, as Lopez had retired before the row took place. "What I care for most now is that you should not think that I have misbehaved myself." The story had been told very well, and Mr. Wharton was almost disposed to sympathize with his son-in-law. That Arthur Fletcher had meant nothing that could be regarded as offensive to his daughter, he was quite sure. But it might be that in making an offer intended to be generous, he had used language which the condition of the persons concerned made indiscreet. "I suppose," he said, "that you spent a lot of money at Silverbridge." This gave Lopez the opening that he wanted, and he described the manner in which the £500 had been extracted from him. "You can't play that game for nothing," said Mr. Wharton. "And just at present I could very ill afford it. I should not have done it had I not felt it a pity to neglect such a chance of rising in the world. After all, a seat in the British House of Commons is an honour. Yes, yes, yes. And the Duchess, when she spoke to me about it, was so certain." "I will pay the £500, said Mr. Wharton. "Oh, sir, that is generous." Then he got up and took the old man's hands. "Some day, when you are at liberty, I hope that you will allow me to explain to you the exact state of my affairs. When I wrote to you from Como, I told you that I would wish to do so. Do you not object?" "No," said the lawyer, but with infinite hesitation in his voice. "No, I don't object, but I do not know how I could serve them. I shall be busy just now, but I will give you the check, and if you and Emily have nothing better to do, come and dine to-morrow." Lopez, with real tears in his eyes, took the check, and promised to come on the morrow. "And in the meantime, I wish you would see Everett." Of course he promised that he would see Everett. Again he was exalted, on this occasion not so much by the acquisition of the money as by the growing conviction that his father-in-law was a cow capable of being milked, and the quarrel between Everett and his father might clearly be useful to him. He might either serve the old man by reducing Everett to proper submission, or he might manage to creep into the empty space which the son's defection would make in his father's heart and the father's life. He might at any rate make himself necessary to the old man, and become such a part of the household in Manchester Square as to be indispensable. Then the old man would every day become older and more in want of assistance. He thought that he saw the way to worm himself into confidence, and soon into possession. The old man was not a man of iron, as he had feared, but quite human, and if properly managed, soft and malleable. He saw Sexty Parker in the city that day, and used his check for £500 in some triumphant way, partly cajoling and partly bullying his poor victim. To Sexty also he had to tell his own story about the row down at Silverbridge. He had threatened to thrash the fellow in the street, and the fellow had not dared to come out of his house without a policeman. Yes, he had lost his election. The swindling of those fellows at Silverbridge had been too much for him. But he flattered himself that he had got the better of Master Fletcher. That was the tone in which he told the story to his friend in the city. Then, before dinner, he found Everett at the club. Everett Wharton was to be found there now almost every day. His excuse to himself lay in the political character of the institution. The club intended to do great things, to find Liberal candidates for all the boroughs and counties in England which were not hitherto furnished, and then to supply the candidates with money. Such was the great purpose of the Progress. It had not as yet sent out many candidates or collected much money. As yet it was politically almost quiescent, and therefore Everett Wharton, whose sense of duty took him there, spent his afternoons either in the whist-room or at the billiard-table. The story of the Silverbridge row had to be told again, and was told nearly with the same incidents as had been narrated to the father. He could, of course, abuse Arthur Fletcher more roundly, and be more confident in his assertion that Fletcher had insulted his wife. But he came as quickly as he could to the task which he had on hand. "What's all this between you and your father?" "Simply this. I sometimes play a game of whist, and therefore he called me a gambler." Then I reminded him that he also sometimes played a game of whist, and I asked him what deduction was to be drawn. "He is awfully angry with you." Of course I was a fool. My father has the whip hand of me, because he has money and I have none, and it was simply kicking against the pricks to speak as I did. And then, too, there isn't a fellow in London has a higher respect for his father than I have, nor yet a warmer affection. But it is hard to be driven in that way. Gambler is a nasty word. Yes, it is, very nasty. But I suppose a man does gamble when he loses so much money that he has to ask his father to pay it for him. If he does so often, he gambles. I never asked him for money to pay what I had lost before in my life. I wonder you told him. I never lie to him, and he ought to know that. But he is just the man to be harder to his own son than to anybody else in the world. What does he want me to do now?" "I don't know that he wants you to do anything," said Lopez. "Did he send you to me?" "Well, no, I can't say that he did. I told him I should see you as a matter of course, and he said something rough about your being an ass. I dare say he did. But if you ask me," said Lopez, "I think he would take it kindly of you if you were to go and see him. Come and dine to-day, just as if nothing had happened." "I could not do that unless he asked me." "I can't say that he asked you, Everett. I would say so, in spite of its being a lie, if I didn't fear that your father might say something unkind, so that the lie would be detected by both of you. And yet you ask me to go and dine there." "Yes, I do. It's only going away if he does cut up rough, and if he takes it well, why then the whole thing is done. If he wants me, he can ask me. You talk about it, my boy, just as if a father were the same as anybody else. If I had a father with a lot of money, by George, he should knock me about with his stick if he liked, and I would be just the same the next day." "Unfortunately, I am of a stiffer nature," said Everett, taking some pride to himself for his stiffness, and being perhaps as little stiff as any young man of his day. That evening, after dinner in Manchester Square, the conversation between the father-in-law and the son-in-law turned almost exclusively on the son and brother-in-law. Little or nothing was said about the election, and the name of Arthur Fletcher was not mentioned. But out of his full heart the father spoke. He was wretched about Everett. Did Everett mean to cut him? "He wants you to withdraw some name you called him," said Lopez. "Withdraw some name, as he might ask some hot-headed fellow to do, of his own age, like himself, some fellow that he had quarrelled with. Does he expect his father to send him a written apology? He had been gambling, and I told him that he was a gambler. Is that too much for a father to say?" Lopez shrugged his shoulders and declared that it was a pity. "He will break my heart if he goes on like this," said the old man. "I asked him to come and dine to-day, but he didn't seem to like it." "Like it? No, he likes nothing but that infernal club." When the evening was over, Lopez felt that he had done a good stroke of work. He had not exactly made up his mind to keep the father and son apart. That was not a part of his strategy, at any rate as yet. But he did intend to make himself necessary to the old man, to become the old man's son, and if possible the favourite son. And now he thought that he had already done much towards the achievement of his object. End of chapter 35.